Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Join us on Patreon and become part of our journey to uncover history's untold stories. Your support helps us create in-depth content, bring hidden narratives to life, and keep history alive for everyone.
To understand America fully, its values, contradictions, progress, and persistent struggles, one must understand Black history. It is not a side story, not a footnote to the American narrative. Black history is American history. It courses through the very bloodstream of this nation, influencing every war, shaping every era, challenging every idea of freedom and equality. It's a mirror that reflects what America has been, a lens through which we can see what it is, and a map that guides us toward what it still might become. From the first enslaved Africans brought to the shores of Virginia in 1619 to the election of the first Black president nearly 4 centuries later, Black Americans have been at the heart of the American experiment, fighting for inclusion, dignity, and justice, often in the face of unimaginable odds. Their stories are not just tales of suffering, though suffering abounds. They are chronicles of resilience, innovation, leadership, cultural brilliance, and the persistent pursuit of justice. To overlook Black history is to leave the American story fragmented and dishonest. To embrace it is to step closer to a fuller, richer truth. The significance of Black history begins long before the United States was a nation. When the first Africans were forcibly taken from the shores of West Africa and brought across the Atlantic, they carried with them languages, religions, agricultural knowledge, music, and philosophies that would shape the New World. Despite the brutal systems of chattel slavery that attempted to erase their humanity, enslaved Africans resisted through rebellion, escape, and the quiet but profound act of cultural survival. They preserved spiritual practices, passed down oral traditions, developed new languages like Gullah, and laid the foundations for cultural forms that would later define American identity itself. During the Revolutionary War, both enslaved and free Black men fought on both sides. Some promised freedom by the British, others driven by the hope that the ideals of liberty espoused by the new American Republic might include them. That hope would often be betrayed, but it would never die. By the 19th century, the United States was expanding westward and deepening its reliance on enslaved labor. Cotton, the economic engine of the South, built empires for white planters and northern industrialists alike, but was built on the backs of enslaved Black Americans. The resistance to slavery took many forms. The Underground Railroad, Harriet Tubman's daring rescues, the fiery writings of Frederick Douglass, and the armed rebellions of figures like Nat Turner all challenged the moral foundations of a slaveholding republic. These efforts culminated in the Civil War, a conflict that would ultimately lead to the abolition of slavery, not simply as a moral concession, but as a necessity for the preservation of the Union. Yet, even in victory, the promise of Reconstruction was quickly undermined. Black Americans briefly experienced a flourishing of political and economic freedom. Black men voted, held public office, founded schools and towns, and built communities. But this progress was met with violent white backlash. The Compromise of 1877 effectively ended Reconstruction and ushered in the era of Jim Crow, an apartheid system of segregation, disenfranchisement, and terror. For nearly a century, Black Americans in the South and often in the North lived under laws that restricted their mobility, denied them access to quality education and employment, and subjected them to constant racial violence. Despite this, they built thriving communities. Institutions like the Tuskegee Institute, Howard University, and a host of Black churches and mutual aid societies became centers of resistance, learning, and pride. The Harlem Renaissance of the 1920s and 1930s mark another major turning point, not only in Black history, but in American cultural history writ large. Writers like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay, along with musicians like Duke Ellington and Bessie Smith, helped birth a uniquely Black and American artistic expression. These voices redefined American literature, music, and art, even as systemic racism continued to limit economic and social opportunities. In the mid-20th century, the civil rights movement emerged from a long tradition of organizing and resistance. Fueled by generations of struggle, it brought the fight for equality into the national consciousness. The Montgomery bus boycott, the sit-ins, the freedom rides, and the March on Washington were not spontaneous events. They were the result of decades of grassroots work by people like Ella Baker, A. Philip Randolph, Fannie Lou Hamer, and countless others whose names are less widely known. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream, Malcolm X's demand for justice by any means necessary, and the Black Panther Party's emphasis on self-determination each offered different visions of liberation, but all were united in the belief that Black lives mattered. Black history is essential not only because it teaches us about oppression and resistance, but because it reveals how America has repeatedly failed to live up to its founding ideals, and how time and again, Black Americans have held the country accountable to its own promises. They have been the conscience of the nation, pushing it toward justice, sometimes dragging it, but never abandoning the struggle. The importance of Black history didn't end with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 or the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The backlash to those victories, mass incarceration, the war on drugs, the economic exclusion of Black neighborhoods, created new forms of systemic racism that continue to shape American life. The emergence of hip-hop in the 1970s and 1980s became a powerful tool of expression, documenting urban Black experiences and exporting Black culture worldwide. The 21st century has seen both tremendous progress, symbolized by the election of Barack Obama, and deep pain, as evidenced by the killings of Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and too many others. Movements like Black Lives Matter have recentered Black history in our national consciousness, reminding the public that the fight for Black lives is inseparable from the fight for democracy itself. Black history teaches us about strength under pressure, dignity in the face of hatred, and community in the face of exclusion. It helps us understand that racism is not merely individual prejudice, but a system deeply embedded in laws, institutions, and culture. To dismantle it, we must first learn how it was built. Celebrating Black history is not about guilt or shame. It is about truth, responsibility, and healing. It is about acknowledging the pain and honoring the triumph. It is about remembering that the contributions of Black Americans, from inventions and scientific breakthroughs to music, literature, political theory, and philosophy, are inseparable from the progress of this nation. When we learn Black history, we learn not only about those who were oppressed, but about those who overcame. And in doing so, we learn what is possible for all of us.
Well, good morning, everyone. That video was came to mind as a tribute to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and all its subscribers. Nightshade, Lives Matter, and so do other types of lives as well. If you're new to the channel, please make sure that you hit the like button first and foremost. Subscribe to the channel. Please make sure you share the wealth, because there are a lot more videos like this that I have in mind to show. Please also make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. That's my personal channel. Just debuted my longest video yet. I think it's almost 30 minutes on that channel yesterday. So please make sure that you have a look at it. And if you would, please hit the like button, but also comments are welcome. Let's sally forth. I'm wondering if Solid Snake will be around at some point. But anyway, we'll just get into news. I got a bunch of news articles, and I'm sure there will be other articles that kind of get added as the show goes on. This is something I hadn't thought about. Trade crime is soaring, U.S. firms say, as Trump's tariffs incentivize fraud. So who would have thought? Who'd have thunk it? So here we go with this one. Again, who knew that these tariffs would create problems? Probably everyone who isn't a Trump voter, I would imagine, or reads a book.
Trade crime is soaring, U.S. firms say, as Trump's tariffs incentivize fraud. This article is by Anna Swanson and Lazaro Gamio and read by an automated voice. As President Trump's tariffs have ratcheted up in recent months, so have the mysterious solicitations some U.S. companies have received, offering them ways to avoid the taxes. Shipping companies, many of them based in China, have reached out to U.S. firms that import apparel, auto parts, and jewelry, offering solutions that they say can make the tariffs go away. We can avoid high duties from China, which we have already done many in the past, read one email to a U.S. importer. Beat U.S. tariffs. A second read promising to cap the tariffs at a flat 10%. It added, "You ship worry-free." Good news. The tariffs has been dropped finally. Another proclaimed. The proposals, which are circulating in emails as well as in videos on TikTok and other platforms, reflect a new flood of fraudulent activity, according to company executives and government officials. As U.S. tariffs on foreign products have increased sharply in recent months, so have the incentives for companies to find ways around them. The Chinese firms advertising these services describe their methods as valid solutions. For a fee, they find ways to bring products to the United States with much lower tariffs. But experts say these practices are methods of customs fraud. The companies may be dodging tariffs by altering the information about the shipments that is given to the U.S. government to qualify for a lower tariff rate, or they may move the goods to another country that is subject to a lower tariff before shipping them to the United States, a technique known as transshipment. The Trump administration said this month that it would focus more on fighting trade fraud, including tariff evasion. The administration is also trying to persuade other countries to step up their own enforcement efforts, including in trade talks with Vietnam, Mexico, and Malaysia. But many American companies say the scale of illicit activity now far outweighs the ability of these governments to thwart it. These schemes are costing the U.S. government billions of dollars in tariff revenue annually, executives and officials say. And they are leaving honest companies that pay tariffs deeply frustrated and worried about being left at a financial disadvantage to dishonest competitors. If nothing is done, those willing to cheat are going to continue to win the day here, said David Rashid, the executive chairman of Plus, a car parts company that has appealed to the government to crack down on unfair trading practices by its competitors. Mr. Rashid said that unfairly traded products had filtered into supply chains throughout the United States. It's easy to pull the wool over people's eyes, especially if people like the wool over their eyes, he added. As long as the United States has had tariffs, there have been schemes to evade them. That has been true since American colonists smuggled goods into British-dominated ports. But as Mr. Trump has raised tariffs to levels not seen in a century, companies say customs fraud is also reaching new heights. In his first months in office, Mr. Trump put a 10% tariff on most products globally, as well as a 25% tariff on steel, aluminum, and cars. He raised, lowered, and suspended tariffs for various countries, with little warning, putting intense pressure on companies that depend on trade. The triple-digit tariffs that Mr. Trump imposed on China in April, before lowering them for 90 days, were particularly tough for importers. Some companies suspended orders in the face of the tariffs, but the taxes seem to have also prompted a wave of fraud emanating from China. Leslie Jordan, an apparel manufacturer who has been in business for nearly 4 decades, said fraudulent schemes were becoming quote in her industry, with companies offering her and other importers clearly illegal ways to bypass tariffs. For years, Chinese shippers had offered to help her factories doctor customs forms, telling them that there was little chance of being caught because U.S. customs officials would never examine the shipping containers, she said. Ms. Jordan has always refused, but tariffs are making business difficult for honest companies like hers, leaving her owing the government tens of thousands of dollars in import duties on some shipments. Ms. Jordan said the tariffs had encouraged opportunist cheaters in both China and the United States and put, many honest companies at a competitive disadvantage. People can't afford it, she said. They're desperate. Kush Desai, a White House spokesman, said that instead of trying to find illegal workarounds to tariffs, foreign exporters would be better off telling their governments to negotiate a trade deal with the United States. John Foote, a customs lawyer at Kelly Dry & Warren, described the uptick in fraud as a sign of entering a high tariff era. He said he had received many innocent questions from companies about whether they could use certain practices to avoid tariffs. Every time he has told a company, no, that would be customs fraud, he has marked down a tally on a whiteboard in his office. As of mid-May, he had 11. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is, he said. Tariff Dodging 101. The U.S. government charges tariffs based on the item, its declared dollar value, and its country of origin. Several schemes exist to try to evade tariffs by changing those factors. One method, people in the industry say, involves reporting a lower value for a product than its actual worth. Doing so lowers the tariff that must be paid, since it's charged as a percentage of the import price. Another scheme is to misclassify the item. An importer might report to the U.S. government that a shipment of shirts is made with a material that's subject to a lower tariff. A third method involves sending the products to another country before they go to the United States to take advantage of different tariff rates applied to different countries. That tactic became far more profitable this year, as Mr. Trump raised tariffs on Chinese imports to a minimum of 145%, but left taxes on goods from neighboring countries, like Vietnam, Malaysia, and Cambodia, at just 10%. A company looking to avoid tariffs may ship Chinese products to those countries before sending them on to the United States at a lower tariff rate. The U.S. charges tariff rates based on where a good was last manufactured. So in the eyes of the government, whether this practice is illegal depends on if the company actually has some significant manufacturing step in Malaysia or Vietnam. If the company takes parts of a shoe made in China and puts them together in Malaysia, for example, the shoe may technically qualify as Malaysian. But if a product is manufactured in China and just routed through another country to disguise its origin, that is a violation of U.S. law. One ad sent to an importer this spring explicitly advertised this scheme. Malaysia transshipment route. Reload into new containers in Malaysia under a Malaysian exporter's CO, it read, referring to a certificate of origin, a document that indicates to U.S. Customs where the item came from. The scale of this problem is hard to quantify, since it can be hard to tell what's going on inside foreign factories. But since Mr. Trump started putting tariffs on Chinese imports in his first term, the volume of Chinese products, parts, and raw materials exported to other countries before coming to the United States has increased substantially. In April, for example, Chinese exports to the United States fell 21% from a year earlier, but Chinese exports to Southeast Asian countries rose by the same percentage. Many of these Chinese goods are sent through Southeast Asia, but U.S. officials are also increasingly focused on the role Mexico plays as a funnel for Chinese goods to the United States. An analysis by Exeger, a data analytics firm, found that more than 3,000 companies in Mexico depended on Chinese shipments for 75% or more of their supply chain. Many of these companies are subsidiaries of Chinese state-owned enterprises, and most sell products to the United States, the report said. These shipping channels may help Chinese companies bypass tariffs as well as U.S. laws that aim to combat forced labor in China or block trade with companies that pose national security threats, Exeger said. Chinese companies are also now marketing a method, which they call Delivered Duty Paid, or DDP, that ostensibly reduces the U.S. importer's legal liability for tariff fraud. Typically, a U.S. company takes legal ownership of a product at a factory in China and then is responsible for shipping it overseas and paying duties to the U.S. government when it comes into the United States. But in this case, the Chinese company acts as the U.S. importer, retaining ownership over the good as it is shipped across the ocean and into the United States. The Chinese company then pays U.S. customs fees before handing the good over to the U.S. company inside the United States. With this method, the U.S. company does not have direct knowledge if tariffs are evaded. And if the U.S. government tries to pursue legal action against the Chinese firm, it may find it is just a shell company with no one to pay the bill. But Mr. Foote cautioned that this was still a very fraught proposition for any U.S. company. He said the method might reduce a U.S. purchaser's liability, but wouldn't absolve it entirely, particularly if the terms of trade would be unachievable if not for customs fraud. Christopher Carney, an auto industry executive who traveled to Washington this year to urge Congress to do more to fight trade crime, said companies offering these schemes were operating with quote, a sense of impunity. It's a long way away, and nobody is that worried that the U.S. government is going to come to China and arrest them, he said. Cat and mouse. Many executives say the U.S. government is ill-equipped to police rising levels of fraud. In May, the Department of Justice said trade and customs fraud would be a new priority under the Trump administration. But other Customs and Justice Department officials who have focused on trade crime have been reassigned to work on immigration and other issues in recent months. And many U.S. firms that have seen their business hurt by trade crime have been left deeply frustrated after trying to work with the government. Brad Mueller, the Vice President of Marketing and Government Affairs at Charlotte Pipe and Foundry, a 124-year-old manufacturer based in Charlotte, North Carolina, said his company had won several trade cases in the first Trump administration that resulted in high duties on Chinese products. But the Chinese companies immediately began transshipping their products through Cambodia, Malaysia, and other countries, and the U.S. government was unable to stop them, he said. Customs. They will run down these companies and shut them down, and then they just pop up right across the street with a new shell company, he said. It becomes a game of whack-a-mole. Mr. Mueller said that his company was deeply supportive of tariffs, but that they were working less than ideally and that the system was opaque and rife for cheating. The holes in our trading regime are now so blatant, he said. It's been swept under the rug by Democrats and Republicans for a long time. Trish Driscoll, a spokeswoman for Customs and Border Protection, said in a statement that the department used enforcement tools, intelligence, and partnerships to combat tariff evasion, and, as a result of recent presidential actions, was now imposing the most severe penalties permitted by law. She said that during the week of May 5th through May 9th, Customs and Border Protection took in more than $630 million by reviewing more than 2,000 shipments detected for duty evasion. Importers are urging Congress to give the government more resources to go after fraud, including passing legislation that would result in more criminal penalties for trade crimes. Mr. Mueller said that he supported Mr. Trump's use of tariffs to crack down on unfairly made imports, but that the president's actions had been quote, and shoot from the hip, and that the situation called for broader action. We need Congress to step in and do something more comprehensive, so the president doesn't have to go around shooting first and asking questions later, he said.
Well, two things. I'm willing to bet more than a few of these, quote, trans shippers are Trump voters, probably making a buck any way they can with these tariffs. And, my personal conspiracy theory that I'm making up as I'm talking is that that's why, these customs folks who would ordinarily be looking for fraud and, checking veracity of origin of some of these imports are doing immigration. So people can make money on both sides of the deal. This administration is a piece of work. They are creating as many problems as they think they're solving. So the next story, Trump administration asks Supreme Court to lift limits on deportations to third countries. Federal judge ruled that convicted criminals the administration wants to deport to countries that aren't their countries of origin should be given more time to raise concerns about the potential risk of torture, prosecution, or death. Well, I can tell you right now, the Trump administration doesn't care. It cares about getting them out of the country. And this is the punishment for committing a crime if you're an illegal, or if you are here legally, but not a citizen, and you commit a crime. This is the ultimate, you get what you deserve. There's that whole thing about, hey, if George Floyd got killed, well, he wasn't a good guy anyway. And no one will come out and say he deserved what he got. But that's really the gist of it. And that's pretty much the mantra, or, the philosophy that Trump's deportation programs are taking. This image here on the screen is something that Caroline Leavitt shared, I guess, at her daily news conference. So, it's basically just these prisoners, being marched to a C-130. And I can tell you from personal experience, those planes are uncomfortable enough as they are, but being handcuffed and looks like they're in leg irons or some sort of leg restraints there. Man, these guys are going to be nauseous and uncomfortable. And who knows where they're being flown to. Bet they don't know. So I'll read a little bit of this. The Trump administration asked the Supreme Court on Tuesday to make it easier for officials to deport convicted criminals to third countries that are not their countries of origin. The administration is seeking to block an injunction in which Massachusetts-based U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy said the affected immigrants nationwide should be given a meaningful opportunity to raise concerns that they may be at risk of torture, persecution, or death. Murphy later clarified that they should have at least 10 days to bring their claims. Just last week, he said the administration had violated his previous order by flying 8 migrants to South Sudan. The men are now being held in a U.S. facility in Djibouti. All the immigrants potentially affected by the litigation are already subject to deportation, but cannot be sent to their countries of origin. So the case hinges on what legal process they received before they can be deported. Solicitor General Dijon Sauer, great attorney that he is. We heard him last week arguing the injunction on birthright citizenship. John Sauer wrote in the new filing that Murphy's rulings require the government to undertake an onerous set of procedures that he had no authority to require. So any procedure that is not Trump approved is onerous to Trump's band of merry men. Those judicially created procedures are currently wreaking havoc on the third country removal process. In addition to usurping the executive's authority over immigration policy, the injunction disrupts sensitive diplomatic, foreign policy, and national security efforts, Sauer wrote. Chino Realmuto, a lawyer at the National Immigration Litigation Alliance, who represents the plaintiffs, said in a statement that Murphy took limited and appropriate actions to ensure that people are afforded due process protections before the government can deport them to third countries. So that's as far as I'll go. I think everyone pretty much gets the gist. It's a mess that Trump has created, and probably, on the positive side, it's probably something we should have been talking about a while ago. Again, the process does not necessarily justify the ends. I think the ends are, good goals, a good mission, whatever you want to call it. It's the method that's the problem, and breaking the law to do it. Trump thinks he can do it because this is something he'll never be prosecuted for. If he's doing an official act, he has the kind of immunity that will, they won't even bring charges. So, the Supreme Court gave him the keys to the castle. He's just moving into the castle and kind of decorating it to Melania's taste. So, let's see here. What is the next story? Hold on one sec. I unintentionally lost his story. Let's see. Trump pardoned. Let's see. Can I find it? I've pretty much got all the stories in the order. There's some sort of method to this madness. And believe that or not. Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. So this is a story about Trump. Trump and his pardon authority. President pretty much has unchecked pardon authority. Unlimited is probably a better word. There really are no rules, constitutionally or otherwise. So Trump can pardon who the hell he wants, or any president can. So usually, at least in my lifetime, usually it was the end of the term. But Trump is pretty good about sprinkling the pardons to people that he feels need it. Yesterday, we talked about a sheriff from Culpeper County, Virginia, who was accused of taking a $75,000 bribe to create he was just handing out deputations to be like deputy sheriffs to just anybody, people who were allies, I guess. And he had a $75,000 bribe. He basically got his pardon from Trump before he was to report to the federal prison. So he got a reprieve. This guy apparently is some sort of tax cheat, and his mother somehow or another is involved in this. So let's listen to it.
Trump pardoned tax cheat after mother attended $1 million dinner. This article is by Kenneth P. Vogel and read by an automated voice. As Paul Walczak awaited sentencing early this year, his best hope for avoiding prison time rested with the newly inaugurated president. Mr. Walczak, a former nursing home executive who had pleaded guilty to tax crimes days after the 2024 election, submitted a pardon application to
He
President
pled
Trump around
guilty.
Inauguration Day. The application focused not solely on Mr. Walczak's offenses, but also on the political activity of his mother, Elizabeth Fago. Ms. Fago had raised millions of dollars for Mr. Trump's campaigns and those of other Republicans, the application said. It also highlighted her connections to an effort to sabotage Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s 2020 campaign by publicizing the addiction diary of his daughter, Ashley Biden, an episode that drew law enforcement scrutiny. Mr. Walczak's pardon application argued that his criminal prosecution was motivated more by his mother's efforts for Mr. Trump than by his admitted use of money earmarked for employees' taxes to fund an extravagant lifestyle. Still, weeks went by and no pardon was forthcoming, even as Mr. Trump issued clemency grants to hundreds of other allies. Then, Ms. Fago was invited to a $1 million per person fundraising dinner last month that promised face-to-face access to Mr. Trump at his private Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, Florida. Less than 3 weeks after she attended the dinner, Mr. Trump signed a full and unconditional pardon. It came just in the nick of time for Mr. Walczak, sparing him from having to pay nearly $4.4 million in restitution and from reporting to prison for an 18-month sentence that had been handed down just 12 days earlier. A judge had justified the incarceration by declaring that there is not a get-out-of-jail-free card for the rich. The pardon, however, indicated otherwise. The case of Ms. Fago and Mr. Walczak is the latest example of the president's willingness to use his clemency powers to reward allies who advance his political causes, and to punish his enemies. Mr. Walczak's pardon application was described to the New York Times by a person who received it but was not authorized to share. Ms. Fago, Mr. Walczak, and his lawyer did not respond to questions. A White House official echoed the framing in Mr. Walczak's application, asserting in a statement to the Times that he was targeted by the Biden administration over his family's conservative politics. A $2 million yacht. Mr. Walczak, 55, joined his mother's nursing home business after dropping out of college, eventually becoming chief executive. After she sold the company in 2007, they invested $18 million in a new nursing home venture based in South Florida, where they lived a luxurious lifestyle. By 2011, prosecutors said Mr. Walczak had stopped paying employment taxes. Between 2016 and 2019, they said, he withheld more than $10 million from the paychecks of the nurses, doctors, and others who worked at his facilities under the pretext of using it for their Social Security, Medicare, and federal income taxes. Instead, he used some of the money to buy a $2 million yacht and to pay for travel and purchases at high-end retailers, including Bergdorf Goodman and Cartier, prosecutors said. He was charged in February 2023 with 13 counts of tax crimes. By the time he pleaded guilty to 2 of the counts and agreed to pay the restitution on November 15, 2024, Mr. Trump had been elected for a second term in the White House. The family had reason to believe the incoming president might look fondly on a pardon application. Ms. Fago, 74, had helped host at least 3 fundraisers for Mr. Trump's campaigns. She and her son Joey Fago, Mr. Walczak's half-brother, and his wife attended VIP events at Mr. Trump's 2017 and 2025 inaugurations, according to social media posts, including one in which she was shown posing with Mr. Trump. And quote 20-point Chewy Sago during Mr. Trump's 2020 re-election campaign, Ms. Fago tried to help the candidate in other ways. Ashley Biden had left her diary and other belongings in a house where she had been staying in Delray Beach, Florida, when she moved to Philadelphia during the campaign, telling a friend that she planned to return to retrieve the belongings later. A woman who moved in, Amy Harris, discovered the diary and enlisted Robert Kurlander, a longtime friend and former housemate, to help sell it. Mr. Kurlander contacted Ms. Fago. When she was first told of the diary, she said she thought it would help Mr. Trump's chances of winning the election, according to people familiar with the situation who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe the matter. Mr. Kurlander and Ms. Harris brought Ms. Biden's diary to a September 2020 fundraiser at Ms. Fago's home in the exclusive Admiral's Cove community of Jupiter, FLA. The featured guests were Mr. Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., and the younger Mr. Trump's girlfriend at the time, Kimberly Guilfoyle. At the fundraiser, the diary was shown to Caroline Wren, the campaign finance consultant who helped organize the event. So I go back there, I start reading through it. And there was just unbelievable stuff, Ms. Wren recalled last year on a podcast. I contacted the campaign attorneys, and then that campaign attorney said, be very careful, don't take possession of this. They wrote up a whole memo, and then they contacted the FBI and said, you need to come pick this up immediately. The FBI did not retrieve the diary. Instead, Mr. Kurlander and Ms. Harris entered negotiations to provide it to Project Veritas, a Trump-allied undercover media group that had been tipped to the diary's existence by Stephanie Walczak, Ms. Fago's daughter. The Justice Department, during Mr. Trump's first term, opened an investigation into the matter after a representative of the Biden family reported to federal authorities before the 2020 election that several of Ms. Biden's personal items had been stolen in a burglary. Ms. Fago and other family members spent election night 2020 at a White House watch party. After Mr. Trump lost, they were invited back the next month to attend a White House Christmas party. During his final weeks in office, Ms. Fago was among a slew of loyalists tapped by Mr. Trump for appointment to government boards and commissions. She resisted an effort by the Biden administration to rescind her appointment to the National Cancer Advisory Board, according to her son's pardon application, which said that she told a board representative that Mr. Biden did not have the right to remove her. The scrutiny of the diary matter continued when Mr. Biden took office. In November 2021, investigators obtained a search warrant related to a Project Veritas official that sought information about potential co-conspirators, including communications with Ms. Fago, Ms. Walczak, Mr. Kurlander, Ms. Harris, and others, about obtaining, transporting, transferring, disseminating, or otherwise disposing of Ashley Biden's stolen property. Mr. Kurlander and Ms. Harris would later plead guilty, admitting to conspiring to steal, transport, and sell the diary to Project Veritas. Ms. Harris was sentenced to 1 month in prison. Mr. Kurlander is scheduled to be sentenced next month. A new hope. When Mr. Trump won the presidency for a second time, it offered hope to Project Veritas, Ms. Fago, and Mr. Walczak. In January, with Mr. Trump preparing to move back into the White House, Ms. Fago and her family traveled to Washington for the inauguration. They got VIP access to the Trump victory rally at the Capital One Arena in Washington. On February 5th, Mr. Trump's Justice Department said it was closing the investigation into the diary. Ms. Fago and Ms. Walczak were not charged, nor was anyone from Project Veritas. In the meantime, a pardon application was submitted on Mr. Walczak's behalf. It suggested that Donald Trump Jr., as well as Ms. Guilfoyle and other Trump allies, supported his clemency. They all agreed, according to the application, that the only reason Mr. Walczak was prosecuted criminally was that he was the son of a prominent Trump supporter. Ms. Guilfoyle declined to comment. Mr. Trump did not respond to a request for comment. The application cited Mr. Biden's justification for issuing a sweeping pardon to his son Hunter Biden for tax and gun crimes in December. The elder Mr. Biden had claimed in a statement that Hunter was singled out only because he is my son. As Ms. Fago and Mr. Walczak awaited word on the pardon, she was invited to the Mar-a-Lago fundraiser with Mr. Trump. An invitation billed it as an intimate candlelight dinner with very limited space available to people who paid $1 million each. It was sponsored by MAGA Inc., a political action committee that can accept unlimited donations to support candidates and causes backed by Mr. Trump. The ask was far more than her previous largest federal donation on record, $100,000 to the Republican National Committee in 2002, and dwarfed the more than $12,000 she had directly donated to Mr. Trump's presidential campaign committees. Two people briefed on the candlelight dinner said that Ms. Fago attended. It is not clear whether she donated to MAGA Inc. or how much. Representatives for MAGA Inc. did not respond to questions. The group has until the end of July to disclose the identities of donors from the first half of this year. which will most likely include those who paid to attend the dinner. In a brief interview, Joey Fago downplayed the significance of his mother's connection to the Diary saga. There was like hundreds of pardons, he said. I'm sure there's plenty of other people you can write about. The White House official cited the Biden administration's effort to oust Ms. Fago from the Cancer Board as evidence of the political motivations that contributed to Mr. Trump's decision to issue the pardon. After Mr. Walczak was pardoned in the tax case, he celebrated with his mother and family while wearing a red Trump-style hat reading, "Make Paul Great Again," according to a social media post capturing the celebration. In the post, Joey Fago wrote, "What God has ahead of you is greater than what is behind you," along with the hashtag MAGA. Michael S. Schmidt, Adam Goldman, and Devin Lum contributed reporting.
So I told this bitch, said, look, go grab me a Hawaiian punch. Gave the bitch $5. And told her, go walk down to the corner store and go grab that shit right quick. And she was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So the bitch walked to the whoop-de-wop. She walk in. She know she looking good. I mean, you know, she looking fly. I mean, she looking real good, you feel me? Cause I'm that guy. Yeah, my name is Sky. If you didn't know, now you know, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, she got 7 G's out this nigga. Like, what? $7,000? I'm cool with that. Shit, she came back and counted it all. Put it right in him hand, you feel me? And I was like, where's my Hawaiian punch? She left it at the whoop-de-wop. She left it at the whoop-de-wop. She said, I left it at the whoop-de-wop. She left it at the whoop-de-wop.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? There are two controls here. Essentially, this is a story of another mother, one mother, tale of two mothers. One mother gets her son a pardon from Trump. The other, who's been here for quite some time, 24 years, is detained by ICE while in an Atlanta immigration courtroom. So my comment is courtrooms seem to be the playroom for ICE these days, you know, kind of intercepting people on their way to see the judge. And two birds with one stone, you know, Trump versus the justice system or the judiciary, and Trump, you know, getting people with dicey immigration status. So I guess congratulations to Donald Trump. Um, what more can I say? And EAE, I got YN fatigue, Stanley. Help me, please. Well, I don't know how to help you there, EAE. You are a YN, aren't you? So I don't know. I don't know how to help you. Um, I have some novel ideas. By the way, I was over on Ock Nation earlier, a couple hours ago, 2 or 3 hours ago, and the only reason I go over there is just to troll in the chat. Never had a desire to go up on that cesspool of a panel, but I have fun, you know, with the folks in the chat. You know, they just kind of let me troll them, and you know, it's all good natured, believe it or not. But I think that you know, again, the goal of getting people with who are here in the U.S. illegally is something I would support. It's the means that are just really dicey. So we're moving on. Fed, let's see, Fed Chair Jerome Powell urges Princeton grads to protect U.S. democracy. Like that's a little too too little, too late. DiCapriono, I'm not sure. Not sure what this means. Can you clarify? So, Fed Chairman Powell. Let's see. Let's read this thing, and I'm gonna have to enlarge it. The head of America's central banking system encouraged Princeton University's 2025 graduates to do whatever it takes to preserve and strengthen our democracy. Jerome Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, also remarked on the importance of public service and how the country's great universities are the envy of the world and a crucial national asset in an apparent rebuke to President Donald Trump's war on elite colleges and universities. Powell, however, is likely shielded from Trump's ire, which he often receives. Supreme Court, in a May 22nd ruling, appeared to give Powell some protection from Trump when it weighed in on the president's firing of two independent members of labor boards, with the justices noting that the Federal Reserve System is uniquely structured and a part of a distinct historical tradition of independence. Carve out for the Fed suggests that central banks' leaders will enjoy stronger protections against Trump than other quasi-governmental entities. The Fed chair, who graduated from Princeton in 1975 with a degree in political science rather than economics, joked that he picked the wrong major at the New Jersey school. I brushed off my parents' one academic suggestion, which was to major in economics, which struck me as boring and useless. Powell said, after 13 years at the Fed, I admit I was wrong about that. So, preserving democracy, public service. Interesting. Let's see. EAE, all jokes aside, Stanley crosses the best of us. Just wish he were harder on YNs. Well, EAE, to that point, I have a son, and he will tell you I've been plenty hard on him. So I, have made this point to John Galt and others in this space that, yeah, I am hard on the people I have direct control of. It is not necessarily my job to go and tell adults who I don't know or am not related to, how to conduct their lives. Hopefully they have parents or mentors or John Galt, um, or you for that matter, EAE. Y'all go out and, you know, I am more than comfortable doing it. I have I have nephews, and I have a niece, and sure, but they have a brother of mine and a sister of mine who are probably stricter than I am. So it's been done, but I've commented that I personally think that to correct some of the problems, if you want to call it, in the Black community, it really needs to start from our individual four walls and then radiate out to the community and then upwards from there. I will not take on the responsibility of something I have no control over. Nope, never got robbed by YN, EAE, but I'm also very careful of where I go. Part of it is, don't go places you shouldn't be. A 20-year-old migrant student was placed in custody by authorities yesterday. He had only sought asylum since last year. I'd be curious. Do you have a publication? Where'd you get the story from, DiCapriono? I'll see, can I find it? I would. Well, you know what though? Depends on the YN. Some YNs seem to be determined to have that interaction. Nope, never been pistol whipped. Maybe that's why I'm so starry-eyed there, EAE. Next story, and as everyone probably knows by now, I'm a big fan of the judiciary. If I have a favorite branch of government, it would be the judiciary for obvious reasons. So, Supreme Court declines to hear students bid to wear two genders shirt to school. I want to see if I can find a copy or a picture of that shirt. It sounds interesting. Supreme Court refused to review a 2023 case in which a Massachusetts middle school student challenged the school's ban on wearing a T-shirt that stated there are only two genders at Nichols Middle School in Middleborough, Massachusetts. The ban followed concerns about the shirt's message. That the shirt's message might disrupt classes and negatively affect transgender and other students, supporting school officials' enforcement of a dress code prohibiting hate speech. LM, a seventh grader, refused to remove the shirt when asked by the principal, leading to his father picking him up and subsequently filing a lawsuit supported by Alliance Defending Freedom. Lower courts, including U.S. District Judge Indira Talwani, and the First Circuit Court ruled in favor of the school, finding that restrictions on student speech were justified under the 1969 Tanker precedent, which permits limitations when such speech causes substantial disruption. The Supreme Court's refusal leaves existing rulings intact amid ongoing debates about transgender rights and free speech in schools, with conservative justices dissenting and possible new rulings expected later this year. Bottom line is there's an intersection between disruption and free speech, and people don't seem to understand that, the First Amendment does not guarantee free speech without restriction. And I think a middle school has a right to um, address any attire that might cause disruption. There are other places to do free speech. If you're disrupting education, that is a bad thing. Free speech does not trump the education of students. Wear it on the playground or wear it before and after school. In someone's classroom, you do not have the right to disrupt the education of other kids, period. So, next troublesome story. U.S. will no longer recommend COVID shots for children and pregnant women. Thank you, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy.
U.S. will no longer recommend COVID shots for children and pregnant women. This article is by...
Oh, I want to point out that the guy on the right in the red tie is, if I recall, he's a neurosurgeon. Bhattacharya is his last name. I actually know who he is because he's attached or was attached to the Hoover Institute. So, yeah, he was kind of semi-famous before he ever got tasked into the I guess Jay Bhattacharya will lead the Food and Drug Administration. Okay, I think he's a neurologist or neurosurgeon, but apparently he's going to lead the FDA. At least he's an MD and a fairly senior MD. So, whatever. So let's listen to this story. Robert Kennedy wins. Robert Kennedy Jr. wins.
By Apurva Mandavili and Christina Jewett and read by an automated voice. The COVID vaccine will no longer be recommended for healthy children or healthy pregnant women, ending a pandemic-era policy aimed at protecting all Americans from the coronavirus. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced the new policy on Tuesday, saying the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention would drop its years-long guidance that the vaccine be offered to children 6 months and older. He also withdrew the additional recommendation for immunizing pregnant women intended to shield mothers and younger infants, who can be at higher risk of severe illness. I couldn't be more pleased to announce that as of today, the COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule, Mr. Kennedy said in a video he posted on X. Flanked by Dr. Marty Makary and Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who lead the Food and Drug Administration and the National Institutes of Health, Mr. Kennedy said in the video announcement that there was no clinical data to support additional shots for healthy children. No CDC official appeared in the video. Overall, the absolute numbers of children who became seriously ill from COVID are low. Though children with medical conditions would still qualify for the vaccine, it is unclear whether government programs and private insurance will limit coverage for the shots. Some public health experts immediately denounced the decision, pointing out that the risk of severe disease and hospitalization among infants is comparable to that among adults 65 and older. Others roundly condemned the decision to stop recommending the shots for pregnant women, who are at high risk of severe illness and complications from COVID. The move is Mr. Kennedy's latest salvo in dismantling decades of vaccine safety policies, especially those intended for children. Before becoming part of the Trump administration, Mr. Kennedy had long campaigned against vaccinating children to protect them from COVID. During a Senate confirmation hearing, he refused to acknowledge that COVID vaccines had saved millions of lives, saying, quote, "I don't think anybody can say that." Since he became head of the Department of Health and Human Services, Mr. Kennedy has undermined vaccines for measles and other diseases, questioned the integrity of federal officials who recommended them, and championed questionable therapies. In making the announcement, Mr. Kennedy also seems to have reneged on a promise he made to Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican of Louisiana, not to alter the childhood immunization schedule. Mr. Kennedy's decision upends the standard process for vaccine recommendations, which are made by advisors to the CDC after considering existing studies, data, and possible side effects. The agency director can accept, modify, or reject the advisor's suggestions. The health secretary is typically not directly involved in these matters, but at present, the CDC does not have a permanent director. In recent months, the CDC's advisors have been debating whether to continue to recommend that all Americans 6 months and older be immunized, or to switch to a risk-based strategy targeting only the most vulnerable. The advisors were set to vote on the matter in June, but Mr. Kennedy's decision effectively voids that official step. The new policy follows last week's decision by the FDA to require new data before approving the COVID shots for children. It also rolled back eligibility for this fall's COVID vaccine, saying it should be administered only to people over 65 and those with certain medical conditions. The CDC list of medical conditions that put people at high risk of COVID includes pregnancy, an apparent contradiction to Tuesday's announcement. Mr. Kennedy did not address whether the vaccines would still be offered to children who had never received a shot. In the year ending in August, the CDC reported 150 pediatric deaths, a number comparable to deaths among children in a typical flu season. From October 2022 to April 2024, among children ages 6 months to 2 years hospitalized with COVID, 58% had no underlying medical conditions, according to data presented by the CDC in April. The vaccines have also been shown to offer modest protection against the long-term effects of COVID in some children. Still, COVID vaccinations have fallen sharply in recent years. As risk from the virus has receded from public awareness, people have gained layers of immunity, and misinformation about dangers from the vaccine has escalated. As of November 2023, about 1 in 5 children ages 6 months to 4 years, and about half of older children, had received at least one dose of the COVID vaccine, according to data collected by KFF, a nonpartisan health policy, polling, and news nonprofit. More than half of pregnant women erroneously believed that the vaccine was unsafe for them, KFF polling showed. According to CDC data, about 13% of children and just over 14% of pregnant women have received the updated COVID shot offered since last fall. Although the CDC recommends vaccines for certain age groups and for people with medical conditions, the states have the authority to mandate certain shots for children who wish to attend schools or daycare, for example. It's unclear whether the new policy would prevent states from continuing to recommend COVID shots. The Department of Health and Human Services did not immediately respond to a request for clarification. Dr. Denise Jamieson, who is on the immunization committee of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and an advisor to the CDC on vaccines, noted that pregnant women were at higher risk of hospitalization, including intensive care, and of dying. COVID infection during pregnancy is also associated with a number of adverse pregnancy outcomes, including preeclampsia, preterm birth, and stillbirth, especially among women with severe disease, according to the CDC. With COVID still circulating, pregnant women and their babies who are born too young to be vaccinated are going to be at risk for COVID and for the severe complications, Dr. Jamieson said. I'm disappointed that this won't remain an option for pregnant women who would like to protect themselves, she added. Vaccinating pregnant women extends the protection to their unborn until the babies are about 6 months old. From birth to 6 months, those youngest infants face a risk of hospitalization on par with adults ages 65 to 74, according to Dr. Sean O'Leary, a pediatric vaccine expert for the American Academy of Pediatrics. The CDC had also recommended a series of COVID shots beginning at 6 months for children who had never had COVID. The youngest infants, they haven't seen COVID before, he said. The reason we think that risk has fallen in the last year or two for some of the older age groups is because we've all seen COVID so many times, through vaccination and immunity from infection. But that's not true for those youngest kids. They remain essentially naive to COVID, he added. About 3/4 of the mothers of infants who were hospitalized for COVID had not received an updated vaccine, said Dr. Naima Joseph, a maternal fetal medicine specialist and expert in perinatal infectious diseases. That just goes to show that infants really remain at high risk for hospitalization, and that the only source of protective immunity is through vaccination, she said. Such risks and benefits tend to be carefully weighed by advisory panels that make recommendations. Subverting that process erodes trust in the medical profession, Dr. Joseph said. It's really unfortunate that this is the way that recommendations are being made, she said. Dr. Stephen J. Fleischman, president of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, condemned the decision in a statement on Tuesday, saying the group was concerned and extremely disappointed. It is very clear that COVID infection during pregnancy can be catastrophic and lead to major disability, and it can cause devastating consequences for families, Dr. Fleischman said. The COVID vaccine is safe during pregnancy, and vaccination can protect our patients and their infants. Federal health officials did not offer an explanation for removing the vaccine from the list of shots recommended for pregnant women, focusing instead on children. It's common sense, and it's good science, Dr. Bhattacharya said. Dr. Makari added that there was no evidence healthy kids need it today, and most countries have stopped recommending it for children. The World Health Organization recommends a single shot for children and adolescents with medical conditions that may increase their risk from COVID. In Europe, many countries do not recommend the vaccines for healthy children under 5, but the shots are approved for everyone 6 months and older. At this stage, we have not seen really a significant burden of disease in young kids, and particularly with the new version of the virus, said Marco Cavalieri, who heads the Office of Biological Health Threats and Vaccine Strategy at the European Medicines Agency. Vaccination of pregnant women is still very relevant, and I would push for that, but vaccination of kids, for me, is less important. Mr. Kennedy has been an ardent opponent of vaccines for decades, and filed a petition with the FDA demanding that it revoke authorization of the COVID shots during a deadly phase of the pandemic. He also threatened to sue the FDA if it authorized COVID vaccines for children. The move throws insurance coverage of the vaccines for children or pregnant women into question, and is likely to create confusion among pharmacists, who now largely administer the shots. Commercial insurers rely on the advice of CDC advisors for coverage decisions, which the health secretary can override. I would say it's a legal gray area, said Richard Hughes, a lawyer who has represented vaccine companies. About 38 million children are covered by the Vaccines for Children program for low-income families. The impact of the decision is unclear on that program, though the health secretary has broad authority over contracting with vaccine makers for the shots purchased by federal officials. Though uncertain, the decision could strip families of choice, Dr. O'Leary said in a statement. Medicare and Medicaid are unlikely to cover the cost, but even if other insurance carriers do, pregnant women may have difficulty finding a pharmacist willing to administer a shot that is not on the recommended list, Dr. Jameson said. At the very least, there'll be barriers to pregnant women's being able to access these vaccines based on both costs and logistics, she said.
I was going to actually dispute this claim by Deacon Dave that it's blue pill, some sort of willful ignorance. What I'm saying here is, you know what? You claim that I don't hold women accountable. And the joke I was making is that, hey, I'm so red pill that I don't think women have the ability to be accountable. That's why, the red pills and the manosphere types want to get rid of the 19th Amendment. Women aren't even responsible enough to vote. So how can we even hold them accountable? So I stand by my red pill. If I am not holding women accountable, it's the red pill way. Women aren't smart enough to be accountable. So what is it going to be? Am I blue pill or red pill? You decide. So next story. We're going to go back to, I guess it was last week, talked about that, or maybe it was Monday, about that weird case where a foreign national was kidnapped and held um, and tortured um, in order to gain access to his Bitcoin account. And there was one guy that was arrested for it. Apparently, there's another suspect charged in Bitcoin kidnapping and torture case. So it's come to this, folks. Bitcoin is worth torturing people over.
Another suspect is charged in Bitcoin kidnapping and torture case. This article is by Chelsea Rose Marcius and Maya Coleman and read by an automated voice. A third person accused of kidnapping a man and torturing him for nearly 3 weeks to steal his Bitcoin fortune surrendered to the police in New York City on Tuesday morning. Police Commissioner Jessica S. Tisch said. The police identified the man, who has connections to Switzerland and Miami, as William Duplessis, 33. He spent days negotiating his surrender with the police department after the arrest on Friday of 2 other suspects, according to 2 law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. Mr. Duplessis was arraigned in Manhattan Criminal Courthouse on Tuesday night and charged with kidnapping, a crime that carries a maximum sentence of 25 years to life in prison. He was also charged with assault, unlawful imprisonment, and criminal possession of a weapon. He was held without bail. One of the people arrested on Friday, John Welts, 37, a cryptocurrency investor, faces kidnapping, assault, and firearms charges. The other, Beatrice Fulci, 24, who was initially charged by the police with kidnapping and unlawful imprisonment, was quickly released and her prosecution was deferred, one of the officials said. Shortly before 11:30 a.m., Mr. Duplessis, in handcuffs and flanked by 2 detectives, was walked out of a precinct house on East 21st Street in Manhattan. Wearing a white polo shirt and black pants, Mr. Duplessis did not respond to questions as he was placed in a waiting police cruiser. The episode burst into public view on Friday morning when the victim, an Italian man named Michael Valentino Teofrasto Carturan, escaped from a lavish 17-room townhouse in the Nolita neighborhood of Manhattan, where he was being held captive, and flagged down a traffic agent. Mr. Carturan and Mr. Welts had ties to a crypto hedge fund in New York, according to an internal police report relayed by a third law enforcement official. But Mr. Carturan and Mr. Welts fell out over money, and Mr. Carturan flew to Italy, according to the report. Soon after, Mr. Welts persuaded him to return to New York. Mr. Carturan arrived at the townhouse at 38 Prince Street on May 6, where he was captured and held by Mr. Welts and Ms. Fulci, the report said. They wanted the password to a Bitcoin wallet worth millions, the report said. Mr. Carturan was bound with electrical cords and whipped with a gun, according to the report. The attackers also submerged his feet in water and used a taser to jolt him with electricity. At points, they also urinated on him, forced him to smoke crack cocaine, and threatened to kill his family, prosecutors said. Inside the townhouse, which was recently listed for rent at $75,000 a month, investigators discovered photographs of Mr. Carturan being tortured, as well as several guns, a ballistic vest, chicken wire, broken furniture, and traces of blood, much of it on the 3rd floor of the home, according to the report and prosecutors. Mr. Carturan said that as he rebuffed his captor's demands, the assaults escalated, and he was carried to the top of the 5-story home and suspended over the ledge. After his escape, Mr. Carturan told the police the harrowing story, according to the report. Surveillance video aired by NBC4 shows Mr. Carturan rushing for help in the moments after he fled the townhouse on Friday. In the video, he lopes barefoot down the sidewalk in apparent distress and approaches a traffic officer who is roaming nearby. Mr. Carturan can be seen wearing black athletic shorts and a black polo shirt and clutching a small black bag as he bounds on his heels toward the officer. At the arraignment, Mr. Duplessis' lawyer, Sanford Talkin, asked the judge to allow his client to be released to stay in Florida with his father, James Duplessis, who sat in the courtroom on Tuesday evening. The facts here are hotly disputed. His involvement is hotly disputed, Mr. Talkin said. The judge, Julieta Lozano, denied the request. Mr. Talkin and Mr. Duplessis' father, declined to comment after the arraignment. Mr. Woltz's lawyer, Wayne Irvin Gosnell Jr., and Mr. Woltz's mother also declined to comment on the case. Efforts to reach a lawyer for Ms. Fulci were unsuccessful. The case comes amid a rash of jarring attacks around the globe, in which high-ranking crypto executives and their relatives have been kidnapped or assaulted for ransom. The wrench attacks, so named because of the brutish techniques involved, have become a growing concern in the world of digital currency, as more investors store sensitive information on physical devices instead of digitally in an effort to avoid hackers. The trend has become especially troubling in France, where several prominent crypto entrepreneurs have been targeted in the past few months. In January, the father of a crypto influencer was found in the trunk of a car, bound and covered in gasoline, after the family was attacked at their home in eastern France, according to French media reports. A few weeks later, the founder of a French cryptocurrency company was abducted from his home and had one of his fingers cut off by his captors. Mr. Duplessis is an entrepreneur and co-founder of Pangea Blockchain Fund, an investment firm based in Lugano, Switzerland, that he launched with his father and another relative, Stephen Duplessis, in 2019, according to archived pages of the company's website. The fund raised $19 million to invest in tech companies committed to building impactful blockchain solutions, according to its LinkedIn page. Pangea is, quote, currently liquidating its positions, according to the site, which is now a single page. William Duplessis roamed from state to state in the past decade, holding addresses in California, Louisiana, Kentucky, and Florida, according to public records. His arrest on Tuesday is not his first brush with the court system. Complaints against Mr. Duplessis in Connecticut and in Miami hint at a life of luxury underpinned by recklessness and debt. In one complaint from 2023, a car leasing company sued Mr. Duplessis for failing to make the $3,690 a month payments on a 2018 Lamborghini Huracan. In another complaint from that year, he was sued for failing to pay rent on a furnished home in Miami and then leaving it in a state of disrepair. This December, Mr. Duplessis was also sued for violently rear-ending another car while driving a 2016 Porsche Cayman in Miami. He has also received 8 traffic violations in Miami since December 2021, according to public records. The link between Mr. Duplessis and Mr. Welts is unclear, but public records show that Mr. Duplessis spent time in Smithland, KY, about 20 miles from Mr. Welts's hometown, Paducah. Mr. Welts in 2020 told the Paducah Sun, a local newspaper, that after he graduated from the University of Kentucky, he moved west and began to invest in Silicon Valley startups. His tech career appeared to take off quickly. In 2018, John Welts was part of a winning team at the ETH Global San Francisco Hackathon, according to a post by the organization. He and his teammates built a robot that could cast absentee ballots for college students. In 2020, Mr. Woltz gave $10,000 to Sprocket, a nonprofit that sought to bring tech companies to the Paducah area, according to the interview with The Sun. At the time, Mr. Woltz said he was the managing director of Silicon River Capital, an investment fund focused on blockchain technology. When I grew up in Paducah, there just wasn't a clear path for me locally in tech, Mr. Woltz said in the interview. After graduating from UK, I packed my bags and headed for Silicon Valley, because that's what you had to do then to succeed in the industry. In recent years, Kentucky has become a player in the cryptocurrency mining industry, and Mr. Welts was tapped to join a working group under its State Office of Technology. The group was set up by Kentucky lawmakers to use blockchain technology to protect natural gas pipelines, telecommunications, and other infrastructure, according to its 2024 annual report. But Mr. Woltz's interactions with the group in recent years were limited. In interviews with the New York Times, 2 participants said that Mr. Woltz served only as an advisory member. Cassidy Jensen, Tracy Tully, Jefferson Siegel, and Matthew Haag contributed reporting. Kitty Bennett contributed research.
I would actually be curious to know what a white shade reaction would be to whites don't commit violence. it is always, you know, if the violence happens in an upscale environment, is it really violence? I would love to know what a white shades opinion would be. And when I say white shade, you know who I am. Oh, you know who I'm referring to. Um, I think that whites are bringing down the country in a very different way. Um, you know, when you get arrested in a fucking a long sleeve polo shirt and expensive Italian loafers, some white shades would go, well, he's not shooting up the streets. The fucking man, these people are just fucking like, they're really just so racist that something like Deacon Dave, his phrase just now was willful ignorance. That's exactly what the white shades are doing. He looks like me, therefore he ain't violent because I'm not violent. The fucking morons. So I am going to play this next story at the risk of being laughed at. Basically, bankruptcy forces ice cream chain to close 500 locations. Back when I was growing up, Baskin Robbins was like a big deal. You know, my grandmother used to take us, Baskin Robbins at the Oglethorpe Mall. And it still exists in Savannah. She used to take me and my sister to get like ice cream from Baskin Robbins, and my favorite was strawberry with strawberries in it. And to this day, like if you want to see me smile, because I'm not really that much of a sweets guy or an ice cream guy, but I go to Dairy Queen. I haven't been to Dairy Queen in like probably 10 years, but they used to have strawberry milkshakes with little bits of real strawberry in it. Man, that would just that would just float my boat. So anyway, I have a thing for ice cream stores, even though I'm not that big a fan of ice cream. I do like pistachio and strawberry ice cream, but I might eat ice cream once or twice a year. So anyway, this particular ice cream chain I'd never actually heard of, but it's owned by Rite Aid, the grocery store. I'm sorry, the drug stores. I didn't even know Rite Aid still existed for that matter. So it's called Thrifty Ice Cream that are inside Rite Aid stores. Will all be closed as part of Rite Aid's bankruptcy. So Rite Aid is going out of business, and Thrifty Ice Cream, which it owned, is going down the tubes as well. So okay, Dave, I think you're if you don't mind, hop over to my channel. I think you're an admin there. If you want to drop the link over there, I'll bring it up and we can have a look at it. Let's see. It's about one of your favorite people versus one of his favorite people. That must be Thomas Sowell versus who. So I'll run over to my channel, drop it there. I'm pretty sure you're an admin there, Dave. So I won't belabor the ice cream story, but when I saw it, I was like, oh. And apparently Baskin Robbins has been in some trouble here too. Okay, no. I have to look up Baskin Robbins, but I'm not going to do it now. As long as Baskin Robbins is still around, my faith in America remains steadfast. So next, this made me laugh when I read the headline. Large emergency response after students attempt to swim across Charles River. That's in Cambridge / Boston. So let's see, what does it say here? I'm not sure if this is a video.
Is found safe and
Oh, there
sound
we are.
following a search of the Charles River in Cambridge overnight. State police say that 2 students tried to swim across the river and someone called 911 fearing they didn't make it out of the water safely. Both students were later found unharmed on land.
Health officials on the Cape
Why would you be doing this at night? Oops. That might be, yeah, that's the end of the story. I have no idea why people would be doing this at night. Unless you're a Navy SEAL, maybe they were just trying out for buds or something. Can't imagine why you would want to cross a busy river at night. There are fishing boats, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of traffic, even at night. That's crazy. But it just struck me as odd. But kids will be kids. Next story. Netanyahu vows to return all hostages as Israeli airstrikes kill dozens in Gaza. This is just, this Gaza Israel thing, man. I thought Trump was gonna resolve this really quick. So still on the drawing board as goals, or the whiteboard as goals, will be ending the Ukraine-Russia war on day one and quickly resolving the Israel-Gaza war. Israel-Hamas. How many days are we in? 4 months, almost 120 days if we haven't crossed that mark. And I think we have. Let's see. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed on Monday to retrieve all hostages amid ongoing airstrikes in Gaza and rising casualties. This declaration followed conflicting reports about a proposed 70-day ceasefire involving the release of 10 hostages, which Hamas accepted, but a U.S. envoy disputed. The Israeli military said it targeted over 200 sites in Gaza in 48 hours, including strikes that killed at least 33 people at a sheltering school and 19 in Jabalia. I'm not sure how Jabalia. Not sure how you pronounce that. Amid a March blockade causing severe shortages. At least 3,822 people died in Gaza since the ceasefire collapsed in March. On March 18th, with militants having taken 251 hostages, 57 still held, and 34 hostages reportedly dead, according to Israeli forces. International criticism grew as limited aid entered Gaza, despite 170 aid trucks arriving, with European and Arab leaders urging an end to the war, while WHO, World Health Organization, noted no medical aid trucks for over 11 weeks amid a devastating situation. So I don't see, at least personally, and I'm no expert in this area, but I don't see this ending anytime soon. And I thought our dear leader Trump would be able to do something about this, but apparently not. So this is Thomas Friedman. He's a New York Times, a very famous and senior New York Times columnist who has an opinion piece. Apparently he was in Israel fairly recently. So let's see what he has to say. This is longish. If it gets too repetitive or just boring, I'll stop it and move on. But Thomas L. Friedman's actually a very good writer.
The flashing signals that I just saw in Israel. This article is by Thomas L. Friedman and read by an automated voice. I just spent a week in Israel, and while it may not look as if much has changed, the grinding Gaza war continues to grind. I felt something new there for the first time since October 7th, 2023. It is premature to call it a broad-based anti-war movement, which can happen only when all the Israeli hostages are returned. But I did see signals flashing that more Israelis, from the left to the center, and to even parts of the right, are concluding that continuing this war is a disaster for Israel, morally, diplomatically, or strategically. From the political center, the former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert wrote an essay in the newspaper Haaretz, in which he pulled no punches against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his coalition. The government of Israel is currently waging a war without purpose, without goals or clear planning, and with no chances of success, Olmert argued. What we are doing in Gaza now is a war of extermination, indiscriminate, limitless, cruel, and criminal killing of civilians. His conclusion: yes, Israel is committing war crimes. From the right, you have the likes of Amit Halevi, a member of Netanyahu's own right-wing Likud party, who is staunchly pro-war but thinks its execution has been bungled. Halevi had his membership on the Knesset's Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee suspended by Netanyahu's coalition after he voted against a proposal to extend the government's ability to issue emergency call-up orders for Israeli reservists. In an interview with the newspaper Yediot Aharonot following his dismissal, Halevi said, "This war is a deception. They lied to us about its achievements. Israel has been fighting a war for 20 months with failed plans, and it is not succeeding in destroying Hamas." And from the left, Yair Golan, the leader of Israel's Liberal Alliance called the Democrats, stated in an interview with Israel Radio, "Israel is on the way to becoming a pariah state, like South Africa was, if we don't return to acting like a sane country. A sane country does not fight against civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not set itself the aim of expelling populations." After the hobby comment drew an outcry, Golan, himself a Gaza war hero, clarified that he was not blaming the military, but rather the politicians, who are extending the war for reasons that no longer have anything to do with Israel's national security needs. While Golan probably should have used a different word, so as not to give Israeli rightists an easy way to discredit him, the truth is this. Virtually no independent foreign journalists have been allowed to report firsthand from Gaza. When this war is over and Gaza is saturated with international reporters and photographers free to roam, the level of death and destruction is going to be fully reported and pictured, and that is going to be a very bad time for Israel and world Jewry. So Golan was right to warn his nation, bluntly, to stop now, forge a ceasefire, get the hostages back, get an international and Arab force into Gaza, and deal with the remnants of Hamas later. When you are in a hole, stop digging. Unfortunately, Netanyahu has insisted on continuing to dig, claiming that he can bomb Hamas into giving up its remaining 20 or so living Israeli hostages. And because the religious nationalist members of his coalition have essentially told him, if he stops the war, they will topple him. So the Israeli military is going after more and more secondary targets, and the result is Gazan civilians being killed every day. Amos Harel, the military analyst for Haaretz, explained why. Many bombing runs are actually assassination attempts against Hamas leaders, often when they're with their families. And these officials no longer live in private houses or apartment buildings, they're usually in the crowded tent camps with thousands of civilians. Even when the army declares multiple steps of caution, these attacks result in massive killing. It is not only, and indeed not even mostly, the rise in Gazan civilian casualties that are turning more and more Israelis against the war. It's simply that the war has worn down the whole society. The signs, Harel notes, are everything from an increasing number of suicides, which the army doesn't report, to families that are breaking up, and businesses that are collapsing. The government conveniently ignores these developments, and scatters promises of victory instead. And it's not only the voices of adult politicians who tell you that Israel has been too long at war. It's the innocent actions of 4-year-olds too. During my trip, I heard a story from the popular Israeli anchor Lucy Aharish, the first Israeli Arab Muslim news presenter on mainstream Hebrew-language television. She and I had both arrived at a dialogue we did together in Tel Aviv, a bit bleary-eyed because, around 3 a.m., we had each been awakened by the wail of air raid sirens telling us to take cover from a Houthi missile attack. There is something distinctive and particularly nerve-jangling about this air raid siren, but you have to be an adult to detect it. Why do I say that? Well, every year Israel commemorates the fallen soldiers and civilians of its wars with a 2-minute wail of a siren. Wherever they are, Israelis stop, pull off the road and stand in silence for this siren, which is a steady blare, not the wave used for air raid warnings. On the commemoration this year, Aharish told me, The national siren went off at the designated time, and quote, my 4-year-old son Adam, who was playing on the floor, started to panic and immediately began gathering up his toys to go into the safe room in our house. I told him, no, you don't have to. This is a different siren. For this siren we stand in respect for superheroes, who kept us safe and are no longer with us. When 4-year-olds must learn to distinguish the difference between siren wails, those that you stand in respect for, and those you need to gather your toys for, and rush for a room with no windows, you have been too long at war. If many Israelis feel trapped by their own leaders, many Gazans clearly feel the same. Polling in Gaza is obviously difficult, but the anti-war movement there seems to be stirring as well, although there you can get killed by Hamas for protesting. A survey by the independent Ramallah-based Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research of people across the Gaza Strip found that 48% supported the anti-Hamas demonstrations that erupted in several places in recent weeks. Indeed, be assured, it's not only some Israeli leaders who will face a reckoning when the guns of Gaza finally fall silent. Hamas's leaders will live in infamy. They attacked Israeli border communities on October 7, 2023, and when Israel predictably retaliated, they essentially offered up Gaza's civilians as a collective human sacrifice to win global sympathy for their cause, while Hamas's leaders hid in tunnels and abroad. Hamas is still operating, but now Gaza is unlivable. And yet Hamas's leadership is still stubbornly saying it will not turn over all its remaining live hostages unless Israel agrees to leave Gaza and return to an open-ended ceasefire. Really? Israel should leave all of Gaza and accept a ceasefire? What a great idea. If Hamas achieved that victory, it would mean that Hamas fought this entire war, losing tens of thousands of fighters and civilians, and having few buildings in Gaza left intact, in order to get back to exactly what Hamas had on October 6, 2023, a ceasefire and Israel out of Gaza. For this alone, history will remember Hamas's leaders as mendacious fools. They thought they were unleashing an apocalypse on Israel, and instead unleashed an apocalypse on their own people that also ended up giving license to Netanyahu to destroy their ally Hezbollah in Lebanon and Syria, which weakened Iran's grip on both of those nations, as well as on Iraq, and helped drive Russia out of Syria. It was a rout of the Iran-led resistance network. But here's the rub. As a result of Netanyahu's military operations, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah, not to mention Saudi Arabia, are all now much freer to join the Abraham Accords and normalize relations with Israel to a degree they never were when Iran's regional mercenary network was so powerful. Yes, Netanyahu made that happen, but he also never misses an opportunity to miss an opportunity for peace. Netanyahu today staunchly refuses to harvest what Netanyahu has sown. He will not do the one thing that would unlock the politics of the whole region. Open a road, no matter how long, to a two-state solution with a reformed Palestinian Authority. No wonder Donald Trump doesn't want to waste time with Netanyahu. He can't make any money from him, and Netanyahu won't allow Trump to make any history with him. The more I would argue to Israelis that Netanyahu is making a historic mistake, trading peace with Saudi Arabia for peace with the far-right extremists who keep him in power, the more they would ask me, do you think Trump can save us? That question is the ultimate sign that your democracy is in trouble. I had to explain that Trump goes to countries that give him things: cash, 747s, dollar Trump meme coin, and official Melania meme sales, arms purchases, hotel deals, golf courses, AI data centers, and not countries that ask him for things, like Israel. In fairness to Trump, he probably has no idea how much Israel has internally changed. Even many American Jews don't understand how big and powerful the ultra-Orthodox and religious settler nationalist community in Israel has grown, and how much it sees Gaza as a religious war. Bibi is actually their pawn, not the real player, explained Avram Berg, a former speaker of the Knesset, referring to the religious nationalist settler right in Israel. You tell them Israel could have peace with Saudi Arabia, and they will shrug and tell you that they are waiting for the Messiah. You tell them they could have peace with Syria, and they will tell you the Jewish people already own Syria. It's part of Greater Israel. You tell them about international law, they will tell you biblical law. You will tell them Hamas, they will tell you Amalek, a biblical enemy of the Israelites. The real divide in Israel today, concluded Berg, who teaches about relations between religion and state, is not between conservatives and progressives. It's between the Jewish tribe and the Democratic tribe. and the Jewish tribe is now winning. If Zionism was originally the triumph of secular nationalism over religious Judaism, what is happening today is the resurgence of religious nationalist Judaism over democracy. And so, after a week, I flew home from off-Broadway, Israel, only to discover the same play, only bigger, is running on Broadway in America. It is eerie to watch how Trump and Netanyahu are using a similar playbook to undermine their respective democracies. My only question is, whose authoritarian impulses will trigger a full-blown constitutional crisis first? Each leader stands accused of trying to undermine his country's courts and the deep state, i.e., all the institutions that uphold the rule of law. In Trump's case, it's effectively to enrich himself personally and shift wealth in the country from the least privileged to the most privileged. In Netanyahu's case, it's effectively to escape the many corruption charges against him and shift power and money away from the democratic moderate Israeli center to the settlers and the ultra-Orthodox. That group will keep Netanyahu's coalition in office as long as he excuses the ultra-Orthodox from fighting in Gaza and allows the settlers to continue their march to annex the West Bank today and Gaza tomorrow. When Netanyahu was elected in November 2022 and began forming his Jewish supremacist coalition, I wrote a column the next morning headlined, "The Israel We Knew Is Gone." I hope I was premature, but I hope even more that I won't soon have to write the same column about America. The year 2026 will have a lot to say about whether the Netanyahu and Trump cults can be contained. That year, Netanyahu will have to hold national elections, and Trump will have to face the midterms. Those committed to democracy and decency in both countries have one job between now and then. Organize, organize, organize to win power. Nothing else matters. And everything is riding on it.
I don't really have comments. I'm doubting Trump's ability to juggle effectively a bunch of different goals. I don't think he or his administration are capable of actually effectively accomplishing goals. Apparently, their goals for deportation are far below what they were hoping to do. And the courts have slowed them down. I think I read somewhere that like 95% of these court cases that have come up against Trump policies, everything from the Doge stuff to the deportation stuff, it's all in court. So, no wonder they are viewing the courts as an impediment to their intended goals. So we'll see how it all turns out. Back to Trump. I should have put these stories in a different towards the start of the show. This is former stars of USA Networks. This is another set of pardons. Todd and Julie Chrisley. I have no idea who they are, but apparently they were sentenced to 12 and 7 years respectively for fraud and tax evasion. So another set of folks that kind of been cheating on taxes in one way or another get a pardon.
You're listening to Trump to pardon reality stars Todd and Julie Chrisley, a news story written by Megan Vasquez and Emily Yar, and read by an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump will soon pardon a reality television couple found guilty of fraud and tax evasion, the White House confirmed on Tuesday. Todd and Julie Chrisley, the former stars of USA Network's Chrisley Knows Best, were sentenced to 12 and 7 years, respectively, in 2022. The pardons are likely to be signed Wednesday, according to a White House official familiar with the plans who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they weren't authorized to speak publicly. A video posted on X by White House communications advisor Margot Martin shows Trump on a call in the Oval Office with the Chrisleys' daughter, Savannah. "Your parents are going to be free and clean, and I hope we're going to do it by tomorrow," Trump said on the call. "They were given pretty harsh treatment based on what I'm hearing." In the video, Trump was accompanied by his administration's pardon czar, Alice Johnson. Deputy White House Press Secretary Harrison Fields confirmed that Trump will pardon Todd and Julie Chrisley, saying in a statement that their sentences were far too harsh. The president is always pleased to give well-deserving Americans a second chance, especially those who have been unfairly targeted and overly prosecuted by an unjust justice system, he said. The pardons for the Chrisleys are the latest high-profile pardon or clemency decisions made by Trump. In one of his first acts after being sworn into office for a second term, Trump pardoned or granted clemency to all rioters charged in connection with the January 6, 2021, attack on the U.S. Capitol. And Trump said Monday his pardon of a sheriff who was convicted of federal bribery and fraud charges over accepting more than $75,000 in bribes in exchange for appointing wealthy businessmen as unpaid auxiliary deputies. The Chrisley empire started in earnest in 2014 with the debut of the reality show Chrisley Knows Best on USA Network. The show, which lasted 10 seasons until March 2023, followed Todd and Julie and their 5 children, 2 from Todd's first marriage, as they found themselves in sitcom-esque situations. Viewers were riveted, particularly by Todd, who stole the spotlight with his sarcastic one-liners and over-the-top strict parenting style. The show basked in the family's wealth, such as the first season's focus on Todd's unsuccessful plans to open a luxury department store. But the increased fame and attention may have led to their downfall, as officials started asking questions about their finances, leading to their prosecutions. The Chrisleys have always maintained their innocence and that they were targeted because they were reality stars. U.S. District Judge Eleanor Ross noted the lack of remorse at their sentencing, saying, "I cannot ignore the greed and flamboyance in this case." Savannah Chrisley, who hosts a podcast, increased her public presence following her parents' incarceration. A vocal Trump supporter, she spoke at the Republican National Convention last year and also visited the White House in February to lobby for a pardon for her family members. During her RNC speech, Savannah Chrisley said her parents were persecuted by rogue prosecutors in Fulton County due to our public profile, appearing to try to draw a connection to District Attorney Fannie T. Willis, who indicted Trump and others in connection with their attempts to reverse Trump's 2020 election loss in Georgia. However, the charges against the Chrisleys were federal and filed under then U.S. District Attorney Byung J. Pak, who was appointed to the role by Trump. In court, prosecutors said the couple conspired to defraud community banks out of more than $30 million in loans and evaded federal income taxes for years. Last week, Lifetime said the network had greenlit a new Chrisley show scheduled to premiere later this year. In the wake of the family's controversy and upheaval with their parents sentenced to time in federal prison for bank fraud and tax evasion, the Chrisley family is now pulling back the curtain and offering unprecedented access to their lives in a deeply personal and dramatic new series, a news release for the project said. The series will follow Savannah's effort to get a presidential pardon for her parents while also maintaining custody of her 2 younger siblings, according to the release.
So there's going to be a reality show about seeking a presidential pardon. Oh, wow. Oh, you gotta love it, folks. And this is going to be the last hard news story for a few minutes. Bunch of editorials coming up next. But this is awesome. This is awesome. So SpaceX loses control of Starship, adding to that spacecraft's mixed record, which I don't know, it's experimental. So, but I'm going to play it anyway, just because well, shit. Let's play this video here. It went farther.
We did spring a leak in some of the fuel tank systems inside of Starship, which a lot of those are used for your attitude control.
Plasma buildup. During reentry, we do expect the vehicle to see about 1400 degrees Celsius, and there you can see the flap.
Interesting. Says it reused a fuel tank
control of the ship and entered into a spin.
Well, let's go back and read the text.
You're looking here at termination letters that
Let's see. Let's play the article.
SpaceX loses control of Starship, adding to spacecraft's mixed record. This article is by Kenneth Chang and read by an automated voice. The latest flight of SpaceX's Starship, the largest and most powerful rocket ever built, got all the way up to space, but not all the way back down to Earth. The upper stage vehicle coasted through space on Tuesday, surpassing flights in January and March that ended in explosions and showers of debris over the Atlantic Ocean. But halfway through its journey, the spacecraft sprang a propellant leak. That caused it to start spinning out of control. The Starship vehicle used in the test flight was not able to survive the intense heat, breaking up as it fell back into the atmosphere. By design, the debris fell into the Indian Ocean, far from areas inhabited by people. That suggests SpaceX engineers still have much work to do with Starship, especially the upper stage vehicle, before the spacecraft can be reused frequently, a necessity for fulfilling the vision of Elon Musk, who founded the company in order to send people to Mars one day. Several tests that SpaceX planned during the flight, the 9th, were not conducted. Several hours before the launch, Mr. Musk told Tim Dodd, a space journalist who hosts the Everyday Astronaut video podcast, that, quote, by far the most important thing was the re-entry portion of the test flight. The heat protection on the underside of the spacecraft included several variations to see what might work best. It's all about the tiles, Mr. Musk said. Because the spacecraft was spinning by then, that data was not collected, and the tests will have to be attempted again on the next flight. There was nonetheless progress during the flight, which lifted off from Starbase, Texas, around 7:37 p.m. Eastern. The company appears to have fixed the problems that caused the spacecraft to explode during the ascent of the two previous test flights. Starship made it to the scheduled ship engine cutoff, so big improvement over last flight, Mr. Musk wrote on X after the flight's end. Also, no significant loss of heat shield tiles during ascent. Leaks caused loss of main tank pressure during the coast and re-entry phase. The mission also flew a booster that had been used for an earlier test flight in January, important progress toward demonstrating a rocket that can be flown over and over. But that, too, also was an incomplete achievement. While the reflown Super Heavy booster worked on the way up, it was lost as 3 engines lit up to simulate a landing over the Gulf of Mexico. However, SpaceX was attempting various tests to push the performance of the booster, suggesting that the outcome may not have been a major setback. Mr. Musk had planned to deliver a talk earlier on Tuesday, before the launch, titled The Road to Making Life Interplanetary. But minutes after it was set to begin, he announced it was postponed until after the test flight. He made no mention of it after the test flight. In his post-launch X post, he said the next 3 Starship test flights would occur at a faster pace, one every 3 to 4 weeks. Mr. Musk often sets out unrealistic schedules, and progress on Starship has been slower than he promised. SpaceX is to provide Starship as the lunar lander for Artemis 3. The NASA mission that is to return astronauts to the surface of the moon in a couple of years. That contract is worth several $billion, but Mr. Musk does not appear particularly enthusiastic about it. During his conversation with Mr. Dodd, Mr. Musk described the goals of the Artemis program, which was created during the President Trump's first administration, as, quote, objectively feeble. We should either do a base on the moon, or we should send people to Mars, Mr. Musk said. As part of his Mars goals, Elon Musk has said that the company would send about 5 starships there next year, sans astronauts, but with Optimus robots built by his electric car company, Tesla. Both the Moon and Mars plans require major advances not yet attempted, including multiple launches in quick succession and transferring propellants from one starship to another. What happened during the 7th and 8th flights? SpaceX takes pride in its fail quickly and fix quickly approach to rocket design, so it is not surprising that none of the 8 test flights so far have worked perfectly. But the last 2, Flight 7 in January and Flight 8 in March, were more disappointing. They could not repeat the successes of earlier test flights. For both flights, the upper stage vehicles, known as starships, exploded during ascent. Showers of falling debris over the Atlantic Ocean surprised skywatchers in Caribbean countries and Florida, and disrupted air traffic in the region. No one was injured. In contrast, the vehicles used in Flights 4, 5, and 6 made it into space, coasted halfway around the world, survived re-entry into the atmosphere, and simulated landings in the Indian Ocean. In Flights 7 and 8, both explosions occurred at about the same point in the flight, just before the second stage engines cut off. But the causes were distinctly different, SpaceX said in an update last week. For the 7th flight, SpaceX said that the probable cause was stronger than expected rhythmic oscillations. The vibrations caused leaks of propellant that caught fire. Fixes intended to damp the vibrations worked during the 8th flight, SpaceX said. However, during the 8th flight, a flash was seen near the bottom of the second stage vehicle near one of the center engines. That engine then failed. 3 other engines then shut down, and SpaceX lost control of the vehicle about 9.5 minutes after launch. SpaceX said the most probable cause was a hardware failure in one of the engines that resulted in inadvertent propellant mixing and ignition. While the upper stage vehicles failed during the last 2 launches, the giant first stage boosters, known as Super Heavy, each successfully returned to the launch site, where they were caught in midair by giant mechanical arms. What was different during this launch? This launch tried to conduct tests that were left undone during the 2 previous flights. Those included deploying simulators of SpaceX's next-generation Starlink internet satellites. However, the payload door failed to open before the spacecraft started spinning, and the simulators remained inside the spacecraft. During earlier flights, the vehicle's Super Heavy booster returned to the launch site and was caught by a pair of mechanical arms. This time, SpaceX had a different, more ambitious plan. It reflew the booster from Flight 7, hoping to demonstrate that its design is, indeed, reusable. It also tested whether it can still perform a landing maneuver if one of the center engines shuts down and a different engine has to be used. This is the point of the flight where the booster failed. The booster disintegrated over the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, interesting, as a space fan, I kind of like to keep up with this sort of stuff, but hey, it's testing. Not that big a deal. Other than dodging exploding debris if you're in an in airliner or in a boat in the Indian Ocean. I'm sure they'll get it right at some point. Everyday Astronaut, I've never heard of this website before, but it seems rather interesting. There's a podcast involved, so if anybody's interested, let me know. It's pretty much tracking what SpaceX does, I guess. But Everyday Astronaut, pretty cool name for a website. So I will, as a matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and drop the link. Everydayastronaut.com. Pretty simple to remember. So if anybody's interested, you can go ahead and hit the link at some point. I've got a bunch of opinion pieces that I'm going to go ahead and play. This one's from Ross Douthat, the guy who interviewed Vice President Vance last week. This one's called "The One Way Trump Has Not Changed the GOP." Let's see. And I'll read part of it. Unfortunately, there's no auto reader. It says here, by general consensus, if the policies of President Trump's first administration were a compromise between his impulses and the doctrines of the pre-Trump Republican Party, then Trump 2.0 is Trumpism in full. The old order is dissolved. The Bush and Reagan Republicans are exiled or subjugated. And Trump alone sets the agenda for the GOP. That is true. That's why it's clearly failing at a very slow rate, but it is failing. There are clearly areas where this is true. Trump's foreign policy can be described in various ways as a form of Jacksonian inflected realism, as a deal making blitz, as an immoral attempt to promote a more authoritarian world order. But in each description, you can see the outline of something coherent and clearly specific to Trump himself. Likewise, the Trumpian culture war, which began with internal bureaucratic battles and now seeks to humble Harvard University, may be reckless or punitive or dubiously legal. But it's easy enough to tell a coherent story in which crushing the strongholds of cultural liberalism is a uniquely Trumpist goal. But the budget battles that delivered the passage of a House tax bill last week feel like a notable exception to this rule. Here, the old Republican Party is still powerful. The old idea is still dominant. Here, Trumpism as a transformative force is relatively weak, in part because Trump himself doesn't know exactly what he wants. And here it's hard to make the way the Republican majority intends to tax and spend cohere with other elements of the administration's agenda on trade and immigration above all. In its broad strokes, the House tax bill could have been passed under any Republican president in my adult lifetime, prioritizing low top tax rates and corporate cuts. Question mark. That's the old song of supply side economics. I agree with that. And supply side does not seem to work. Combining those tax cuts with cuts to Medicaid and discretionary programs, that's Paul Ryan's Republican Party. Finding that your spending cuts don't pay for your tax cuts, that's the familiar deficit-financed conservatism of the Reagan and Bush presidencies. I don't know. Why isn't he using the word schizophrenic? Of course, there are aspects of the tax bill that are specific to Trump and his coalition. The Ryan-era GOP was open to trimming Medicare and Social Security. The Trump-era party won't go there. The top tax rate in the House bill is higher than the top rate under George W. Bush, reflecting a concession to fiscal reality and the desire to spare Medicaid from deeper cuts. And there are various provisions from the tax cuts on tips and overtime to the increase in the child tax credit to the proposed tax increases on big foundations and universities that seem to fit with the blue-collar coalition that votes Republican in 2024. In my recent interview with Vice President J.D. Vance, he mentioned that no tax on tips provisions to counter my description of the bill as conventional GOP policymaking. But those kinds of provisions are still very much a minor theme. The major themes are familiar, and they are not a new populist agenda, not a Trumpist transformation. And I kind of pointed this out. I don't see this tax bill that's just gotten through the House as any benefit to, the average working man at all. Even if you start factoring in, child tax credits and that sort of thing. Let's see what else is in here, because this is getting boring. You know what? Let's see. The Trump administration has ideas in this area. Let's see. American industry, innovation. Says here on trade, for instance, the Trumpian idea that there is a particular interest in building up the American manufacturing base, whether for the sake of increasing blue-collar employment or the sake of national security, strongly implies that the government should be trying to act comprehensively to boost American industry and innovation in in at least a partial imitation of the Chinese model. That's disturbing. The Trump administration has ideas in this area and its deregulation strategy. The main thing cited by the vice president when I challenged him on this point is clearly intended to be the MAGA version of the center left zeal for increasing abundance. But the core Republican fiscal priority is still low taxes, not strategic investment. In closing, of course, it's possible that the Trump administration and America will be fortunate that deregulation alone will clear a path for technological breakthroughs that will happen independently of government support. That cultural ferment will yield a more rapid renewal of family formation than any program of baby bonuses or child tax credits. But in the realm of fiscal policy amid debt and inflation risks, there will never be a Republican agenda oriented fully towards populist goals without a Republican president willing to break a conservative taboo that Trump is mostly left in place by finding some way to be right-wing and also tax the rich. Interesting. Well, in my opinion, there's some problems. You deregulate to free up companies to do research and, build manufacturing and all that stuff. Yet you want to basically gut the Harvards of the world of foreign students that are doing research. I don't see coherence. That's the other thing about the Trump administration. There really is no coherence between tax policy in Congress and some of the deportation, zeal. You want to keep, you don't want a brain drain. You don't want, the Harvards of the world basically not accepting the brightest minds across the globe who want to come here and study. I have a friend of mine, is kind of into, this immigration policy stuff. And the thing is one of the problems for foreign countries, but one of the boons for America is these kids who are smart enough to get into Harvard or Berkeley or, schools like that. Once they get here, they want to stay. So we're attracting a lot of bright young people and they want to stay. And then Trump is just turning around and going, hey, if you write something I don't like, you're out of here. So there's some problems. Problems with the volume, Lupin? Don't know why. Let me see here. So problems with the volume, Lupin? I can hear it okay on my phone. Is anybody else experiencing volume? My volume is a problem out in the chat. Let me know. I've been having trouble with audio in StreamYard. Sounds fine on my phone, which isn't, it's kind of independent of. Let me know if there are problems. Deacon Dave says it's good, Lupin. So anyway, my kind of, my 2 cents worth. I think across the board from the immigration policies to the tax policies, between those two goals, let's call them goals, there seems to be some incoherence. You want to keep the bright young minds, but if you're not going to keep, the bright young minds, and by the way, there's a story out there where there's basically, let me see, can I find it? And actually, this kind of illustrates my point. Let me see, can I find it here? There's a story about the Trump administration shutting down here it is. State Department halts interviews for student and exchange visas. This is what I'm talking about. I don't think deregulating industries to spur research and manufacturing, that seems, you want to encourage research, etc., with your tax policy, but then the State Department halts interviews for student and exchange visas where you're bringing young, bright minds from other countries, basically robbing other countries of their brains, bringing them here to be educated. And then, a lot of them want to stay. So let me play this story. This is an example of, what I consider incoherent.
State Department holds interviews for student and exchange visas. This article is by Edward Wong and read by an automated voice. The State Department is temporarily halting interviews abroad with foreign citizens applying for student and exchange visas, as it expands scrutiny of applicants' social media posts. The order was issued by Secretary of State Marco Rubio in a cable dated Tuesday that went out to U.S. embassies and consulates. A State Department official confirmed on Tuesday that Mr. Rubio had given the order to pause new interview appointments until further guidance. "We use all available information in our visa screening and vetting," the State Department said in a statement, without specifying what could flag an applicant for rejection under a new social media policy. The statement noted that visa applicants have been asked to provide social media account information on forms since 2019. The Secretary of State's order comes as President Trump is trying to coerce Harvard University and other institutions to restrict what can be said on campuses, with a particular focus on anti-Israel speech. Mr. Trump this month said the U.S. government would no longer grant Harvard the right to enroll international students. On Friday, a federal judge issued a temporary restraining order blocking Mr. Trump from moving forward with the action against Harvard and foreign students. Many universities in the United States rely on foreign students to pay full tuition. Those students are responsible for a substantial portion of the annual revenues of many American universities. On some campuses, foreign students make up the majority of researchers in certain disciplines, mainly in the sciences. Foreign students collectively pursued more than 1.3 million degrees in higher education in 2023, according to a report by the Department of Homeland Security. Visiting professors from abroad will also be affected by the new restrictions. Foreign citizens with existing interview appointments for student or exchange visas should, in theory, still be able to attend those. In its statement, the State Department suggested the pause was a part of the ordinarily dynamic scheduling of interviews for such visas. The department said it bases visa timelines on what the officers need for sufficient vetting, in compliance with U.S. law, and, quote, to ensure applicants do not pose a security or safety risk to the United States. Mr. Rubio issued a cable on March 25th that told consular officers to scrutinize the social media content of some applicants for student and other types of visas. That directive said that officers need to refer certain student and exchange visitor visa applicants to the Fraud Prevention Unit for a mandatory social media check. In recent months, Mr. Rubio has spoken about canceling student visas, revoking permanent residency status, green cards, and scrutinizing the social media history of foreign visitors, mainly in the context of outrage around Israel's war in Gaza. He has said pro-Palestinian protesters on campuses have harassed other students, destroyed property, and disrupted daily life, even though those acts have not been widespread across university protests. Critics say the Trump administration is trying to suppress free speech and promote ideological conformity. Mr. Rubio told reporters in late March that he had revoked 300 or more visas, many of which were issued to students, and was continuing to cancel more daily. In early March, Mr. Rubio stripped Mahmoud Khalil, a recent graduate student at Columbia University, of his permanent residency status. Mr. Rubio said Mr. Khalil, who has Palestinian heritage and is married to an American citizen, was undermining U.S. foreign policy. Immigration agents then arrested Mr. Khalil. In some cases, the foreign citizens at risk of losing their visas or green cards have brought cases against the U.S. government, and judges have issued temporary restraining orders on federal actions. In March, Mr. Rubio boasted about revoking the visa of a Turkish doctorate student and Fulbright scholar at Tufts University, Rumeysa Öztürk. The only protest action she had taken of any note was to co-write an essay in a student newspaper calling for university support of Palestinian rights and divestment from Israel. A judge this month ordered immigration officers to free her from a detention center. Andy Newman contributed reporting.
Yep, lack of coherence. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who disagree with my point, but there is an obvious lack of coherence. So, and I didn't even think about, these foreign students paying full tuition to places like Harvard. I'm guessing that is part of it. Hey, let's deprive Harvard and other universities of that full tuition money. But that is at odds with the brain drain. I mean, I actually think it even, you can make an argument that it's a national security issue. If you are, quote, robbing, these smart people, in other countries. I'm thinking of Germany and, von Braun and the other folks, that fled Germany by hook or by crook in some cases to get here and then, help the United States win World War II. I'm thinking of that kind of brain drain. You get them here, give them some American culture and you got them for life. They will, commit to, what our national security concerns and other, concerns are. Hey, Kimmy, how you doing? Truthfully, they could never do. Yeah, I mean, well, wait, hold it. I'm not sure if they could. What is the this you're talking about, Kim? You mean research, or can you be more clear about what this is? If they could never like invent, some process or a rocket or what have you in their own countries, but it's something that's great and will benefit us. I think that's why you want them here. So let me know. And then we will move on to the next editorial that questions the sanity of the Trump administration. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. Let me make sure this is the right one. Here we go. Oh, by the way, this is
the Supreme Court should resist
this. Let me set this up. This is a newsletter that I've been playing, once or twice a week for the past few weeks. It's called the Unpopulist. It's a Substack newsletter. This one has, different people writing on different stuff 1 or 2 times a week. This is about the Supreme Court, basically saying the Supreme Court should resist handing sweeping removal powers to this president in the name of constitutional purity. Basically, the unitary executive, I think, is what they're going to talk about. There's nothing in the Constitution that sets the executive branch as the primary branch. Co-equals, or the way the framers of the Constitution set it up. If you want a unitary executive, you need to go through the amendment process, etc. And it's not an easy thing to do, but it still needs to be done.
Resist handing sweeping removal powers to this president in the name of constitutional purity. If an authoritarian weren't in the White House, conservative justices could have justified doing so. By Corbin K. Barthold. The Trump administration's push to roll back limits on the president's removal power did not come out of nowhere. Its effort to fire principal officers at the Federal Trade Commission, the National Labor Relations Board, and beyond has a long pedigree in the sane, button-down wing of the conservative legal movement. But while the argument for handing a president this authority has theoretical merit, the Supreme Court would be very unwise to bless Trump's actions. A second-best world. The conservative campaign for sweeping presidential removal power dates to at least 1988. That year, Justice Antonin Scalia, in a solo dissent that has since taken on near-mythic status, opined that, under the Constitution, a statute may not deprive the President of the United States of exclusive control over the exercise of executive power. 2 decades later, but still long before Trump, Chief Justice John Roberts, this time writing for the majority, declared that the President needs the power to oversee the faithfulness of the officers who execute the laws on his behalf. Given these views, Trump's firings of principal officers, though rash, do not belong in the same category as Trump's more deranged excesses, such as his political attacks on law firms or his campaign to imprison detainees abroad without due process, measures that judges across the ideological spectrum have slapped down. The removal power should not be confused with the notion, floated by Trump and his allies, that the president may purge the civil service. We are dealing, rather, with the president's authority over the high-level political appointees, those referred to in Article 2 of the Constitution as officers of the United States, who lead federal agencies. When it comes to such officials, Scalia and Roberts, along with many other conservative judges, offer not only a plausible reading of the Constitution's original meaning, but also a prudent approach to managing our sprawling administrative state. Prudent, that is, in a world without Trump. In a constitutional system working as the founders intended, there would be no problem with the president having the power to remove all officers at will. That arrangement would ensure an energetic and accountable executive branch. In Hamilton's words, unity in the executive enables decision, activity, secrecy, and dispatch, while supplying a single object for the jealousy and watchfulness of the people. He warned that diffusing executive power would be dangerous, as doing so would cause the restraints of public opinion to lose their efficacy, with the buck stopping nowhere. A unified executive, by contrast, keeps the bureaucracy responsive to the president's agenda, giving us a government that, to paraphrase Roberts, benefits from expertise, but is not ruled by experts. But that logic assumes a virtuous republic, the kind of society men like Hamilton, Madison, and Adams believed essential for our Constitution to endure. To suppose that any form of government will secure liberty or happiness without any virtue in the people, Madison wrote, is a chimerical idea. We do not live in that republic. Our electorate does not reliably choose presidents capable of exercising vast authority with restraint. Our Congress.
I want to interject a couple things right here. A lot of what they assumed an executive or president would be was based on George Washington. In my opinion, and I'm no legal scholar or constitutional scholar, but I think way back then they just assumed that leaders would be virtuous. And why they thought this, I have no idea. They were all slave owners, but it was legal, and and some people thought it was actually a good thing back then. But this is where back then they could not see 250 years into the future, and you can't really fault them for it. But the bottom line is you cannot depend on even the people, as a buffer, in the election process, that the person you elect into, the the executive is going to be virtuous. I no way they could have done it. No way to actually deal with it now, apparently.
Congress lacks the spine to impeach when it matters. We reside in a second-best world, in which our Supreme Court is limited to second-best choices. The reckoning. In 1935, the court held that Congress may grant certain officers protection against removal except for cause. The case, Humphrey's Executor versus United States, concerned the FTC, whose commissioners can be removed only for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. Motivated in part by unease with Roosevelt's New Deal, the court upheld the restriction. The Roberts Court has spent years laying the groundwork to overturn Humphrey's executor. In Sila Law v. CFPB, 2020, Roberts all but confined Humphrey's executor to its facts, announcing for the court that it applies only to multi-member expert agencies that do not wield substantial executive power. That description covers at most only a small sliver of modern independent agencies. Sila Law rejected an attempt to limit the president to for-cause removals for the head of a single director agency, but its logic and rhetoric pointed toward a broader reckoning one day. As Trump's firing spree continues, that day may be here. On May 22, the Supreme Court stayed lower court orders blocking the removal of two officials, Gwynne Wilcox of the NLRB and Kathy A. Harris of the Merit Systems Protection Board. That move must, Justice Elena Kagan warns in a dissent, reveal the majority's intent to overturn or gut Humphrey's executor at the earliest opportunity. The court's conservative majority has good reason to view Humphrey's executor with skepticism. The decision rests on a nonsensical distinction, under which the FTC is a quasi-judicial and quasi-legislative agency. There are no quasi-branches in our system of government. In recent years, the court, with liberal justices signing on, has acknowledged that agencies like the FTC exercise executive power, even if their activities sometimes take legislative and judicial forms. While the liberal justices dissented forcefully in Sila Law and challenged the conservatives' embrace of a so-called unitary executive, they didn't defend Humphrey's executor on its own terms. They focused on Congress's power over government offices, a competing view of the historical record, and the functional benefits of independent agencies. Writing on this site recently, Peter Shane, a law professor at New York University, made similar points. The fate of the removal power rests with the court's three moderate conservatives: Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett. There is little doubt that the court's three arch-conservatives, Justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch, will vote to overturn Humphrey's executor. Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Barrett must decide whether to join them. Constitutional purity in an impure world. As the Supreme Court's May 22 order confirms, the conservative justices are clearly tempted. This is their chance to achieve an abiding goal. My message to them is simple: do not view Humphrey's executor in isolation. Do not view its status as part of some exercise in constitutional purity. Understand that, by overturning it, you'd be handing power to an authoritarian, exacerbating a perilous moment for the country. Do the right thing and defend the checks on an aspiring autocrat that still exist. Crucially, I am not asking Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Barrett to adopt some novel doctrine or to become judicial activists. They need not even change their views about the removal power's original meaning. Their task is simply to wield their power responsibly and to uphold the law as it exists. That, indeed, is the conservative thing to do. There is an opinion they could write, modest, measured, respectable, that would affirm Humphrey's executor and leave the current limits on the removal power intact. Here are the three main issues that opinion must address. 1. The scope of Humphrey's executor. The first hurdle for a majority intent on upholding Humphrey's executor is the claim that upholding Humphrey's executor doesn't mean anything. The Trump administration contends that Humphrey's executor is a narrow exception, one that no longer applies even to the FTC itself. The FTC of 1935, the argument runs, is the only agency for which Humphrey's executor blesses removal restrictions. What matters, Sila Law says, is the set of powers the court, in Humphrey's executor, considered as the basis for its decision. But the FTC of 1935 already wielded executive power, and the court considered that power in Humphrey's executor. As the decision notes, the FTC could enforce the law in court. Its powers have indeed expanded. It can now, for instance, obtain court orders more easily than before. But disputes over the removal power should not devolve into disputes over the precise calibration of agency authority. In such a world, observes Judge Don Willett, a conservative on the Fifth Circuit, it would be hard to tell how much executive power is required before an agency loses protection under the Humphreys exception. Writing for the court in Collins v. Yellen, 2021, Justice Alito rightly warned that courts are not well suited to weigh the relative importance of disparate agencies' authority. He rejected the idea that the constitutionality of removal restrictions hinges on such an inquiry. In Collins, the court was clarifying that it would not draw fine-grained lines among single director agencies. They all lack removal protection. But the same logic applies here. Courts should not draw fine-grained lines among traditional multi-member commissions. They all ought to enjoy removal protection. To uphold Humphrey's executor should be to uphold the independence of the familiar multi-member agencies whose structure was, until recently, broadly accepted. 2. Stare decisis. Stare decisis et non quieta movere means to stand by things decided and not disturb what is settled. As Justice Kavanaugh will tell you, the principle reaches back to the founding. Fidelity to precedent ensures, he writes, quoting the eminent 18th century jurist William Blackstone, that the scale of justice is even and steady, that it is not appended by every new judge's opinion. By definition, stare decisis has teeth only when the justices encounter a precedent with which they disagree. That a decision is wrong in their eyes is the start, not the end, of any argument over whether stare decisis applies. As the court has said many times, there must be some special justification, beyond sheer error, for overturning a precedent. There is no such justification for overturning Humphrey's executor. To begin with, the decision is not even obviously wrong. True, its reasoning is very poor. The mere retreat to the qualifying quasi, Justice Robert Jackson mused in 1952, is implicit with confession that all recognized classifications have broken down. But the result is quite possibly correct. The history of the removal power is a subject of spirited judicial and scholarly debate. Justice Kagan's dissent in Sila law is excellent. There may be stronger and weaker answers here, but there are no definitive ones. The framers did not exactly write with clarity on this question in the Constitution, as they did with the appointments power. The court often asks whether a precedent is unworkable, whether it has sowed confusion in the lower courts or distorted other areas of law. Humphrey's executor does neither. If anything, the court could declare that its rule is straightforward. Traditional multi-member agencies get removal protections. Novel structures do not. That's already the line taken in Sila law, no protection for single director agencies, and Free Enterprise Fund v. CABE, 2010, no double-level removal protections. The rule is not just workable, but sensible. Independent agencies have a venerable history that stretches back to the FTC, 1914, if not the Interstate Commerce Commission, 1887. They may not reflect a pristine form of the separation of powers, but neither are they pure constitutional heresy. While on the D.C. Circuit, future Justice Kavanaugh went so far as to say that multi-member bodies reflect the larger values of the Constitution. That last point answers perhaps the biggest objection to Humphrey's executor, namely, if commissioners aren't elected and can't easily be fired by someone who is, where's the democratic legitimacy? But these agencies are created by an elected Congress. Their officers are nominated by an elected president and confirmed by an elected Senate. Once appointed, they get summoned to the White House and are also grilled by Congress at oversight hearings. The court sometimes asks whether a precedent has produced bad consequences. Here, however,
I want to stop this right here and have a look at, in my opinion, kind of the deciding thing here. The Humphreys executor versus United States. This was way back in 1935, which is the precedent that this essay is talking about. And I'll drop the link if anybody wants to do a closer look at this. But to me, these are, the conclusion of this case. Basically, it was, does the president have the right to remove someone that he's appointed to something like the Federal Trade Commission, which was the agency in question here? Here's the deal. Congress created the Federal Trade Commission as a law. Basically, it was an act of Congress that created it, and basically sharing power. The president has the right to appoint the head of the FTC in this case, but with the advice and consent of the Congress. That's essentially power sharing. And the question is if this committee or this commission is created by Congress, the president appoints or nominates somebody and Congress approves, does the president have a unilateral right to remove the head of that agency unilaterally? And this actually came up during the Civil War. Can't remember whether it was, I think it was Lincoln wanted to remove somebody, and I'd have to go back and look at it, but this came up before 1935. Essentially, if Congress gives advice and consent to the president in his nomination, can the president unilaterally remove that same person without the advice and consent of the Congress? That's essentially what they're asking. And you know what? If the process getting them in, or that person into the agency is head, what got him in? If you want to reverse it, I don't understand why this is such a big deal. Get the advice and consent of Congress. So it's probably more complicated, and Juan isn't here. I bet he would probably have a more coherent reason why this is so controversial, but I don't even see it as controversial. It seems common sense. If you went one direction to get to a goal and you want to undo the goal or reverse it, do the process in reverse. So anyway, that'll be my jailhouse lawyer imitation. I don't even play one on TV. So next is going to be my favorite historian, male or female. And this is Letters from an American, Heather Cox Richardson, who, by the way, I'll remind everybody, makes more money on Substack than any other person on Substack. And there are a lot of people who create content on Substack. She's just a humble historian, but she's a really good writer and knows how to make history compelling. So this is, let's see. This is her.
The bad consequences would.
Just a quick assessment. She always has pithy remarks from a historical perspective on Trump's foibles. So let's play this.
May 27th, 2025.
Hey, what's up, Broke Genius?
By Heather Cox Richardson. Political scientist Adam Bonica noted last Friday that Trump and the administration suffered a 96% loss rate in federal courts in the month of May. Those losses were nonpartisan. 72.2%.
Did my family in Georgia own slaves? I don't know. You know what? That's a good question. I have to find out if there were any black families in Georgia that owned slaves. My guess would be no. So it's a good question. As a matter of fact, that might be a show title. Who knows?
Of Republican-appointed judges and 80.4% of Democratic-appointed judges ruled against the administration. The administration sustained more losses today. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan ruled that 14 states can proceed with their lawsuit against billionaire Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency. The administration had tried to dismiss the case, but Chutkan ruled the states had adequately supported their argument that Musk and Doge's conduct is unauthorized by any law. The Constitution does not permit the executive to commandeer the entire appointment's power by unilaterally creating a federal agency and insulating its principal officer from the Constitution as an advisor, in name only, she wrote. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon struck down Trump's March 27th executive order targeting the law firm Wilmer Cutler Pickering Hale and Dorr. more commonly known as WilmerHale. This law firm angered Trump by employing Robert Mueller, the Republican-appointed special counsel, who oversaw an investigation of the ties between the 2016 Trump campaign and Russian operatives. Leon, who was appointed to the bench by President George W. Bush, made his anger obvious. He First Amendment prohibits government officials from retaliating against individuals for engaging in protected speech, Leon noted. WilmerHale alleges that he order blatantly defies this bedrock principle of constitutional law. Leon wrote, "I agree." He went on to strike down the order as unconstitutional. Today, NPR and 3 Colorado public radio stations sued the Trump administration over Trump's executive order that seeks to impound congressionally appropriated funds for NPR and PBS. The executive order said the public media stations do not present a fair, accurate, or unbiased portrayal of current events to taxpaying citizens. NPR's David Folkenflik reported White House spokesperson Harrison Fields' statement today that public media supports a particular party on the taxpayer's dime, and that Trump and his allies have called it left-wing propaganda. The lawsuit calls Trump's executive order an attempt to withhold funding Congress has already approved textbook retaliation. We are not choosing to do this out of politics, NPR Chief Executive Officer Catherine Marr told NPR's Mary Louise Kelly. We are choosing to do this as a matter of necessity and principle. All of our rights that we enjoy in this democracy flow from the First Amendment: freedom of speech, association, freedom of the press. When we see those rights infringed upon, we have an obligation to challenge them. U.S. District Judge Paul Azinis today denied the administration's motion for a 30-day extension of the deadline for it to answer the complaint in the lawsuit over the rendition of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man sent to El Salvador through what the administration said was administrative error. Despite 5 hearings on the case, the administration's lawyers didn't indicate they needed any more time. But today, the day their answer was due, they suddenly asked for 30 more days. Zinis wrote that they expended no effort in demonstrating good cause. They vaguely complain, in 2 sentences, to expending significant resources engaging in expedited discovery. But these self-described burdens are of their own making. The court ordered expedited discovery because of the administration's refusal to follow the orders of this court as affirmed by the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit and the United States Supreme Court. Trump is well known for using procedural delays to stop the courts from administering justice. And it is notable that administration lawyers have generally not been arguing that they will win cases on the merits. Instead, they are making procedural arguments. Meanwhile, stringing things out means making time for situations to change on the ground, reducing the effect of court decisions. Brian Barrett of Wired reported today that while Musk claims to have stepped back from the Department of Government Efficiency, his lieutenants are still spread throughout the government, mining Americans' data. Meanwhile, Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought will push to make DOGE cuts to government permanent in a dramatic reworking of the nation's social contract. Removing DOGE at this point would be like trying to remove a drop of food coloring from a glass of water, Barrett writes. Political scientist Bonica notes that there is a script for rising authoritarians. When the courts rule against the leader and his loyalists attack judges as biased and dangerous, just as Trump and his cronies have been doing. The leader also works to delegitimize the judicial system, and that, too, we are seeing as Trump reverses the concepts of not guilty and guilty. On the one hand, the administration is fighting to get rid of the constitutional right of all persons to due process, rendering people who have not been charged with crimes to prisons in third countries. On the other, Trump and his loyalists at the Department of Justice are pardoning individuals who have been convicted of crimes. On Monday, Trump issued a presidential pardon to former Culpeper County, Virginia, Sheriff Scott Jenkins, a longtime Trump supporter whom a jury convicted of conspiracy, mail and wire fraud, and 7 counts of bribery. Jared Gans of The Hill explained that Jenkins accepted more than $70,000 in bribes to appoint auxiliary deputy sheriffs, giving them badges and credentials despite them not being trained or vetted and not offering services to the sheriff's office. Jenkins had announced he would deputize thousands of our law-abiding citizens to protect their constitutional right to own firearms if the legislature passed further unnecessary gun restrictions. Jenkins was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Although Jenkins was found guilty by a jury of his peers, just as the U.S. justice system calls for. Trump insisted that Jenkins and his wife and their family have been dragged through hell by a corrupt and weaponized Biden Department of Justice. Jenkins, Trump wrote on social media, is a wonderful person who was persecuted by the radical left monsters and left for dead. This is why I, as President of the United States, see fit to end his unfair sentence and grant Sheriff Jenkins a full and unconditional pardon. He will not be going to jail tomorrow, but instead will have a wonderful and productive life. Today, Trump gave a presidential pardon to Paul Walczak, a former nursing home executive who pleaded guilty to tax crimes in 2024. The pardon arrived after Walczak's mother donated at least $1 million to Trump. The pardon spares Walczak from 18 months in prison and $4.4 million in restitution. Also today, Trump announced plans to pardon reality TV stars Julie and Todd Crisley, who were sentenced to 7 and 12 years in prison for conspiracy to defraud banks of $36 million and tax evasion. Their daughter spoke at the 2024 Republican National Convention. Bonica notes that delegitimizing the judicial system creates a permission structure for threats against judges. That, too, we're seeing. Bonica goes on to illustrate how this pattern of authoritarian attacks on the judiciary looks the same across nations. In 2009, following a ruling that he was not immune from prosecution for fraud, tax evasion, and bribery, Italy's Silvio Berlusconi railed about communist prosecutors and communist judges. In 2016, Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey rejected the authority of his country's highest court and purged more than 4,000 judges. Zimbabwe's Robert Mugabe pushed judges to stop protests, and the judiciary collapsed. In the Philippines in 2018, Rodrigo Duterte called the Chief Justice defending judicial independence an enemy, and she was removed. In Brazil in 2021, Jair Bolsonaro threatened violence against the judges who were investigating him for corruption. But Bonica notes, something different happened in Israel in 2023. When Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition tried to destroy judicial independence, people from all parts of society took to the streets. A broad, nonpartisan group came together to defend democracy and resist authoritarianism. Every authoritarian who successfully destroyed judicial independence did so because civil society failed to unite in time, Bonica writes. The key difference? Whether people mobilized. Notes.
https://ecf.dcd.uscourts.gov/cgi-bin/show_public_doc. So that is that. Pretty good summary of the dubious pardons. You know, we don't apparently these days we don't do pardons because people deserve pardons. It's how much your mother can pay to get Johnny out of detention, apparently. Very white, just to be blunt. It's like very disturbing. So let's go on to a more fun question. Broke Genius asked if my family owned slaves, and my response was, gee, you know, my family's black. I doubt that there were any black slave owners in Georgia, and lo and behold, I'm wrong. So let me stand corrected. So this is quick down and dirty Google AI, whatever it is. So the answer is yes, there were African American slave owners in Georgia, though as far as I know, going back to my grandparents, my mother's parents, and my father's parents, my mother's side of the family is Sea Islands of South Carolina. On my father's side, the only possible Georgia, like deep Georgia roots would be my paternal grandmother. And I'm not sure because there's some Florida connections, but I guess anything's possible. But it says here, yes, there were African American slave owners in Georgia. They probably weren't called African Americans back then. According to historical records, a significant percentage of free black heads of families in Georgia owned slaves. Specifically, 20% of free black heads of families in Georgia were slave owners by the time of the antebellum period. These individuals, for the most part, owned slaves who worked in the rice, cotton, and sugar fields, much like their white contemporaries. However, they faced considerable social stigma due to their lineage and skin color. Now, the rice and stuff like that would have been Georgia Sea islands and, more coastal areas. So, the interior of Georgia wouldn't be conducive to rice, at least, and maybe even sugar. Cotton, maybe, but I know all three, thrive in heat. And for just, Georgia didn't, when Georgia was chartered, black slavery was specifically prohibited. So Georgia didn't start out as a slave colony. It just kind of developed over a century or so. And then the other thing I wanted to look at, just to do a little bit of a deeper dive to Wikipedia, which isn't much deeper, I guess. African American slave owners within the history of the United States existed in some cities and others as plantation owners in the country. During this time, ownership of slaves signified both wealth and increased social status. Black slave owners were relatively uncommon, which is my point. And this will be an SKC point on world slavery. It'll be a point that I'm going to make to Broke Genius. Exceptions don't prove rules. That there were a few black slave owners does not really make a hill of beans of difference in that America was a slave country. So it was not a good thing back then, but it was legal. So I don't think people who want to, that Thomas Sowell SKC point that there were black slave owners, I don't think it does the work of much. There weren't many of them, and slavery, at least in the current context, is a bad thing. There was slavery in Africa too. Sounds like a Western movie. So we all know that there were black slave owners. There weren't enough of them to form a local government or a state government or have any impact whatsoever on the direction of politics in America back during the antebellum period of American history. They didn't have power, is my trump card. Pun not intended. So let us move on. A couple videos, and I've dropped the links. If no one wants to come up, we will end this show early because I am kind of tired. So this is, I have not watched this video. No idea what it is, but the title was kind of compelling. It's called U.S. Culture is Toxic AF, but I didn't see it till I left. By a content creator, or the channel name is Kayla Cosmos. Let's see what she's got to say. Let's just see what she has to say.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to be tackling a little bit more of a heavy subject. I'm not going to lie, I'm probably going to trigger myself and probably be quite stressed out after I talk about this, but excuse me, it's just got to be said because this has been on my mind, and I figure there's always so much useful information and perspectives out there that can be shared, and I do think I have something of value that I could talk about. So we're going to talk about how, since I left the States 5 years ago, living abroad has really changed my perception of a lot of stuff, especially about how things work in the US. So I want to give a little bit of background information. I left the US 5 years ago. I lived in Taiwan for 2 years, and then I've spent probably about 3 years traveling. I spent 6 months in Colombia, traveled through Asia for like probably 2 years, including like Japan, Thailand, Vietnam. I've been to Vietnam like 5 times. I love it there so much. where else, like Malaysia. I spent most of my time basically in Asia, Latin America, and yeah. So I am, yeah, just going to be talking about some things that I feel like now that I've been gone for so long and have almost like, I'm still an American at the end of the day, but and there are many ways that I feel like I've un-Americanized myself to see things how I used to see, like versus how I used to see them and how I see them now, and like almost have like this like veil lifted off of me. And we're going to get into that. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about like one comparison between like Taiwan and the things I learned here, but then also talk about some more general stuff as well. And I want to preface this with, there's always somebody in the comments that's like, well, the US, like, it could be like there's countries where this shitty thing's happening, this shitty thing's happening, and more so in like developing countries that like people compare to the US. But I'm saying all of these things kind of in comparison to like, we look crazy even for a developed nation that's supposed to be like the number one in the world. Yeah, okay. So I know there's many other places out there where if you were to be able to live in the US, it would be a blessing and you would have like, a much better life. But comparing us to other developed nations, it's like we really don't look that great. So let me start by saying the first thing I want to talk about that was really interesting for me, especially when I first moved to Taiwan, is how like the government kind of just handles things and like seems to care about people, which is like such a mind-blowing concept. My first example that I want to use is the earthquake that happened in Taiwan last year. I actually happened to be here during that earthquake. I woke up, my bed was shaking for like, the first thing I want to cover is how when I went to Taiwan, there were things that I just
Wow,
was
that's
like,
a jump cut.
the government seems to care in some ways where I've never seen the US kind of act in certain ways. And the first example I'm going to use is the earthquake that happened in Taiwan in 2024 last year in April. It was April 1st. I was here. I was sleeping. I woke up at 8 a.m. The bed was shaking, and I was like, I just stayed there because I was like, it kept going. And I was like, well, by the time it's over, I don't know, maybe I won't even make it out of the building. So I just stayed there. But I realized that, the east coast of Taiwan was getting hit really, like, pretty badly. And this earthquake, it killed, I think, officially 19 people, and 1,000 people were injured. But, like, comparing this earthquake to the biggest one that they had, which I think was like 25 years ago, that killed 2,000 people, you look like it was just like this interesting thing to be like, the government took action to like, build better infrastructure to make sure something like this would not happen again. And like looking at that difference in numbers, it's huge. And I feel like Taiwan felt like such a huge sense of pride in being like, even though this was a horrible disaster, like they did what they could, and they can look at their systems and say, we did our best. And it seemed to come out like have a pretty good outcome from the effort that was put in. And then if we look at like the wildfires in California that were this past year, it's like all people are doing is being angry at the government. They're looking at insurance companies and being like, you were getting rid of our fire coverage. I haven't delved like so hard into it, but it just seemed like there was so much chaos around this happening. There was no like, we did our best to prepare for this. There was like no like sense of unity. It was just like anger and frustration. The sense of unity was people doing their best to help each other who had lost everything and who were in these hopeless situations. But like, I feel like it was almost like the people versus the like, the governmental.
Yeah, we're gonna have to jump
systems,
ahead.
like going back to the States, like I don't feel safe there. There's a lot of, even like Colombia, for example, in Medellin, I lived there for 6 months. I love it.
You know what? Maybe this is B Brave's daughter. She doesn't feel safe in the United States. Let's see if she talks about 70% and living in a white trash community. She could be a candidate.
Love it so much. I felt safer there than at least living in Philadelphia. But once again, even now, like I'm so used to being in safety for the past 2 years. Like even in Colombia, as much as I want to go back, I don't know if I want to go back because that's just not like aligned with how I want to be. And even going back to the States, I like am nervous about it because I'm just not like trying to be like in this defense, like, oh my God, shit could hit the fan any moment. And like when I do return to the States, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a shock. Like I spent about a month in New York, which was super fun. Overall, like I felt like pretty okay. Like, yeah, you still see some crazy stuff happening, like unfortunately.
Yeah, I have
Homeless
no
people that just
patience with this
screaming those random
bullshit.
things in the healthcare should not be as complicated as it is. And I never knew that it could be straightforward until I lived in Taiwan. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This is Be Brave if he was a girl. Just scattered, just making broad, like if you take a shotgun and shoot at the side of a barn, you're gonna hit it. That's about the depth of her points. And it's a quick review, but it's not worth my time. This is something that I've been meaning to get around to for a while. John Galt, of all people, has been talking about why can't black people be like the Jews or the Asians? And you know what? I vaguely knew that way back in the day, there were mutual aid societies, there were burial societies, there were insurance companies, black-owned insurance companies that kind of did burial insurance and some other things. But there were apparently mutual aid societies, and there's a whole book that I need to get and read by a guy named David. Is it Belito? I'm sorry, Beito. Heritage Foundation. Basically, we all know who the Heritage Foundation is. It is the foundation that was a principal architect, I guess would be the word, of the Trump policy, current Trump policy. This is way back in July of 2000, though. And it talks about from mutual aid to welfare state, how fraternal societies fought poverty and taught character. And this is specifically in the black community. And it's a whole report here. He is assistant professor of history at University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, which is the University of Alabama, and is author of From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State for Fraternal Societies and Social Services, 1890 to 1967, University of North Carolina Press, which goes back to a point that was made earlier about, and I guess it was a conversation, maybe it was SKC and I had yesterday about charities and benevolent associations, fraternal societies, basically being the welfare state, and it's a point that still exists. And why, I don't know. But hey, I don't have a problem with, churches or, these sorts of organizations providing for the poor, charitable hospitals, providing emergency room care and that sort of thing. But government shouldn't do it. And I personally think that if you read the Constitution, the government is actually back when everyone put a quarter in a pot and buy a house, the good times. Well, more or less. And apparently in certain immigrant communities, that still happens. Master Kim was talking about it. There are business communities that have very recent immigrant origins where everybody puts, money into a pot. And, when there is a catastrophe or an emergency, or someone wants to buy a new property or business or something like that, there are funds that are there. Essentially, it's investment money into a new business. I'm sure it all has to be paid off, etc. And there used to be something like that. Again, I've not done the reading, but I did vaguely know that there were, that version of stuff in the black community before the Great Society and maybe a little bit before that. And I would have to read this, and I wonder if I even should. I'll read a couple paragraphs and then I'll drop the link into the chat, and I'll get the book. Probably won't have it read, by the end of this month, maybe by the end of next month. But I'm going to come back and probably do a video short on the history of mutual aid societies in the Black community. But, that'll be a project that I maybe accomplish in the next month or so. But let me read a little bit of this. Again, it's Robert Beito. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Heritage Foundation, which Project 2025, they're kind of one of the principal architects. So it is it's not surprising that they would be very interested in this history, because they don't want government to help poor people in spite of the Constitution, and actually the Declaration of Independence also. Who cares about people's pursuit of happiness and all that stuff? Mutual aid was one of the cornerstones of social welfare in the United States until the early 20th century. The fraternal society was a leading example. The statistical record of fraternalism was impressive. Short sentences, very Hemingway-esque. A conservative estimate is that 1/3 of adult American males belonged to lodges in 1910. A fraternal analog existed for virtually every major service of the modern welfare state, including orphanages, hospitals, job exchanges, homes for the elderly, and scholarship programs. But societies also gave benefits that were much less quantifiable. By joining a lodge, an initiate adopted, at least implicitly, a set of survival values. Societies dedicated themselves to the advancement of mutualism, self-reliance, business training, thrift, leadership skills, self-government, self-control, and good moral character. Basically, it was peer pressure with a purse. These values, which can fit under the rubric of social capital, reflected a kind of fraternal consensus that cut across such seemingly intractable divisions as race, sex, and income. The record of 5 societies that thrived at or near the turn of the century illustrates the many variants of this system. Each had a distinct membership base. 2 of the societies, the Independent Order of St. Luke and the United Order of True Reformers, were all Black. Both had been founded by ex-slaves after the Civil War and specialized initially in sickness and burial insurance. I mentioned that earlier. The other societies had entirely white memberships. The Loyal Order of Moose was an exclusively male society that emphasized sickness and burial benefits. Became best known during the 20th century for its orphanage, Moose Heart, never heard that, of that, near Aurora, Illinois. The Security Benefit Association, originally the Knights and Ladies of Security, followed in a similar tradition but broke from the mainstream by allowing men and women to join on equal terms. During the 1910s and the 1920s, the Knights and Ladies of Security established a hospital, a home for the elderly, and an orphanage, all in a single location near Topeka, Kansas, I assume. The Ladies of the Maccabees was an all-white, all-female society. It provided such health benefits as surgical care. It is worth noting that the women who belonged to these societies regarded themselves as members of fraternal rather than sororal societies. Excuse me. For them, fraternity, much like liberty and equality, was the common heritage of both men and women. To this end, an official of the Ladies of the Maccabees asserted that fraternity in these modern days has been wrestled from its original significance and has come to mean a sisterhood as well as a brotherhood in the human family. And I think that, these sorts of organizations, you can't go home again. That's pretty much my thoughts on it. There it is. We all need to join the Illuminati. Let's go. All? Are you sure the Illuminati won't be, some sort of segregated benevolent society? Oh yeah, most definitely. My mom helped me get my first house. Well, that's not exactly a fraternal thing, though, broke genius. So anyway, I'm going to wind up basically reading his book because I'm kind of interested. And to the point I made about John Galt going, "Why can't blacks be more like the Jews?" Which my response was, because we're not Jews. Different history. So hopefully I'll have a better argument than that, once I've read this. But I kind of suspect my argument's not going to change. Even if you want to go back and say, hey, blacks used to scrape pennies together to start these organizations. Tuskegee, where John Galt went to school, is probably the best example. It was a bunch of white people that, out of benevolence or whatever their motives, to build a second best structure. They didn't expect blacks to be, classics professors. They expected blacks to make bricks and build their houses. So, it was the best of what was around. Bless George Booker T. Washington for, his leadership. But we need both Booker T. Washington and Du Bois in 2025. It's not one or the other. You need both approaches. So there we go. And finally, unless someone wants to hit the link, this is something I wanted to get to yesterday. It's Toni Tipton Martin. I've talked a few times about her. She wrote a really great cookbook that years ago I bought from my mother. And I don't know, about a month ago, someone made the flippant comment that blacks in America have no food traditions. And that's patently wrong. That's just ignorance of history. Kind of like rap. It uses, European music form, but it is not Mozart. So you can build a new shed with the master's tools. You don't necessarily even have to demolish his house. Just make his tool different. And, at some point, hopefully you're buying new tools or inventing or making new tools. So let's go ahead and listen to this. It will be about, the title is "Where Are All the Black Cooks?" And I assume she means throughout history. So here we go.
Good evening,
And
everyone.
hopefully there's no music.
Welcome to our Distinguished Speaker Series. My name is Jason Zeller, and I'm the Director of Culinary Operations and Special Events here at Crystal Bridges. We are honored to have Toni Tipton Martin here tonight as part of this year's Distinguished Speaker Series, a series in which we host internationally acclaimed artists and innovators who inspire new ways of thinking about art, architecture, nature, and our community. It's a pleasure to welcome you here tonight for this opportunity to hear from such an acclaimed author and activist in the culinary field. And as a special addition to the evening, I'm thrilled to welcome Executive Director of Bentonville's own Brightwater, Dr. Glenn Mack, to introduce Toni on stage. Before we begin the introductions, just a few quick housekeeping notes. I'd like to request that you take a moment now to silence your cell phones. Following the lecture, there'll be an opportunity for a Q&A session with Tony. The program will also conclude with a book signing here at the front of her award-winning book, The Jemima Code, 2 Centuries of African-American Cookbooks. If you've not had your chance to grab your copy, you can purchase in the back of the room just after the lecture. Also, I'd like to take a moment and express a big thanks to those who make these series possible, from our colleagues in public programs, especially Sarah Siegerlin and Moira Anderson, our dedicated volunteers for helping us make education programs possible, and as always, our devoted members who continue to support all of our programs at Crystal Bridges. Thank you. I'd also like to extend a deep gratitude to our sponsors for the Distinguished Lecture Series, Del Monte Foods. We're so grateful for your support. Here at Crystal Bridges, I truly believe that our success is attributed to the strong communities in which we form locally and regionally. For me, our ever-growing partnerships with advocates for authentic experiences and culinary excellence, such as Dr. Glenn Mack and Brightwater School, are true examples of innovation and positive impact on the Northwest Arkansas region. As a longtime supporter of many of the programs here at the museum, both culinary and otherwise, Glenn has been a vital part of the fabric of the Bentonville community for many years. Tonight is truly an amazing moment at Crystal Bridges to continue the discussion of how culinary professionals, such as Tony Tipton Martin, can transform communities. And so I could think of no better representative than Glenn Mack to introduce our speaker this evening. An Arkansas native, Dr. Glenn R. Mack currently serves as Executive Director at Brightwater, a center for the study of food at Northwest Arkansas Community College in Bentonville, Arkansas. With extensive international experience in journalism and culinary arts, he worked and studied in the former Soviet Union, China, and Europe. He currently serves on the board for the International Association of Culinary Professionals, the Arkansas Association of Career and Technical Education, and the Culinary Trust. His lifelong passion for noodles, student engagement, smoked fish, and organizational development fill his time. He's also classically trained in the culinary arts in China, Italy, Russia, Uzbekistan, and the US. Glenn, it's a pleasure having you here tonight. Please join me in welcoming.
Thank you, Jason.
Such a pleasure.
Thank you, Jason. Wow, what a treat to introduce Tony tonight. She's a friend, a personal inspiration, and also a member of the Food Studies Council for Brightwater. So Tony and I have known each other for a couple of decades. We met in Austin, Texas, and mutual friends said, hey, you're culinary misfits. Why don't you go hang out together? I had recently left journalism, and Tony was at that point contemplating something big. And I remember sitting in the coffee shop, and she said, I've got this calling. I'm really drawn to identity and culture. What do you think? And I said, Tony, oh, that's amazing. You got to do it. Now, no, I'm not taking credit for all her subsequent success, but it is truly special to watch somebody's dreams unfold in front of your eyes. And I'm just terribly moved to have her tonight address. She spoke last night as well at Dish. You know, academia 2 decades ago was in this debate about food studies. That's scholarship light. That's nonsense. Chefs didn't know what to do with us. The scholars didn't know what to do with us. Journalists didn't know what to do with us. But we followed our own path and our own heart. And I'm thrilled to present Tony tonight to share a little bit of her story and her projects. So please help me welcome Tony Tipton Martin, a culinary journalist. You can see she has been quite busy for the past couple of decades. She's a culinary journalist, author, and community activist who has dedicated her career to building healthier communities. She's the author of the Jemima Code, the 2 Centuries of African American Cookbooks, a book that celebrates the important legacy of African American cooks and their cookbooks. For this work, Toni received the 2016 James Beard Book Award. For her work, she's the recipient of numerous awards, including the 2016 Art of Eating Prize, the 2015 Certificate of Outstanding Contribution to Publishing from the Black Caucus of the Library Association. Toni is profiled in the 35th annual 2016 Aetna African American History Calendar, is a member of the James Beard Awards Committee, and co-founder of Southern Foodways Alliance and Foodways Texas. Toni's been a featured speaker at many institutions and book festivals around the country, including the Smithsonian Food Festival, the Museum of African Diaspora, the Langone Center of American Culinary Research at the University of Michigan, Culinary Historians of Southern California, the International Association of Culinary Professionals, and many others. Toni was invited twice by Michelle Obama, the First Lady, to the White House, and the first African-American food editor of a major daily newspaper, the Cleveland Plain Dealer, the nutrition writer for the Los Angeles Times, and the contributing editor to Heart and Soul magazine. She founded a 501c3 nonprofit organization that promotes the connection between cultural heritage, food, and health through 2 events: the Children's Picnic, a real food fair, and Soul Summit, a conversation about race, identity, power, and food. She's an advisor to a grassroots peace movement that is rekindling the Pie Social as a vehicle for racial tolerance, and a member of the advisory board of the Old Ways African Heritage Diet Pyramid. Toni's a wife and the mother of 4. She splits her time between Texas and Colorado. We are privileged to have Toni here this evening. Now, please join me in welcoming Toni Tipton Martin.
That made me sound like quite the overachiever. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Glenn and Jason and Moira, for this invitation. This is really quite a special moment for me because, as you heard from Glenn, this book was published in 2015, and tonight represents my last stop on a 3-year tour. It isn't just important that I'm here because it's the end of a wonderful opportunity to introduce so many people to those that I'll be sharing with you tonight and through the book, but it's also because we happen to be in an art museum. And this didn't occur to me, it's not scripted, so I hope I'll stay on task. But I just visited the O'Keeffe exhibition. And what occurred to me is that I have spent all of these years in the shadows of African-American women in the food world, working diligently to be legitimized, to legitimize this work, to legitimize our relationship to food, and to ensure that we were taken seriously and respected. And here I am now in an artistic space where I can also now appreciate their artistic value and the value of representing them in the way that we did in the Jemima Code. So it's a really wonderful place for me to be today, and I thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to thank you, the audience, as well, for being here. The Jemima Code is one of those challenging labels that I think it takes some courage for you to come in and be part of a group, to be part of a conversation with such a stigmatized name. So I want you to take a round of applause for yourselves for coming. because we are going to answer the question what we can learn from Aunt Jemima and African American cooks besides their recipes for great pancakes. So I want you to take a few minutes. There won't be a quiz after, but I'd like for you to recognize that you're having a reaction to this image. Every one of us is feeling something different. For some of us, this is someone who we might have grown up with. We have great affection for her. We know that she took good care of us and she fed us really delicious food. She nourished us at the table. She salved our wounds with food. And she was just generous of spirit. For others, she's an image that needs to be forgotten. This is a stereotype. It is a painful, hurtful remembrance of some not so pleasant times in this country. And the image reflects minimal opportunities for African American women who were forbidden to hold other jobs. It reminds us of enslavement. It reminds us of a very difficult time. And then there's another group of us who don't know what I am talking about. I'm looking around to see how many are here, and today not that many. But in some spaces where I speak with students in particular, they don't have any idea who Aunt Jemima is. They see faces on packages all of the time. And so she is no different than Wolfgang Puck being on pizza, or Rachel Ray and Martha Stewart and their faces on the packages of products that they create. And it's taken some time for me to be able to help us all begin in a different place in our appreciation or understanding of this person, these women, but to leave this space with the same feeling about them. And that's my goal here today. It's my goal for the work. This is a project of reconciliation for me. And I'm going to show you a little bit about my passion and how I hope that the authors contained in this book can contribute in some small way to increasing tolerance in the world as we're living in it today. I should have stood up. Aunt Jemima Trade, this image is the cover of the book, and it's a replica of the Aunt Jemima trademark. It was taken from the cover of one of the cookbooks in my collection. The author's name is Rebecca West, and she was a chef, professionally trained, and she lived in Washington, D.C. in the 1940s. She represents a trademark that at one point was shorthand for greatness and perfection. The Aunt Jemima caricature or trademark basically was a stand-in for the words, "If you want perfect pancakes, buy this product." But we're living in an era now where everyone from Food Network stars to executive chefs to food scholars and nutritionists and authors and entrepreneurs are all telling us what we should eat, what is perfect, what is healthy, how you should cook it, how easy it should be, that you should just order it online, and on and on and on. And at a time like this, it would seem natural that people who had spent so much time in the kitchen and on packages of food would be inspiring the next generation as well towards healthy living or to food careers that could provide them with economic independence, and yet they are not. After decades of accomplished cooking in elegant homes, in hospitals and catering companies, in church basements and railroad cars and oyster houses and grog shops, and servitude is not where we want young people to go.
Oops, sorry about
Lastly, I
that.
will say that
Yeah, we're gonna have to go back.
The scholars didn't.
Oh my Lord.
moment for me.
Sorry.
Because as you
We'll just
heard
kind of
tonight, this
redo it.
book
I
was
hit the
published in,
button by accident.
2015, and tonight represents my last stop on a 3-year tour. It isn't just important that I'm here because it's the end of a wonderful opportunity to introduce so many people to those that I'll be sharing with you tonight and through the book, but it's also because we happen to be in an art museum. And this didn't occur to me, it's not scripted, so I hope I'll stay on task. But I just visited the O'Keeffe exhibition. And what occurred to me is that I have spent all of these years in the shadows of African-American women in the food world, working diligently to be legitimized, to legitimize this work, to legitimize our relationship to food, and to ensure that we were taken seriously and respected. And here I am now in an artistic space where I can also now appreciate their artistic value and the value of representing them in the way that we did in the Jemima Code. So it's a really wonderful place for me to be today, and I thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to thank you, the audience, as well, for being here. The Jemima Code is one of those challenging labels that I think it takes some courage for you to come in and be part of a group, to be part of a conversation with such a stigmatized name. So I want you to take a round of applause for yourselves for coming. Because we are going to answer the question, what we can learn from Aunt Jemima and African-American cooks besides their recipes for great pancakes. So I want you to take a few minutes. There won't be a quiz after. But I'd like for you to recognize that you're having a reaction to this image. Every one of us is feeling something different. For some of us, this is someone who we might have grown up with. We have great affection for her. We know that she took good care of us and she fed us really delicious food. She nourished us at the table. She salved our wounds with food. And she was just generous of spirit. For others, she's an image that needs to be forgotten. This is a stereotype. It is a painful, hurtful remembrance of some not so pleasant times in this country. And the image reflects minimal opportunities for African-American women who were forbidden to hold other jobs. It reminds us of enslavement. It reminds us of a very difficult time. And then there's another group of us who don't know what I am talking about. I'm looking around to see how many are here, and today not that many. But in some spaces where I speak with students in particular, they don't have any idea who Aunt Jemima is. They see faces on packages all of the time. And so she is no different than Wolfgang Puck being on pizza, or Rachel Ray and Martha Stewart and their faces on the packages of products that they create. And it's taken some time for me to be able to help us all begin in a different place in our appreciation or understanding of this person, these women, but to leave this space with the same feeling about them. And that's my goal here today. It's my goal for the work. This is a project of reconciliation for me. And I'm going to show you a little bit about my passion and how I hope that the authors contained in this book can contribute in some small way to increasing tolerance in the world as we're living in it today. I should have stood up. Aunt Jemima trade, this image is the cover of the book, and it's a replica of the Aunt Jemima trademark. It was taken from the cover of one of the cookbooks in my collection. The author's name is Rebecca West, And she was a chef, professionally trained, and she lived in Washington, D.C. in the 1940s. She represents a trademark that at one point was shorthand for greatness and perfection. The Aunt Jemima caricature or trademark basically was a stand-in for the words, "If you want perfect pancakes, buy this product." But we're living in an era now where everyone from Food Network stars to executive chefs to food scholars and nutritionists and authors and entrepreneurs are all telling us what we should eat, what is perfect, what is healthy, how you should cook it, how easy it should be, that you should just order it online, and on and on and on. And at a time like this, it would seem natural that people who had spent so much time in the kitchen and on packages of food would be inspiring the next generation as well towards healthy living or to food careers that could provide them with economic independence, and yet they are not. After decades of accomplished cooking in elegant homes, in hospitals and catering companies, in church basements and railroad cars and oyster houses and grog shops and bakeries, and as ranch hands and bartenders and mixologists, and after creating recipes that made other people healthy and wealthy and happy and full, African American cooks were mostly forgotten by the food world until the Jemima Code. And so with this acclaimed book and related projects, I'm hoping to change that. I want them to become part of the celebrity chef world. For the past 20 years, I put on their aprons and their headscarves, and I poured through archives and put aside the sexist and the racist narrative that dominates most of Southern history when it comes to African American cooks. And I created what I'm calling a celebration of those people. What you're going to see is my version of an homage. So what is a code? What do I mean by this? This is how Merriam-Webster defines a code. And the dictionary goes on to say that it is a covert message coded into an intelligible form so that we recognize and interpret as a signal or to discover the underlying meaning of. As Americans, we live with all sorts of standardizing codes, dress codes, moral codes, codes of conduct, codes of law, bar codes. Recipes are codes, so are prescriptions. But when I talk about a Jemima code, I'm interrogating the ways that society has arranged words and images and synchronized them to classify the character and the life's work of our nation's Black cooks into one insignificant trademark that was contrived to communicate a powerful double message. Hence what we felt earlier, that we're all expressing and feeling some level of difference about these women. This whole thing started as a pursuit for me of my grandmother on the pages of Southern food history when I was part of the food staff at the LA Times. It was there that I encountered cookbooks and a written history that didn't match anything that I remembered about the way that my grandmother nurtured our family at the table. And it left me with that question that started at the beginning of this talk. What can we learn from these women? And the answer I discovered is quite a bit. And it's a concept that I decided to call the Jemima Code because it was really hard for me to prove what I knew instinctively and felt in my heart. What I did was I collected cookbooks as a source of evidence, and then I tried to have those recipes from those cookbooks published. Although I had a very long resume in the food world, as you heard, not one publisher, not one literary agent, no one would touch this project. And I was very frustrated and very determined. And so I took it to the internet. And I began a one-year project of posting a picture of a cook, a recipe photograph, and a cookbook, something similar to this image that we ran in the LA Times some 20 years ago. And it was going to be a one-year project where I would just focus on one cook at a time, once a week. I even planned it to come out on Wednesday, which is Food Newspaper Day. And lo and behold, the University of Texas Press came to me and they said, we want to publish this book, but we have to publish this as a book. But they said we have 2 conditions. And I couldn't have been more thrilled. They said, first condition is you can't change the title. We want that provocative title. We're going to stick with that. And the second was that it had to be a beautiful coffee table book to contradict the narrative that had been portrayed against these women for so many generations. And I could not have been happier. So how did this whole thing get started? It is true, of course, that African American women did do the cooking in America. And so the Jemima Code, to me, is a 200-year-old system of prejudices and double standards based on some element of truth. It originated in the handwritten journals and ledgers of slaveholding women and in their letters to families and friends. They expressed inconsistent emotional observations about the servants in their communities and essentially bloated the image of African American women until we wound up with something similar to this. These distorted representations about her knowledge, skills, and
Hey,
abilities
Shredder,
created
17,000
in
an
Southern
hour.
plantation literature with names like Mammy
Interesting. Where'd
and
you get that
Jezebel
number,
and
just out of
Syrah.
curiosity? Did you
And
make it
those
up?
stereotypes,
Or do you
like
have
the code,
experience?
transmitted
You probably
messages
call them
that were all open
flapjacks.
to interpretation. So despite the fact that we had living in our midst real, professional, beautiful, slim Black cooks, it became so easy, far too easy, for us to link African American women generally and cooks specifically with the jarring portrait of the South's old Black mammy. The stereotype certainly obscures any trace of African American excellence in America's written culinary history, but it does more than that. This omission casts a haze of harsh labor over the kitchen that doesn't encourage anybody to really want to go into the kitchen and cook. I'll remind you to think of the cliche, slaving in the kitchen. Comes out of this tradition. So while it is correct that Black women did most of the cooking in early American kitchens, it is also true that they did that with grace and skill like trained professionals. They were chefs who honed their kitchen skills, many in the ways that Glenn teaches at Culinary Academy, the way that they do every day, by observation, apprenticeship, with training that was transmitted orally. When they cooked, they expressed both art and skill. They may do, certainly, but they also seasoned our lives and made our existence pleasurable, even under the most barbaric circumstances. They cooked our meals from scratch. They sewed our clothes. They salved our wounds. They nurtured our spirits, and they imparted wisdom over steaming plates of nourishment. And they did so all while maintaining jobs miraculously outside of their homes. So how is it that these are not the predominant images of African American cooks? That's just one of the questions I had the more I started to do this research. There were other questions. Why don't we celebrate their contributions to American culture the way that we venerate the imaginary Betty Crocker? Why wasn't their true legacy preserved? Will we ever be able to forget the images of ignorant, submissive, selfless, sexy, sassy, asexual despots? Is it possible to replace the mostly unflattering pictures of generous waistlines bent over cast iron skillets that are burned into our memories? Will we ever believe that strong African...
Well, let me make a quick comment. No, the generous waistlines and, just the general disdain for Black women will never be like altered, forgiven, whatever the word you want to use, by the anti-Black Blacks who have mated with their fellow red pill males. No, I'm going to say that anti-Black Blacks and red pill, Black manosphere males they can actually mate. One of the few examples of XY and XY basically reproducing themselves. You would ordinarily say it's asexual, but it's probably an actual sexual mating, in the traditional sense. I think that's probably the same level of biology that most of the anti-black blacks and the other forms of racists produce.
African women toted wood and built fires even before thinking about beating biscuit dough 500 times or mixing cakes by hand, and let alone that they left us with more than just their good formulas for great pancakes. To find the answers, I knew that I needed to break this code to set them free from advertisements like this that were intentionally designed to distort their appearance, making them look grotesque and animal-like to support the narrative that still divides us. And I'm not sure if you can see in the back, but the one that's in color, you can actually see that the bandana has been tied so that it looks like little animal ears. And there's a texture on her skin tone so that it looks like hair.
I bet there's a flip side to that picture with the tail.
But what I did, instead of dwelling on this, as so many historians and so many of us do, I changed, or as the kids call it, I flipped the script. I used the same observations that created the double message or the code to break it. And the difference for me was one of interpretation. So I want you to think, as I'm explaining to you now about what I did for this work, think about it like a recipe that has 3 parts, right? The recipe has the list of ingredients, there is a method, and then there is an outcome. So the first thing I did was I started doing research, and I gathered well-known and obscure ingredients from all kinds of sources. I consulted photographs, the writings of slave-holding women, newspapers, opinion pieces, recipes, tips, historic facts, scholarships, slave narratives, literature, poetry, lyrics, fine art, photography, and then one day it occurred to me that there might be Black cookbooks that would provide the women's voices in their own words. By the time I was finished, I had 375 Black cookbooks, many of them rare, that date back to 1827. But then I didn't know what I was supposed to do with them. I had them spread out on the floor, and I would just sit there with them and linger over them and try to integrate what I was reading as observations from white families that adored these people, or from Black families that had agonized over missing these people, and tried to reconsider all of this new scholarship, what Glenn called scholarship light, through a whole nother lens. I started mixing in my experiences as a 30-year culinary professional who understands the work of the kitchen to try and see them without a bias. Sometimes I let my thoughts marinate gently over it, and other times they just drove me crazy, like trying to make a delicate sauce over a flame without turning it into scrambled eggs. I would whip together these new truths and these old truths, and I would tell them to other people, and nobody understood what I was talking about. And I even began to speak around the country, trying to share the words of these women themselves. I tried to imagine the focus and imagination required of
Yeah, roller skater Texas girl, this is actually amazing and definitely interesting. And the one thing I want to point out before I get to housekeeping is all this and not one N-word. How did she do it? None of the vitriol, none of the just histrionics, just like positive stuff. Other than the Aunt Jemima caricatures, but what can you do? Want to also make sure everyone please hit the like button. in your respective chats, please make sure that you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please support your host. You know, as I kind of pointed out yesterday, I actually do some work to find stuff like this. There are, things like the newspapers and all this stuff. I try and do something different than the standard, just let's, you know, um, go to Twitter and find all the stuff that isn't going right in the American Black community. Um, there's some good stuff going on out there. I'm not even sure you have to look hard for it. I think you almost have to willfully, to use Deacon Dave's term, you have to willfully ignore it in lieu of satisfying some, weird Black manosphere, just like Black conservative, like some primal urge to just be the there's an old Fred Flintstone character, I think it was, called Bad Luck Schleprock. And the character would go wowsy wowsy whoa whoa. It was just like, everything he did was just negative, and he was literally called Bad Luck Schleprock. That's what I think the anti-black blacks are. They are the black version. It's not even bedrock. This is like wowsy wowsy whoa whoa. It was actually several episodes, Roller Skater. It was kind of a running joke. And it's been decades since I've even watched the Flintstones, but Kazoo and Bad Luck Schleprock have stuck in my mind throughout the years. So the anti-black blacks are the bad luck schleprocks of the American Black community. And I hope they're hearing this, because I intend to fuck with them. I will fuck with them more because I think they're full of shit and they are willfully ignorant of the good stuff that goes on, like Tony Tipton Martin. So there we go. I've said my piece. Oh, by the way, also subscribe to the @Stanley Cross 6000. That's my channel. There is a brand new video that I premiered yesterday afternoon. If you're interested. Something else that I found interesting about a book called it's basically The Devil You Know, a Black Power Manifesto. A couple interviews with the author that I didn't do, but Don Lemon did, and then he has a Facebook thing that he did. Charles Blow is the author's name. So we go. Yeah, well, Dave, sometimes I feel passionate about, bottom line is, if I can do it, I'm not the brightest bulb on that I'm sorry, I'm not the brightest candle on the Kwanzaa table. So if I can do it, anybody can, really.
Enslaved and illiterate free cooks who were unable to read or write as they performed multiple tasks at one time, demonstrating remarkable feats of recall and memorizing dozens of European recipes as they prepared meals in big house kitchens, food businesses, and in their own cabins. Eventually, a spirited story about American kitchens and recipes came to me, and it dispelled
Hopefully
some
I
of
can
these
get some of
age-old
these
myths.
cookbooks or get
One of the
facsimiles
sources
of them.
of this new truth was this book, The Bluegrass Cookbook. It was originally published in 1904, and I reissued it with the University of Kentucky Press to introduce the idea of competent Black cooks who could spur us on, all of us, towards tolerance. It was written by Minnie C. Fox, And it beautifully demonstrates the synergistic relationship between Black and white women working together in Southern kitchens at the start of the 20th century. It became the cornerstone of my work for two reasons. One, it featured more than 300 recipes and a dozen stunning camera portraits, not distortions, of African American cooks. It also acknowledged the huge contribution that these women had made to Southern foodways, to Southern culture, and to Southern hospitality. By the time I was finished,
Yeah, I want to stop it there to point out, and I cannot remember who made the comment, but it was literally a young Black man in this John Galt, channel, who basically said Black people don't, everything Black people learn how to cook was not original in the United States. And you know what? Um, maybe not. But I think there's a strong suggestion that there's a lot of original stuff that Black people did, if only to survive. Remember, food scraps, and a lot of times, you could go out and catch, as slaves, you could go out and catch your own fish, you could go out and hunt your own game. There were a lot of things that that go into a hard scrabble existence, or a catch what you can and nourish your family.
this picture that emerged began to stand boldly side by side against the Jemima caricature. And it started to cast a shadow for me of hope and grace on that make-believe. One of the things that I did was occupied a artistic space in Houston, Texas. This is Project Row Houses. Have you ever heard of it? There is a gentleman who rescued half a dozen shotgun houses, and he turned them into art spaces. And artists are invited to create installations that appear there for 30, 60 days, something like that. Anyway, our intention, this was my first effort to put this together as a book or as something visual. It started with art. And we painted all of the walls artistically in beautiful, vibrant colors of the South, Southern food. So we had a cornmeal wall. We have a sorghum wall. And we had a sweet potato wall. And what we did was despite my fears of associating these women with bigger than life imagery, we digitized them and blew them up to 8 feet and hung them from the ceiling so they were not up against the wall, but that the guests who visited the space could interact with them. And as you did at the beginning, they could have their own experiences with these images. The fourth wall was painted in chalkboard paint, and we invited everyone who attended to do what I asked you to do internally, but to express their emotions, their gratitude, their remembrances, whatever they thought about these women. My hope was that there would be a transformation for at least the people that encountered those women, of Aunt Jemima as a maligned kitchen servant into someone who was inspirational and powerful, a new symbol of culinary wisdom and authority. It all came together so naturally, and it was all based on that Bluegrass cookbook. I started fusing the real words from formerly enslaved women, like this woman from North Carolina, into the words of the authors in the cookbooks in order to provide that alternative picture for young people. And I thought about young people even more than us for this reason. This is an illustration that appeared in the Texas A&M student newspaper in 2004. And what it said to me was that our high technology, best and the brightest, could not see behind a narrow cliche. How could they? If this is a student who's never encountered an African American woman, in the absence of a written history to
I guarantee you it was an anti-black black who did this cartoon.
defy the stereotype, this is the picture of every African American woman in that student's eye. At the time, I was a suburban mother. I understood what was happening here. This was published during standardized test time. And so the student was making the point that the Black students, the Black males, had not performed very well that year. But what was the most...
You know what? I'm going to guess it was either John Galt or Latino for Trump who drew this cartoon. Guarantee it.
offensive part to me was the depiction of an African American mother wielding a spatula like a weapon and portrayed in a stereotype. You know, I was really, my juices
And
were
Broke
really
Genius, the
flowing.
racists on the John Galt channel
Then
are
I
actually
encountered
funnier.
this bibliography that was posted online by the University of Alabama. And I used that to feverishly search for the books that I discovered for the Jemima Code. Every week, I would enter a new title into my browser. And before I knew it, I had almost every book on this list. I found some of them for as little as $1, and others were hundreds of dollars. I wrote lots of freelance articles in order to pay for it. I had to say that right up front the very first night when my husband was in the back of the room. I did something else. There are lots of books published by white authors, especially at the turn of the century and into the early 20th century, that depict African American women in this mammy stereotype, and there are references to Dixieland or Aunt so-and-so's collection. And those books have either been, they either serve the purpose of being a tribute to somebody, to the mammy that lived in someone's home, or in the case of these two, Emma and William McKinney, they actually give her name. So they provide attribution. So I began to also collect books of this nature where an African-American cook is given credit for her intellectual property. What I don't do is collect the negative, ugly books. Once I had the full catalog of the books, I started sharing my idea, as I said, and nobody got it until I told Edna Lewis. Edna Lewis is the grande dame of Southern cooking. And tragically, as I said to the group last night, she is well known and respected within the food community, but she's largely unknown among African Americans.
Yeah.
She wrote
Hold
to
on,
me
let
in
me
the middle of the
pause
night.
this right quick. I actually, was it last week or maybe it was the week before, showed a clip of a PBS documentary that was done about Edna Lewis. And then I also have an interview with her niece, or like, I think it was her niece. It's about a 30 or 35 interview, 35-minute interview. And I don't know, it's 9. If we don't get to see it today, I'm going to make a point of showing it tomorrow. It's kind of a secondhand or maybe even third-hand interview. But the lady who interviews Edna Lewis's niece is actually rather interesting. So let us sally forth here.
She wanted to encourage me to look beyond the lists of ingredients and cooking instructions and to tell all of the ways, as she had tried to in her books, to dispel the myths associated with our food and to disprove the thinking that the only things that we prepare are soul foods and poverty foods from survival. She implored me, in her words, to leave no stone unturned. And so that was it. I was ready. I started to be able to categorize the books. I was able to see the groupings that these books fall into. And they represent very specific either work ethic or categories of personal value. For example, there are books that reflect chefdom, right? We know a lot more now about chefs like Hercules, who was known and respected for the fine dishes that he cooked as George Washington's chief cook at Mount Vernon and in Philadelphia. We also have begun to know more and more about James Hemings, who was the French-trained chef known for ice cream and macaroni and cheese. Are you getting feedback? I was even getting it. How about that? Is that better? Hemings was French-trained and known for his ice cream and macaroni and cheese that he served at Thomas Jefferson's Monticello. But what I love the most is that this is a kitchen inventory that's in his own handwriting. So he disputes the myths that we were all unintelligent and unable to read or write. This book is from 1911. This is Chef Rufus Estes, and he cooked on the Pullman Railroad. And he helps us understand something called the Totem Pan, right? That in the South, when African Americans were working in homes, they were often given leftovers to take home to repurpose for their families. And one of the things that Rufus helps us understand is that repurposing depends upon what the ingredients are, right? And so in the South, that might have meant that, yes, African Americans took home the pig parts and unwanted parts from the master's kitchen. But if you were serving on the Pullman Railroad, you might be taking home asparagus. And so these chefs and the books of this nature help us understand what it means when they help us understand that when these chefs speak about making blanc manger and other French dishes, that they came by that knowledge on the job. So he is known as our first African-American chef. There's also those who functioned as entrepreneurs. As I said, I try not to buy any books that are disparaging in any way. And so this is a book from the 1940s, published by a white woman in the Carolina Low Country. But what's important about this book and why it is in my collection, it isn't in the book, in the Jemima Code. It's because we have, so again, as with the Bluegrass Cookbook, we have evidence of African Americans with Business 101 knowledge. These are people that would have understood inventory, how to market, pricing. These would be people who needed to make eye contact with their customers when they couldn't make eye contact with a white person walking down the street. And they are people like the nut seller, the fruit sellers, the pepper pot woman in Pennsylvania, the pralinière in New Orleans. I don't know what to do. Is it me? Okay. So on to the first cookbooks. This is another representative of with an entrepreneurial spirit. This is a record of recipes that were collected for business purposes. This was by a woman named Melinda Russell. She was a free woman of color, and she published this book in 1866, and she owned a boarding house and a bakery, and she tells us this in her little introduction. She's an example also of the first woman we know working outside of her home. She had a disfigured child, and she published this book with the white women in her community in order to raise money to return home. She also gives us little clues about her expertise. She wants us to know that she's following the plan of the Virginia housewife. It's a way for her to give an endorsement of her proficiency. Someone asked me earlier about the condition of some.
You know, that's actually an interesting point, Broke Genius. If you hop over into the at Stanley Cross chat, uh, at Stanley Cross 6000, I would like to see, and you know what? I can Google it, so never mind. But Massachusetts actually was one of the first states to outlaw slavery. So I'm kind of reluctant. I'm kind of amazed that Harvard would be reluctant to give up those photos. So what? Slavery did exist, but Massachusetts and Vermont especially. No, New England was like the first region of what would become. I think actually Massachusetts outlawed slavery. I think before the U.S. founding. I could be wrong. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, Harvard has nothing to be ashamed of, especially if your name is SKC. Oh my lord, what on earth? Roller skater, you are spoiling me. My lord. Oh my lord. You know what? We might just have to I'm gonna make it a point to take the cookbooks you send me, and we will figure out a way to put me cooking that stuff on video. I swear it will be, me and Virgo and Portia, and you if you want. No, this is we're gonna make this into an event. I tell you what. What is going on, CK? How you doing? Hit the link if you want. I'll drop it one more time. Skater is invigorating me. I might have to stay on for another 14 hours. There, you know what? I know people will find this weird, but I adore cookbooks. One of these days, I'll tell you a story of I ran across a Canadian cookbook author, and I cannot remember her name, but she somehow or another combined cooking with astrology. It was the weirdest. And I was talking to her, and I'm like, "You did what?" So, she sent me of the book. It was a paperback. I don't know that it was ever a hardback, but again, published in Canada. She was Canadian. It was a nice cookbook, but it was like food, like recipes for your horoscope, something like that, which was definitely a unique angle. But that's how much I love cookbooks. This is literally something. It would have been around 1993. I'm sorry, like right around 1995 or 96 or so that I would have run into her. So, I've been, a cookbook fan. Shit, I used to watch the Galloping, like the original Galloping Gourmet back in the early 70s with my grandmother. So, I've always liked, that cooking, sort of point of view.
Of some of these books, and this book is so fragile that it's on it's in the archives at the University of Michigan, and this
Wow.
represents a reproduction. They sold facsimiles of it with student research, and I'm not sure that they're still available. This book by Abby Fisher, she was also an entrepreneur. She had been enslaved in North Carolina, and when she was set free, she and her husband Alexander moved to Northern California, where they operated a pickles and preserves company. And she won all kinds of awards for that work. Last year, I posted on Facebook that I was desperately looking for money in order to attend an auction in New York City. A copy of this book turned up, and I needed $10,000. So I posted that I was digging in my husband's pants pockets and in old purses and in seat cushions looking for anything I could find. And people said, "You have got to do a GoFundMe campaign." And I said, "Absolutely not. I'm a journalist. Those are for serious needs." Well, I relented, and at the end of 10 days, we had raised the $10,000. That's how seriously people believe in this work. So I know that it's beyond me. Abby Fisher is important because of her entrepreneurial skills as well. I said that. Dory Sanders is a more modern day expression of entrepreneurial traditions. She wrote a book based on her peach stand in South Carolina. I'm going to zip through the rest so we have time for questions. I want to tell you a little bit about educators. To counteract those negative images, like this one, of Black women, they started creating their own cookbooks, as we see in more and more volume. And they started creating textbook-like collections. So this picture is from a book called Dixie Dishes. It was published in 1941. And can you tell the subtlety of this? What bugs me about it? So we like that the Jemima character looks like she's the intelligent one, right? She's the teacher. But guess what I think about that little girl? She's the housewife. So even within giving the compliment that she's the intelligent teacher, she's also caricatured as this bigger than life, threatening. I can't interpret it all. And there were other ways. This is an example of a recipe that ran in one of those, that appeared in one of those diaries. And I just insert this to show the way that the women were caricatured through words. So it wasn't all about pictures, it was also done through words. You might say to me, well, that's just the vernacular of the language and that's how they spoke. Okay, what I like about it though, is that when you get near the bottom, when she says, then I mux in the eggs or no eggs and I dump in the flour. Oh no, above that. She says, if they's dear, I takes two, or one'll do right well. And if they's very dear, I discharge eggs and don't use no eggs at all. So this was one of those early stages in my research where I discovered that the holder of the information isn't the transcriber. It is the woman who is doing the cooking. She's not saying that she's too ignorant, as in previous depictions of them. She's saying, I understand that the way that I bake depends on the attitude of the chicken that day. They began to focus more on the scientific side of cooking. They realized that the culinary industry was blossoming at the turn of the century, and they were starting to come up with new and original dishes. And so we have culinary academies sprouting up for African Americans. The argument against this has been that, again, they were being forced into servitude, no other options. But in light of what we learn at Culinary Academy today, and the slogan in top of the classroom, cease to be a drudge, seek to be an artist, makes me very proud of them. Aren't they cute? And there are textbooks that emerge from this period. This one is really interesting. She operated a private school of her own in Omaha in 1925, I think. Of course, we know about George Washington Carver and all of the booklets that he created to help us understand recipes and cooking. But what we often don't think about is there are other sides of his nutritional knowledge, and this is something he called the Jessup wagon. It's basically the beginning of the USDA Extension Service, where he was helping people in the community learn about healthy cooking, one-on-one. This is Lucille Bishop Smith. Her great-grandson was so inspired by her wonderful little treasure box, published in 1941, that he has opened a restaurant in Houston in the Museum District, and it's called Lucille's, and it's a fine dining restaurant. He's cordon bleu trained. There are women in the media. I love this book, the book that emerges from this collection of food columns in Baltimore. It was intended to be disparaging, but what's really thrilling to me is that Aunt Priscilla becomes the first Black food editor. So she's my inspiration. This is, did I lose one? No. This is a picture of Lena Richard in New Orleans. She had a cooking show 20 years before Julia. What's in
By the way, I've got a it's either a documentary or an interview with Lena Richard. I think she was Commanders is the restaurant. I've never been there. I've only been to New Orleans once, but we will do that. Either tomorrow or the day after, because New Orleans cuisine, that's just that's in a category by its own. Funny enough, Charleston, Savannah, New Orleans, and I've never been to Mobile, but I'll bet Mobile too. A lot of there's a Savannah red rice that I haven't made in years, actually. It's basically tomatoes, rice. You can either put shrimp and bacon or shrimp or bacon. I've actually made it for a couple places I used to work way back in the past. We do a potluck Thanksgiving dinner, like the week before Thanksgiving. And Savannah red rice was always a hit. Simple tomatoes, rice, shrimp. Now, the rice is kind of, to me, the key. It has to be well cooked and not gummy. But that New Orleans, Savannah, that coastal South, probably Texas too. And I definitely don't know Texas, but yeah, that coastal cooking, you go to places like Sea Island, South Carolina, Sea Islands, Georgia, Charleston, Savannah. That is kind of a world in and of itself, even culinarily. So anyway.
Wonderful and curious about this at the same time is there are at least 4 editions of this book. It was published in 1939. The blue one at the top is her self-published book. It has her name on it. And inside, there is this beautiful cameo of her. Well, James Beard discovered this book, and he went to his publisher, Houghton Mifflin.
Hey, roller skater, have you mailed that stuff yet? If you have not, don't. I'm actually leaving this Saturday, which I think is the 31st, and I won't be back until like the second week of June, possibly even the third week, depending, going down to Savannah. So tell you what, let me know if you sent it or not, and then I'll put my father's address in the Discord. Just let me know. Don't mail it if you haven't already, and it's still fairly early there. Hopefully you haven't. And if you have, that's okay. I'll get my neighbor to pick it up. And spices, I will always take spices. But no, spices are another thing. I actually I'm a spice guy. I mix my own spice blends and stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry, Skater. I should have told you that. Now my neighbor can get it, but if you're going to UPS it, yeah, just hold it. I honestly won't be back, to, where I live, most of the time till the second week of June, maybe even the third week. I haven't decided. I think my son, if I decide to stay longer, my son will be back up here, but we'll coordinate it. But again, I want to express my thanks. Man, you are making my day. This is the kind of support for the show, folks. Thank you so much. You know what? Let's just call you a supporter of the upcoming cooking series. we will make sure, and it will be called the Roller Skater Texas Roller Skater Texas Girl series of cooking shows on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. It's going to be, we're going to do this up. And, I rarely get kind of excited about upcoming projects, but this is going to be fun. So again, roller skater, Texas girl, shout out.
Mifflin and suggested that they republished it. And what occurred is the green book on the left. Her name is no longer there. It's the New Orleans cookbook by Lena Richard. And her photograph has been removed. By the time I discovered it in 1985 in a book giveaway, it is the first book that I ever collected. There's no reference to her at all. As African American, no picture, no nothing in that little paperback. And I could go on and on and on like this. There are professionals who represented corporations.
Wow, Carnation,
There are books that try
the condensed
to
milk.
explain
Interesting.
and provide
I wonder if
evidence
they even
for the
still
cooking of the
make
Black middle
Carnation.
class. There are books by authorities. Everybody sees this and thinks it's really creepy the way that Farmer John is hovering over her shadows, sort of like what we're having now. We want to go back to those old days, the good old days. But she's clearly the expert. Mary is the expert for the syrup company. And they all took advantage of the Aunt Jemima advertisements. Aunt Jemima had some cookbooks of her own. I love that Aunt Julia from the 50s depicts the women reading cookbooks. They do catering for economic independence. The mansion on the bottom began as Mary Ellen Pleasant's boarding house, but she was recorded in history before this cookbook as a voodoo priestess who killed the men that she served, and that's how she gained her wealth. This is the corner in San Francisco where that house once stood. And those eucalyptus trees are still, I took this picture 2 years ago. Those eucalyptus trees are still there. She planted those. And the building is, I can't remember if that's part of the building, but it's a senior citizens facility. And that marker acknowledges that she was there. That's better than most. This woman is from California, and what I love about her is that we can see that she was so accomplished as an entrepreneur that she's holding her furs in the photograph. This was a caterer to the stars. And Jesse Payne helps us understand that we are finally free. From this collection of all of these books, I'm now, without any further hesitation or anxiety or fear, able to go out into the world and explain that African Americans had healthy eating habits. They ate largely fruits and vegetables. They were at the center, just like all of the rest of the South, of the farm-to-table practices. They understood garnishing and food styling and making sure that the meals were pretty through their catering businesses. They understood food science and how to manipulate a recipe so that when the mistress of the house told them to make cornbread, if she tells her to stir it to the left, the African woman eventually decides to stir it to the right, and it becomes her cornbread, especially when she adds chilies or cheese or whatever corn to make it her own. This is Edna Lewis's Blackberry Cobbler, and it helps us understand the simplicity of cooking with really high quality ingredients. That this cobbler doesn't need anything except really good fresh churned butter and a sprinkle of sugar and a larded pastry. I began this, I took this messaging out into the world, and Karen, Andy, and I can't tell if you're in the pictures or not, but Scott is. We held a program to teach this messaging to young people at UT Austin. They had their own garden, and Whole Foods supported them. Karen invited the pastry chef from the White House to cook with those children. And we engaged university students in nutrition to help be their instructors. What all of this says is that each one of us in our own individual way can promote this message as a way to break down the barriers that exist between us. We can tear down stereotypes so that the next time you encounter someone on the street and you think, oh, here comes another one of those, you'll realize that there's always two sides to every story. And stereotypes are built one affront at a time. So if we can take them down one positive story at a time, we might actually be able to create more tolerance between each other. So thank you so much for listening. Are there any questions? I would love to entertain your questions.
If you have questions, just raise your hand high.
I'm going to let the questions go through for a few minutes, and then we may move on.
Too much information? Yes.
I just want to say thank you.
Oh. You're welcome.
Hi, I teach food studies at the University of Oklahoma, and I actually have a question from my students who read this book as part of their summer school class. The students love the book, and they wanted me to ask you a question that I tried to answer, but I said I'm just going to have to ask her when I go see her. A lot of students really loved the Jemima Code, but one of them, who was very perspicacious, said, you know, it must be hard when you write a book like this to still have to have it authenticated. And I said, well, what do you mean? And she said, well, it's like the slave narrative, where you have people saying, you know, this was actually written by an African-American. They wanted to know how you felt about John Edge and Barbara Haber doing the introductory work. I didn't know that you were a founder of the SFA, and so I think my answer to them would have been different. But it's really interesting to me just the way the book was brought out with an introduction and a foreword, and legitimating sort of quotes on the back. So I would just like you to answer that question so I can tell them what you said, and I'd be interested in hearing your answer as well.
It's a great question, and it brings us full circle to where I began in saying that as an African American, I felt like it would be harder for me to produce this. I was a journalist, not a scholar, and at that time, as Glenn said, there was a lot of criticism of the work we were doing as light scholar or revisionist history. And so I was very concerned about being a Black person representing a positive story that nobody else believed in or ever heard of.
Yeah, I know the feeling,
John
dear.
Edgerton was a mentor to me. We were very, very close.
Hold on
I
one
had
sec
to
here.
drag that forward out of him.
Yeah, being a Black person and being positive, I feel her pain. Thank God. And I don't know that she would ever subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, but I know she would be sorely disappointed. We need to be more positive, folks. Life is not all doom and gloom, or the ghetto for that matter.
Of him right before he died. He was adamant that he did not want his identity to overshadow.
Fuck you, Dave.
But I literally begged. The second part of my answer is that I was at one of these food conferences, and a question from the floor was, when did the authors cease to need a white woman to legitimize them as their co-author or as their transcriber or as the lead to the book? And someone very close to me looked at me and said, are you going to say it or not? And the answer was, it hasn't stopped. As a journalist, I understood reviews and reviewers and scholars and the heat that I might take for this work. And so both Barbara and John, who had been part of that mentorship team, agreed. Neither of them was happy about it, honestly. They hoped that by this time we didn't need it anymore. but they both were very pleased to do it in the end. Thank them for their support and their appreciation for it, because it is for them. Yes. There's a mic.
I'm just curious, what were some of the most creative ingredients or techniques that you saw while you were in there?
You know, it's hard to put the old-fashioned ingredients in today's perspective, right? There are, the earliest books speak in the classic language. They are measurements in gills. The Melinda Russell book from 1866, I actually had to speak to a scholar to understand what dough meant, D-O. And so Melinda would use that a lot, 1 dough, 2 dough, and it was essentially a reference back to the previous ingredient. But only historic scholars understood that. And so there were those little nuances. I was really surprised to see how much they embraced the work that the food that they created at work as their own. One of the most challenging things for me to promote to a publisher was this idea that there is no African-American canon that emerges from this. And I've had to explain that that's because African-Americans are not immigrants. So we did not come here with a food history that we tried, with traditions that we retained. We would have been killed for that. That doesn't mean that those practices did not persist. So it was fascinating to see the number of what we call Africanisms that are inserted. One of those is the direction of stirring, the use of beni seeds as a thickener, or other nuts. That's an African practice. Composed dishes. So when you think about red beans and rice, Hoppin' John, we think those are just classic Southern dishes, but in Africa, they combined a starch with a protein in order to be better nourished. And so there are dishes like jollof rice from Senegal that become red rice in the Carolinas, then they become jambalaya in New Orleans. And so it was fascinating to see the transition of the dishes from a people that had to try to remember and insert their practices quietly. The last thing I'll say is that the use of pork and collard greens as a seasoning descends directly from the practice of putting a little palm oil at the end of the cooking of the vegetables in Africa, because it created a slick kind of a texture to the greens. And so there are some practices that were traditionally theirs. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there are several versions of that jollof. Savannah red rice is one of them. Nowhere near as spicy, but I'm sure Charleston has one. It's basically tomatoes, rice, some sort of spice, and shrimp. It's a West African thing. So, yep. Good point there, Broke Genius. Let's see. John Galt has joined us. Yeah, all black cooking is pork seasonings and collards. Let me put it to you this way, John. Do not bring that Bama sense of cooking. Not all blacks are from your neck of Bama. There are black people who didn't eat hog or pork or swine or whatever it is y'all talk about.
With some of the children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren of some of the authors that you
And John Galt, let me ask you a question. Is it bad if black people don't eat pork or Brussels sprouts? There are a lot of blacks who don't eat vegetables. So do you eat pork, John? Do you even eat vegetables, John? The only thing I've seen you eat is beer and potato chips. Do you eat vegetables? What's the last vegetable you actually ate, John? I'd be curious to know. Bet it wasn't a Brussels sprout.
Action and their response to your work and hearing those stories about their ancestors.
Yeah, what a great question. So the woman with the treasure chest recipe box, before I actually met them, when the book was still a blog online, I received a note on one of the columns.
Do you cook vegetables? What's the last vegetable you cooked and ate?
And they had been looking
Or
for
ate
her,
but didn't
research
cook,
on
just
her,
some
and they'd been
combination of
online,
the
and this
process.
blog popped up. And
I
subsequently,
bet
they
it was
opened
probably iceberg lettuce.
restaurant, and
That's
they
what I'm going to
used the
guess.
cards over the
Or what?
fireplace in this
You
old
didn't
house as an
eat
art
the late. Wait,
element.
hold it.
It's really
Now I'm
beautiful.
curious.
Um,
Now that lady who threw the salad into your other tenant's room, that wasn't a salad. That wasn't your salad, was it? Now maybe there were Brussels sprouts or something in that salad. The recycling lady, was it your salad she threw? Was she mad at you, John Galt? Maybe I'm now I have all kinds of questions.
so they were the first ones. And just last week, a woman wrote to me, and she did not have the name of the ancestor correct. She said that she was trying to find a book that her mother
Well,
always
I'm
talked
guessing
about
there's no fork.
that was written by the mother's
I want to
cousin.
know about the
It
salad.
was a
Now
cousin.
I'm interested
But she
in
said that
in
it
what
had a
are the
number in the title,
vegetables
and it was
people in the
3
hood
Southern
eat?
cooks, and she had a
And since I've never been in the hood, now it's going to be almost. I wish SKC were here so I could. He's an anthropologist. I think actually a trained anthropologist. I am definitely curious now. What are the green leafy vegetables they eat in the hood? John, can you provide us answers? If I'm guessing it'll be some sort of anthropological curiosity that this audience might have. Do y'all eat green beans? Yeah, John, I've been to the hood before. I just never lived there. And I told that story a while ago. I'm surprised you don't remember. I literally gave details about my experience in the hood um as an adult, go back and watch the show. Let's see. Blacks don't eat many green leafy vegetables in the hood, too lazy to prepare them. You mean people in the hood don't own knives? Because if you take lettuce, all you need to do to prepare it is literally take your fingers and take the little leaves off the iceberg lettuce. So I think I don't think you eat vegetables, John. I think any vegetables you get would be like those fried vegetable chips. They take vegetables and deep fry them. I bet those are the vegetables you eat. You probably get them at your corner bodega right next door to the liquor store.
had all these details that were disjointed. And I wrote back to her and said, well, there is a book from Savannah called The Four Greatest Southern Cooks. And she was a
Potato chips,
able to go
potatoes,
to Amazon,
they can be a vegetable, but they're a rather starchy tuber type of vegetable.
So yes,
Potato
people
chips are
have
not vegetables,
reacted.
John.
The picture that I sent,
And
the woman
beer
with the
is
corn
made from
pipe,
fermented vegetables,
that was
but it's
the
not
most
considered a
popular
vegetable.
photograph being sold at the Austin Public Library. They had photographs of the Stevie Ray Vaughan statue, of the Austin skyline, and then they had this mammy. And I was in there researching, and I asked them who she was, what was so particular about her, why
I don't know.
her?
Banana chips
And
are a
they said, we don't know.
little too.
We don't know anything about her.
I don't know.
All we know is that this is the
I don't
most
get into banana chips that much. I know they are good, but I don't really like bananas that much, believe it or not. I probably like the banana chips or plantains. Now I'll tear up some fried plantains. Oh, I'll just F the bananas, give me plantains, and I will find good things to do with plantains. But I'm not really that much of a sweets person other than jelly beans and like Twizzlers. So yeah. You know what? Now this I don't know, roller skater. Are there bananas involved in Indian cooking? I honestly don't know. Oh, is that it? Okay, I didn't know that, roller skater. Yeah, I guess they would be. I would think that. Now, why would plantains? Maybe plantains are starchier. So let's see what else. Do you have a Wegmans in your entire county? Hell no. I don't think we have a Wegmans in Georgia. But I used to live. Well, shit. I used to work in Chantilly, Virginia, and they're damn sure few maybe even back in like let's see, even back in like 2010 to 2015, there were like two or three Wegmans. There was one on the way to Dulles from Fairfax. We used to have to go to Dulles a lot. um oh yeah, I know what Wegmans is, and no, they're barely. Like the nearest Whole Foods for me is over in Marietta, which is a haul. So but how does Wegmans even get into this? Um but no, as far as I know, there are no Wegmans in the state, let alone my county. We aren't the North, John. You live in the North. Technically, Virginia and Maryland are the South, but I used to tease my wife, who is from Northern Virginia. Y'all just like think you're the South. It's not the South. So you live in the North. You go on with your northern little Wegmans and all your little northern novelty food shops.
This is the top selling photograph that we have. So I spent some months
Oh, I
researching
see.
in the
I see
archives,
roller skater.
Texas archives. I found out who owned her, where she lived, where she was buried, all of that, and ran a story about it in the alternative newspaper. And I subsequently received in the mail a painting by a man who had been connected to the family that owned her. And they had the picture, they had a copy of it, and he had painted it and sent it to me. So I have not only just that black and white that the Austin History Center sent, but this beautiful portrait of her in oil. It's really nice. So there's been some wonderful. There has not been an icky moment on this tour. Everyone has received this message really well. It's been emotional. I cry. The audience cries. These people embracing these people and celebrating them has allowed families that had mixed messages happening in their homes during Jim Crow and segregation to re-embrace those cooks, or to forgive their parents, or whatever was happening for them in the South.
I
So
think
I've had some
we
really
do,
wonderful
Dave.
stories. One in particular,
Funny
recently
enough, if
talks
you go
about
to my
being on the threshold
YouTube
between
channel,
kitchen and
one of the
restaurant.
banners somewhere on
And he
there
would look
is
into
a
the kitchen
Piggly
to
Wiggly
worship the
ad
cook
from
that was there,
Buchanan,
but his
Georgia.
family was
I
displaced
love
and
Piggly
the
Wiggly.
Black
I
people
love
were in
Winn
that
Dixie
room,
too.
and he could not put all that together as a youngster.
Who
And so he
cares
had
if she's
this big
putting them to
card in
sleep?
memory of
I
his
hope
dad, of that
I
room.
will
And through this
hang on
book,
every
he
word.
talks about
Those who need to sleep
cathartic
should go to
slave
sleep,
experience
Deacon
and the way
Dave.
that he was able to re-engage all of them. So thanks for your question. Yes.
Yes, out of all the books,
Much
which one
like I
has been your
put people to
favorite?
sleep on this Stanley versus the World show. It's an occupational hazard.
Kamala Harris said the other day when she
Not
was
enough
interviewed
N words,
that there
not
are
enough
flowers.
just
And how can you choose the one
you
that
know
you
what?
love the most?
I
They
have to
all
tell you
smell
about
so
Oc
fragrant.
Nation. his
I
show
can tell
last
you
night.
that I'm pretty close to Edna Lewis because I spent time with her before she passed away. And her books, there's a new book out, University of North Carolina Press has issued a collection of essays written by people that had a relationship with her or primarily people that were inspired by her. So a lot of the people that don't know her in these essayists. But the book is largely devoted to the second or the third of her books, The Taste of Country Cooking. And it's all about, it actually helps put Southern cooking back on the map because she shows the importance of fresh herbs and pastured meats and living close to the soil. And that was what Southerners needed in the late 70s and 80s during the time when Southern food was disparaged as sweet, overly salty, full of fat, and so on. But what I like about her first book, the Edna Lewis cookbook, is she owned a restaurant in New York City. And that book is primarily a combination of her restaurant knowledge and her farm experience. And so she illustrates in a modern sense what a lot of the older authors did, which is to show the dexterity of those cooks and how nimble they were. If we just think about the capacity
I don't
of their
even,
memory,
what
trying
the
to
fuck does
remember
that
all those
even mean,
recipes, and
Dave?
their performance of those recipes could be life or death. So I would say that the
I
oldest
bet it
books
does
in the
make their
collection
teeth whiter.
means a lot to me for that reason.
We'll take one last question.
Yes.
Hi, thank you for coming. Second of all, I think what you've done is amazing. I have a two-part question. First, I wanted to find out, as a graduate from an HBCU, how can we get this information out to younger people to kind of like keep the tradition alive with the youth? Because as a graduate of HBCU, they always teach us the history, but we never learned about anything like this. And I think this is amazing.
Especially if you notice that the university, the little culinary students
Yeah,
were
especially
all
with
at
all them.
HBCUs, all of them.
Yeah, they glaze over it. And then my second question would be, have you thought about curating this in the form of a documentary maybe that you could send out to schools and
Yes.
universities?
We have, I've been approached to put this into a documentary. So everyone says, well, what are you going to do now that you're not going to be on tour? Well, I start tour again in September, so I have 30 days. I have 30 days to take, I'm telling you, I've got Rubbermaid tubs of just pictures, images that I pulled down off the internet. There are all of those enslaved narratives that are just extract the food references from every Southern state. So it's a daunting project, but I envision a Ken Burns type documentary, and I'm not going to settle for less than that. So obviously you have to have funding for that, and so we're going to be thinking about that. It might be what I decide to turn my nonprofit into. I can tell you that I have approached historically Black colleges, and there's a love-hate relationship. Yeah, yeah. There's just the memory that
Probably
those
because
colleges were founded as land grant.
probably because those HBCUs are full of John Galts. You have to be black. You have to be pure. Kind of like that stupid fucking CT talking about if you have any European heritage, you're not black. Oh, I have to. You know what? I went into Ock Nation's chat last night and just trolled the fuck out of people. I have no interest in going up on that moron's fucking panel, but the people in his chat, you know what? I have to give them credit. They are good sports because I trolled the shit. You know, some of these characters are, you know, in the John Galt, CT, Be Brave universe, because they have to get their, you know, they have to get their anti-blackism on. But I guess, you know, I'm probably just like their spirit animal or their mascot or something. You know, I'll go in there and fuck with them, and they are all just like, oh shit, he's here. yeah, okay, Stanley, get your troll in and we know you'll leave eventually. But I had a good time. I think motherfucker, Aknation is just, he is literally, I would describe him as a teddy bear, just like cute and fuzzy and just kind of harmless. So, I think that he is harmless, and his little fellow band of racists, yeah, they're good humor. They're kind of harmless too. It's not like they're gonna change America or anything. Those motherfuckers are either too drunk or too high to really give a fuck about like knowing what they're talking about. It's all just fucking jargon. Oh boy. These anti-black blacks and their little white shade friends. I am starting to realize that the anti-black blacks, the serious ones, are actually a threat to whatever we might think the black community is. Like the white shades are just too fucking drunk, high, and just uneducated to like actually, or old to actually be, you know, other than a few jokes and hey, you need to like stay in your lane. That's how you deal with those motherfucking morons. Is the anti-black blacks that and the young ones that are a little bit more. But I've shown it's easy to check those dumbasses. You just fucking use a word they don't know, and you just fucking you just either spin them up or you just fucking destroy them outright. Y'all know what I mean.
Grant colleges based on agricultural studies and wedging black people into only maintaining the exact same jobs that they had as enslaved in the private sector. And so there's some reluctance. They want to move on. They want to teach you to, more professional careers. And so my work, the reason there are no recipes in this book, by the way, if you're looking for them, their recipes are the next book, which is called Jubilee. And the reason there are no recipes is because the material is so complex that just to get people to appreciate the professionalism and that they deserve a Department of Food Studies, or that Lucille Bishop Smith, her name should be on the building at Prairie View because she created all of the curriculum in Texas for them and for the Fort Worth School District. But
well, they don't do any respecting of black people in Texas. Just look at how they treat
there's obstacles like that.
They treat damn it, what is the guy's name who was at the State of the Union that they tossed out?
And there's this sense that we want to forget that past, and servitude is not where we want young people to go. Lastly, I will say that my hope isn't that young people believe that they have only servitude as service as an option. When we talk about food studies, we're talking about such a wide swath of career options. We are the reason my next book isn't out is because I have a contractual agreement with my publisher to have an all-black creative team. We cannot find one. We need black.
I'm creative.
We need black. You're so sweet. Talk to me afterwards. We need black food photographers. We need black food stylists. Glenn has all kinds of programming there. We need.
Oh, I can only imagine what John Galt would say about this. It has to be all black. Well, y'all ain't talented. Blacks don't even own cameras, let alone know how to process film.
Food trucks and give people economic opportunity in severely depressed neighborhoods. I mean, the number of characteristics that emerge once we have the books in front of us that show young people this is your history. It's not exclusively what you've been reading and taught. There is another.
They don't teach Negras to appreciate history.
Your ancestors,
what is history?
to move into the middle
Why
class.
can't we
The
be
second
like
book is all about
Jews?
the middle class. It's about the progression out of the South and what happened to the grog shop owners and the oyster people and all of those vendors and people that settled Black towns and what food meant in those places. So as soon as I find a Black food stylist, we'll be ready to go. Mhm.
Well, please join me in thanking
Well, I
Tony
suggest she
for
get a
her
transracial. Get Rachel Dolezal.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that is that. And wanted to do one more thing. This is an article. Let's see. When was this? This is a few years ago, where they're talking about the Jemima Code and then her newest cookbook, which is really my entry point for even talking about this, because I bought a copy of the book for my mother back in 2019 when it came out. And my mother liked it so much, and it's a good looking book. It's like a coffee table book. So, my mother liked it so much, I bought one for me. And however, I would recommend Jubilee. I have not read or read the Jemima Code. I guess at some point I'll do that. However, I want to point out this magazine, Garden and Gun. I love this magazine, though. Shit, it's the first time I've looked at it in a year or two. But Garden and Gun, it's I think it's based. The magazine's based in Charleston, South Carolina. But it's like the deep South version of Town and Country, and Garden and Gun. Who couldn't love that title for a magazine? And if anyone, I encourage you to go. And it's a little how would I put this? It's a little white fraternity boy, a little bit, but there's good stuff in there. They actually like the sporting part, the travel part, the fishing part. They cover fishing, out on the river with angling all-star Blaine Chocolate. Who the fuck knows who Blaine Chocolate is? But if you like hunting and fishing, it's a little too upscale. You're not going to be able to afford, a whole bunch of Patagonia and that level. Like if you're into fly fishing, you're going to spend like $10,000 just on a basic, Sims or Patagonia fly fishing. Just get your shit, so you look decent. But fishing is one of these things. You'll just get what you need when you can afford it or when you can get it. And eventually you'll look like a serious fisherman. And hopefully by that time you will be. Let's see, what do you have to say? Magazine. You know what? In a way, that's probably a good pun there, Deacon Dave. But Gun and Garden. I'm sorry, Garden and Gun. It's kind of an out of the way. I think it might only be online. But I mean, there's a section in here called Good Dogs. And it's like I said, it's a little nostalgic, it's a little white, but Black people are welcome to join in on, if you're into like a town and country, or fuck, if you were just into kind of rural living, these will be the people who own like 100 acres of land and they plop down a McMansion in the middle of it, or rich enough to buy an old farmhouse, from like the 19th century and restore it because they're retiring there, or for that matter, just buy some old plantation and be careful. Don't install electricity because you might burn it all down. Those are the sort of people who would read, endorse, be in. But fuck, I like the magazine, so screw it. And this comes to I had no clue, and it's not that unexpected. This is the outfit in Greenville, North Carolina, Foothills Fly Fishing. And some of the things, this is another reason I think reading is a great thing. I happen to live between Greenville and Spartanburg, South Carolina. It's upstate. I think that's what they call it, upstate South Carolina. Kind of definitely in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. And one day, just like when I'm in, actually, this led to another stage in my life. But one day, I might have been watching a fishing show or something. And I grew up in Savannah, so I knew how to saltwater fish. I knew how to freshwater fish. And I was watching something on TV, and I'm like, well, fuck. You know what? I'm up in the foothills. Why don't I learn how to fly fish? And Foothills Fly Fishing was a just some bunch of old guys who like fly fishing and opened a shop. And again, it was the Orvis, kind of that expensive shit, Orvis, Sims, all that stuff. But one day I walked in just out of the fucking blue, bunch of old white guys. And I was proud. I was definitely in my 30s. So this has been a while. But I was mid 30s, maybe getting close. Well, it was before I met my wife. So I was mid 30s, young, on the maybe 34 to 36, somewhere in that range. And I walked in, and you know what these motherfuckers did? Better yet, what they didn't do. They didn't give a fuck. The owner of the shop was like, hey, what's up? And I was like, hey, look, I'm new to fly fishing. I have no clue what I'm doing, but I want to get into it. So this motherfucker just like, hey, let's do something beginner. And, go ahead. Motherfucker strung it, showed me how to string it. Because fly rods are, they're like 5 knots just to set up a basic setup for fly fishing. So this is like I think it was a 5-7 weight. Their ranges for the weights. You don't get pound test their weights for the line and the rod. The measurement for the size or the endurance of the setup. Anyway, look, it was like an experience, and it's like, oh, hey, you know what? Just come back next weekend. I'll show you how to do it. These motherfuckers were so kind, so just like they were buddies. And fuck, the only thing I didn't do is I don't have patience to tie flies. I'm just not that artistic. But you know what? It was a motherfucking club. And they were like, hey, next weekend, come on back up. Bring coffee. We'll sit around and tell, fish stories, and we'll fucking, just talk about fly fishing. And not a god. It was so beautiful. This is maybe what it's like in the South specifically, but it's like, you know what? If you have a common interest, I couldn't even tell you about their families and stuff. It's all about motherfucking fishing. And I love that stuff. There's so many layers to the story. If you want to go back and analyze it or anthropologize about it, as an SKC would do. I see you, SKC. But bottom line is, by that time I was in my 30s. look, there are two ways. I think in 2025, Black people need to get over everybody's against me. However, to harken back to a point that Du Bois makes, you still have to have a double consciousness because there are Dylan Roofs out there in Charleston, is in South Carolina. I was in upstate South Carolina, same state, maybe 3 hours away, maybe a little bit more, maybe 4 hours from Greenville to Charleston. It's the same state. It's more or less, kind of the same culture with some variations. Black people are not 100% safe, but we're about 80% safe. Don't let people like a John Galt fucking lull you into a sense that there's something wrong. Rise above the John Galts, rise above the Be Braves, and be your own person. You get to define who you are, not a John Galt, not a Be Brave. For that matter, the only people who can define you are your parents or your siblings or your immediate family. This notion that there is a way to be Black is limiting. There are many ways to be Black. You might just have to be Black, and you define what Black is if you identify as Black at all. Now, it is weird that someone, would be, say, a Stanley Cross, for instance, and I identify as Black, but, I'm okay with that. It is weird to go, my name is Rachel Dolezal, and I am Black. However, seeing Rachel Dolezal, you know what? If she had come to me and said, "Hey, Stanley, I'm a Black woman," I would have said, "Okay, Rachel, I accept that, and you are so cute that I'm okay with it." You be you, Rachel. So I'm going way off track here, but oh well. Let's see. Deacon Dave, let's see. What is SKC up to? Still working this morning, but I'm listening to news items and came across a Democrat seeking to create a shadow cabinet to regain power in the future. Their name, not mine. You know what? That is what is it? Is it struggle logic? That's going to be the term I use. Democrats are doing a struggle logic. They are so weak. You know what? When Congress becomes as entertaining as Parliament and America has prime minister's questions or president's questions or whatever they decide to call it, then I'll be on board as a Democrat. It's a dumb idea. I think we can all agree on that, SKC. So I might be at the end. Last thing to show is, as Broke Genius pointed out, there is still carnation milk. As a matter of fact, they don't even package it like this. We happen to have carnation milk in my house, which I didn't realize until my son pointed it out. It comes in like this, like a waxed paper, almost like a like one of those old fashioned milk cartons, except it has a screw off top. So yes, carnation is still with us. I only use it to put in coffee, apparently. So carnation survives. That is a good thing. So I'm going to drop the link one last time. It's pinned in the Stanley Cross chat. I will drop it into the John Gall Urban Landlord chat one last time. And this will be the last call because I am tired. There it is. Dave, SKC. Because there is actually a couple things I was hoping you'd be here earlier, SKC. I got to thinking about something that John Galt says like once or twice a week. Something about why can't blacks be more like Jews? And I've been thinking about it for like a month or two or three. Mutual aid societies. There were companies where you pay like 50 cents a week or something like that for burial insurance and stuff. And you talked about it. Hey, SKC. There were benevolent societies, mutual aid societies, fraternal societies. And there's a guy who's a senior fellow or was back when this was written at the Heritage Foundation who wrote a book. So I'll get the book probably at some point this week and try and get it read before the end of the month, but it'll probably be longer than that because I have books ahead of it. But I have to think about that. Now, I don't agree. There's a reason, the black benevolent societies went away. Welfare killed those societies. So, but I don't know that that's a bad thing. As a matter of fact, I don't have a problem with it. I don't agree that it'd be nice if you could do it, through churches and stuff like that. But I think government is perfectly fine to build a social safety net. What say you, sir?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I disagree. I think that government bloat makes such things um just in greatly wasteful. And I think when you go down a bit to the local communities, they know how to use various funds that they themselves have um, organized um, and accumulated at a much higher degree than a a centralized government. And I think that when the people get funds from a centralized government, they're more apt to use it in a more wanton fashion than if they had collected it themselves amongst their groups. I think that they would have more of inclination to use those funds and disperse them to those in the greatest need and to prevent from fraud and all of that.
Right. And I think if you actually like looked hard enough and with less bias, you'd realize that a lot of these benevolent societies, fraternal societies, had just as much corruption. I think Marcus Garvey is the perfect example. I don't think that one is better than the other. So go back and do your homework. Benevolent societies are probably as corrupt, as inefficient, as wanton. Now the problem is, with the benevolent societies, there are no checks. The money flows up to the top. Probably something like a pyramid scheme in a lot of cases. So you're not going to convince me.
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah,
think
I'm not
I
I'm not
think
here
I
to.
think one I don't think one is any better than the other, to be honest. They
I mean,
both have problems.
yeah, that's for that. You've made the claim. You would have to substantiate it.
Oh no. I don't even need to bother. I'm right. I'm not
I
saying
really I
one is
don't.
better than I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm saying they both have problems. They are both prone to corruption.
Yeah, every institution is prone to corruption. Every
Then
government is
you don't have
prone
an
to corruption.
argument.
But my argument is that
If
corruption.
every institution is prone to corruption, I don't see one as better than the other. They can both be corrupted. Choose your
Right.
poison.
Right. But the the problem is the use of vague language. It's almost similar to someone saying where there's crime everywhere,
So
but
are
there's a
you
big difference
saying that the
between.
government, that the welfare state uses vaguer language than something like a benevolent society? You're kidding,
No,
right?
no, I'm
You don't
saying
even have to have
that's not my argument
language.
at all. That's not my
If you're
argument at all.
tossing
I,
quarters
I
into a kitty,
no, that's not my argument at all. I'm saying that your
okay,
use of the word
let
corruption
me
is
cut you
vague.
off here because I'm not going to have patience with. See, you want to literally slow this down so you can pick it apart, and I know what you're doing. I would do the same thing if I were in your boat. Bottom line, sometimes thinking slow and picking it apart, you get lost in the wharf and weft. I don't think the social safety net is any more prone to corruption. I would argue it's less because there's law behind it. Now bureaucracies bloom, like mushrooms, gets out of control. That's where you take a Trump and kind of weed it out and cut it back to size. I think just Trump's pardons, um, you know, and kind of this is why I'm so surly about it. These benevolent societies went by the wayside because the competition with the government, they couldn't survive it. Okay. If you even want to take it back to a market sort of theory, and I don't think government killed the market. I think benevolent societies just weren't working in the first place. That's why there was a great society. If they were working, government would have never stepped in. And people need to accept that. The welfare system, if you go all the way back to the New Deal, the system that was in place, if there was a system at all in some cases, it wasn't working. That's why government had to step in because people were, in the case of the New Deal, people were revolting because governments should do something. Um, the Great Society existed because what pre-existed it was not working. And all this Thomas Sowell gobbledygook, um, when you really think about it, it doesn't pass the smell test.
Well, that is certainly an argument. I think a poor one, but
Oh, it's a bad argument, but it is literally from just from the top of my head. And again, the if everything was hunky dory, the government would have never had to step in the first place. That's just literally a down and dirty logic.
if you believe so.
Oh, I don't just believe it. It is something that's probably rather easy to prove. And it also just passes the basic common sense test. I As funny as it sounds, I'm not 100% sure that the human inclination is to fix what isn't broken.
No, I actually think that it is.
We disagree
Yeah,
fundamentally on that.
particularly in academia in modern times.
We're not talking academia.
Well, these institutions that you're talking about, so far as the welfare state, is an academia invention.
No, I don't. It's government.
Okay.
Now, there will be research, there will be, think tanks and stuff like that. To blame it on academia, academia does the research, government does the policy. You don't want to go there with me because I'll start talking about Alex and how laws are implemented in the first place. That is a whole nother topic, but I will go there if need be. Don't talk about academia. Then we will have to talk about lobbyists.
Okay. Well,
Which is better, academia or lobbyists?
Hey, you can say it however you want, but if you want to say,
Oh, no. I will say it how I want, and
yeah,
you will know that I'm right.
No, I'm saying that however you want to pretzelize
Yes.
the
Thank you. It's not pretzel logic,
the,
sir.
the Great Society and
It's
the
not.
FDR changes were
See,
born in academia.
it's not pretzel logic. You want to blame the welfare state on academia? That's just so not right.
No, I'm just saying that all of those ideas came out of academia. Heck, the people that were
Okay,
in
so
government
you're
implemented it
literally
were
going
from
to
academia.
say that the Great Society came out of academia?
Yes, it did.
I'm gonna reframe this. It came out of fucking need.
No, it didn't. It came out of academia.
It literally, academia wouldn't have studied it if it wasn't a problem.
Academia studies a
That's
lot of
like
things
saying
that aren't
that's
a problem.
oh, dude. So academia just one day was sitting around in the faculty lounge drinking coffee and going, "Hey, let's invent the welfare state." No,
Yeah.
sir.
Have you
There was a problem
have
that
you ever
needed
heard
fixing.
have
There
you
was
ever-
a problem. No.
Have you ever heard
There
of
was a
creating-
problem
have you ever
that
heard of
needed
creating-
fixing.
Have you ever heard of creating a problem so that you can fix it?
I
and
don't
become a
think that's
savior?
what academia did.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
I
And-
think there were
and
actually
you can
poor
pull the
people
shade over
who
your
were
eyes.
starving in America. Do you think, let me ask you a question. Did academia invent the hood? Did academia invent Jim Crow? Well, there's an argument there. Eugenics and all that stuff.
Actually, in both of those, there's arguments that could be made. Planned neighborhoods, and all. Are we not saying that came out of academia?
Fuck you, man. Fuck you,
I'm
man.
just saying these were your arguments, not mine. It out of the mouth of
Okay, god damn it. Let me start over. I'm still gonna say, let me just backtrack all the way to the beginning.
Yeah, please do.
I do not agree that academia invented need. It studied need. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't corruption in academia. Let's justify, our grant money. However, all the road to hell is paved with good intentions probably applies to academia as well.
All right, now he's actually cooking with gas. See, the problem is that I accept the overall premise that corruption is in all sorts of human endeavors. You were trying to compare the benevolent societies to that of the
well, no. I honestly, this is why I need to read about it.
Yeah.
Now, I said it was down and dirty.
Right.
I haven't read about it, and the guy who wrote it is or was a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation. So this is going to be, an analysis, a book written by someone who might be more politically inclined to your point of view. However, again, it's so weird when you get old. John's question about why can't blacks be more like immigrants, Jews, the mutual benefit, tossing, $100 into the hat. And when, there's trouble or you want to invest in a new business, I've been thinking about it, and it just struck me last night because I knew there were mutual aid, societies and stuff like that. So I'm kind of talking through my hat, but I still have feelings about it.
I know,
but I need to read the book. So
yeah, and I would encourage you to, because I think that it would.
Have you read it?
I don't think it would change your views. I'm not stating that, but I'm stating that it would.
Well,
widen
yeah, give
a
me
lot
a
of
better
people's
argument.
views on the matter, because when you were making the argument that no academia or academia had little to do with like the FDR or the LBJ era, it's like, come on, you had the economists
Okay, well,
and
I
Dewey.
don't
That
think
was
they
part of
invented the
FDR's brain
need.
trust.
They didn't invent the problem, is my point. They studied it.
Well, that's what some say. Some say that they did invent the problem so that FDR could have more control. So I mean, to say that those people they did not have their hands in government control, they were part of FDR's brain trust. What are we talking about?
Okay, again, you are sidestepping my point and inventing a new point. My point is the need pre-existed academia studying it. Now, did they sprinkle some stuff on top? Did they maybe take a smoldering a pile of ash and add fuel to the fire? I would agree to that. But they didn't start the fire in the first place. They just maybe restoked it. I could agree to that. They didn't. Academia did not invent poverty.
I would leave that as I would say I accept the part that where you stated the stoking of the fire, and I'll even add in there that at that time their quote unquote expertise was treated like a moral authority, not a technical one.
I agree with that.
Yeah. So and there were a lot of flashpoints that did not exist prior to
I agree with that.
their academic freedoms that they were given in these brain trusts. LBJ as well.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. Now to the degree, I don't know enough to really, fight that battle.
Yeah, we can
at this starting point in my beginning to study mutual aid versus welfare, I'm just going to stick with the premise that academia didn't invent poverty. Clue. Oh boy. It is interesting to see you here, Clue. Hold on one sec. I think my earbuds just damn it. Why do my earbuds die every time you join this panel, SKC?
Oh, I don't
You
know, man. Sometimes,
are you
I come at
overloading
the,
them?
no. I typically come at the ends of your
Diatribes?
yeah, could you get up much earlier? Well, I wouldn't say much earlier, but I just have all of these dad duties that
Oh no.
need,
I understand.
yeah. So
And quite frankly, I've been, I used to start at 2:00 in the morning, and over the months it's crept. This morning it was around 4:45. It's getting later, by the month. And look at this fool. That is a love letter to you there, SKC. Stanley, why are you arguing with a genius?
oh no, I'm not a genius. I'm the dumbest guy.
Well, Clue Studio, let me tell you why. Because I'm not chopped liver.
You were making some points earlier about the welfare state, as it's called, and I think that they use that more or less as a pejorative. So, excuse me, I haven't had my coffee this morning yet, so I'm just I'm doing
hurt my feelings when they say that.
I'm doing a him who shall not be named because he's really mad at me for some reason. Although I have never cursed him or used any ad hominems, I'm banned.
Oh well, should I say his name?
No. But I've
been using the term white shade.
Oh, okay. Well,
if there's a nightshade, that's a John Galt term for black people he disapproves of.
Oh,
I'm
that's
using
what it
the
is.
white shade.
Yeah, man, it was weird, man. I think that was Dolomite. He sent me like a little
Okay, Dave. Deacon Dave. Sorry.
shared with me the clip of the guy going off. I was like, I don't know why he's going off. I've never said anything bad to him, but I was still an idea that I'm doing this morning since I haven't had my coffee, shooting from the hip. So on this whole I would say welfare state versus um the corrupt benevolent societies. Again, I think being embedded in the community is just a better starting point instead
Mhm.
of starting from the bureaucracy. The
I
different
don't disagree with that even.
the different moral formation and standards that are built in these societies, I think better serve the people who agree in their particular um, places of the United States. I think that there could be arguments that historically they had a lot of benefits before the state took over. Like I think, take for instance, for people who want to play the whole black card, I think a
Mhm.
lot of the black communities that built hospitals, schools, and insurance pools and all of that stuff, that those were way more beneficial to black communities than
Okay, but
whether
the
the
problem with
one.
that argument is beneficial, yes. Second best, also. And my father, who he's he'll be 82 this year, has told me stories before about he grew up in a very small, it's gotten bigger now, but a very small South Georgia town, not Valdosta. As a matter of fact, last I checked, the fucking county is still dry after all these years. If you want beer, you're gonna have to go to the county line and step over into the other county. Um, that's how old fashioned it is. But it was small. Like when I was a kid, you could walk from my grandparents' house to downtown and to the candy store. And shit, maybe 9, 10. It's like everyone knew who we were. And if they didn't, we just go, hey, this is our last name and this is who my grandfather is. And they go, oh, hey, how y'all doing?
Mhm.
Um, it was that sort of small town. But my point is that there is a very thin line, fine line. You are more willing to trust local communities to administer, say there were block grants, they do that with states. The people on the ground at the state level, at the local level, know their communities better.
Mhm.
But there's a darker side to that coin, which is there are things that happen in certain communities that are just like, if the government can't step in, and I think what ruined things like the welfare state or benevolent societies was the South and Jim Crow. Okay, there was a war. Ending slavery took a war to happen. It wasn't, America going, oh, hey, this is wrong. We're going to mend our ways. There was literally a war. After the war, for about 10 years or so, um, you know, black people were flourishing slowly, surely, training wheels on the freedom bike. And it ended abruptly in a political compromise. Okay. The South is the perfect point to where, you know what? It is intuitive to trust the people on the ground who know their communities, but there are plenty of historical examples where those local communities can be, if there's no check or some sort of like, hey, we need to make sure everything's happening. People die, people get lynched. And as a black man in America, I fought in its Navy, but I'm not going to give it 100% of my trust. There is history, and I tend to look at America through a historical lens. And your patron saint, trust but verify.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
and I have no.
exactly what government should be doing. And as a matter of fact, if we just said, hey, look, benevolent societies, take the shit over, there still needs to be oversight, trust but verify.
Yeah, and I have no issues with the greater part of your argument, but I'm just stating, when I made mention of that, I just spotlighted, a different section about black people, but it goes way beyond that. I mean, you had all sorts of immigrant fraternal orders, and
Right. Yep.
the Jewish had like
Moose, the
burial
Moose, yep.
associations and all
Moose
kinds of stuff.
Lodge.
And yeah, so it goes way beyond the tiny population of black people.
Well, as an anthropologist, you probably know more than I do. I need to catch up. That's just the honest to God's truth. I don't know as much as you do. I have to catch up.
And then there's the other part, this like the corruption that you state that happens within benevolent societies. I think that happens on a
Well, no. I'm not saying I'm literally doing a priori or intuitive or what have you. There is no institution that humans touch that doesn't get power corrupts absolutely, and combine that with the road to hell.
I think that
As a matter of fact, let's just concentrate on blacks. I mean, how many of these insurance companies, these burial insurance companies?
Don't give me started.
Okay, so there is that not gonna make my point. There needs to be checks and balances or oversight.
Yeah.
Blacks will fuck it. Blacks will bilk blacks.
Yeah, well,
Crabs in a barrel, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm not. Some of these people want to call me pro-black. No, I'm a realist. I know that sometimes kinfolk ain't kinfolk, or kinfolk ain't skinfolk, whatever the term is. So I'm not blind to the realities. I am saying that as a black man, as pro-black as as caution will let me be, I would much rather a larger national oversight than state and local. Now, I'm also 60. I might be a dinosaur on this. I was raised by a man and a woman, for that matter, who grew up in the deepest, darkest Jim Crow South. So, you don't lose that easily if you ever do.
Yeah, I think
My son is more like, doesn't care, blasé about it than I am. And my parents were certainly not blasé about it.
I think probably one of my stronger points as I sit and mull it over, and again, doing the a priori shooting at the hip type of thing. But I think probably one of my stronger arguments would be that I think that the welfare programs, they in various ways undermine family and incentivize dysfunction more so than the mutual aid that's given by what you call the benevolent societies. I think that,
and I would tend to disagree.
I think they encourage family strength and community cohesion more.
Well, now let me ask you a question, because I don't totally disagree. I don't think that benevolent societies, dude, I am so look, when I was a kid, and I'm older than you, if you got pregnant, and this is in the Savannah black community back in the 70s and 80s, if you got pregnant, like literally, dude, you will never, and I know a motherfucking John Galt will never believe this. I literally only know one girl in my neighborhood. Now, I'm sure there were others. I'm just talking about people I knew. I only know of one out of wedlock pregnancy, teen pregnancy in 60 years. And
Well,
it was in my, as a matter of fact, she didn't live in my neighborhood, but I went to an all boys Catholic school. She went to an all girls Catholic school. Both were mostly white, and the star um, running back who was black, and this girl at St. Vincent's, they hooked up.
that
And
East Street Fight bus.
well, all I'm saying is that it wasn't so rampant, in the community or in the cohort or whatever you want to call it that I grew up in. But that woman is a retired principal in the Fulton County school system now. But she had a two-parent household. She had a support system. My point is that I might be a little bit of an anachronism or dinosaur. Um, and I freely admit that, people will go, well, Stanley, you're out of touch. I can accept that. However, um, when I was growing up, that girl would have been the exception because her family didn't ship her off to a grandmother's house, in deepest, darkest South Georgia. They were kind of like, hey, we will deal with this. I would say they were the exception.
Yeah, yeah, and
So I don't necessarily trust the local community not to, get torches and pitchforks to deal with something they don't deem acceptable. I'm much more, and I'm very 60s, very civil rights here. I much prefer, a more national authority to at least oversee what the local community's doing.
well, I think that your example actually proves that the local community would not go the
No, no,
route
no,
of
no, no. It
paperwork.
wasn't the local community. It was her family, her direct family.
Right, and that local community didn't
No, no,
ostracize
no, no,
her.
no, no. Don't bring up the local community because the community didn't approve.
Right, but their disapproval didn't result in that family being ostracized.
Okay, maybe you're not quite getting it. Maybe you didn't grow up in the deep south.
I
They went
grew up in Houston,
against the
Texas.
grain. They did not follow the community norm.
Right.
They stood firm. So the don't bring up the community. The community wasn't the decider. The parents did not buckle under
No,
the
I'm
peer pressure or
I'm I'm
whatever.
affirming I'm
This
affirming
isn't
what
a
you're saying.
community thing. This was my argument, which is you build a community or you build a black culture within your four walls. Okay,
Right.
the community would have had that girl like out of the state practically.
Well, what I'm saying is that even with the family doing what they did, the community didn't stop them. The community didn't
What the
fight them.
fuck is the community gonna do?
Right.
Okay,
They
peer
just minded
pressure
their
only
business.
goes
They
so
allowed this
far.
family to continue to do what they're
Okay,
doing.
SKC, SKC. The community does not pay that family's bills. So all the community could do was assert kind of like a peer pressure. And if the family didn't buckle to the peer pressure that the community did, kudos to the family. Fuck the community. The community was bucked. So don't talk about the community accepted it. What were they going to do? Burn down the house?
Yeah.
It was the 70s. It's not the 1870s.
They
I
they they
mean the
could have they could have
1970s.
ostracized the entire family.
You know what? To be honest, they might have, but I doubt it.
And that's what I'm
And there's
saying
a
is
there's a there's a secondary story because I dated her sister,
uh-oh.
and nothing, tawdry or anything, but it would be an interesting story to you. Um, however, I don't. I much prefer in the civil rights spirit of things the federal government needs to have oversight, even if it's tertiary, local, state, then federal.
Yeah.
It should not be left totally up to the community. Is my point.
Yeah. Yeah. I have some similar reservations that you have, but I think if I was just to do an either or, yeah, I'm going with the local over the the all-seeing eye of the intrusive governmental bureaucracy that has truly no concept of what's going on locally, but just is tossing money and then patting itself on the back saying, I am good.
Checks and balances, my friend.
Yeah. And I also think that the local community has um, a better clutch on the concept of the deserving poor versus the idle poor.
Could be, could not be. That you have a lot more faith in human nature than I do.
Man, I want some verification. Hold on, y'all
And,
using all
let me
these big
before
words
you
and all
start.
these big
Solid
terms.
Snake, where the
What's up,
fuck have you
everybody in
been?
the chat?
Hold on one second, Solid Snake. Phoenix Fish, this isn't the first time you've heard me say "fuck the community." Surely, it's not the first.
Yeah, I
What's
just
up,
think
Richard?
I think that they have a better concept of, again, like I was stating, the deserving poor versus the idle poor, because they know the people in their neighborhood and they know how the people in their community, the decisions that they've made and how they got to a lot of those decisions. It's like if we know that old man Jack up the street has been a peddler for years, and that he had many opportunities to work with a bunch of other people, but he just didn't want to because he don't like that type of stuff and blah blah blah. But then at the end of the day, he got
Old
his
man
hand.
Jack should never be consulted on this.
Yeah, because if he has his hand out now because he shacked up with Susie Q and they got a kid now. It's like
Susie Q.
no, it's like come on. That I think the local community will have a better grasp on that than someone that's in DC saying, well, I can't believe y'all don't want to care for good man Jack and honest lady Q. Something to say. It's like honest lady Q is the town whore and quote unquote good man Jack has never been good in his life. He's stolen from many of us.
Yeah, okay.
It's like,
You
come on. I think that they have a
I
better grasp of that
dude,
than the
I
government.
fear there. I think at the very local level, and it's just going to be kind of a matter of who you trust. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I'm not even arguing against your point. I'm just saying there might be too many motherfucking John Galts or too many motherfucking B Braves in the local community. I do not trust in wisdom of the crowds, to be honest.
I agree with you on that, Stanley. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that because I think what's happening, in my opinion, is Jack getting a bitch pregnant, and they benefiting from it. But hey, Tyrone go get a bitch pregnant. They want to live by the rules. They the ones going to suffer the worst because they ain't got state funding. At the end of the day, most of Tyrone funds and benefits going to go to Jack anyway.
But that's what I'm saying, Solid Snake. If it was more of a localized thing, everybody in that community that knows Tyrone and sees that he volunteers with the local fire service and that he's the one that's at the grocery stores that takes out his time to help the little old ladies put their stuff in, and they know that he's a good father and all, them having control of whether or not the money goes to old man to Jack, who's whoring around with Susie Q, or rather it goes to Tyrone, they're going to have a better feel on where that money should go than somebody that's in DC.
Exactly.
I think I think the oversight needs to be layered. It should not be strictly local.
Yeah, because they took all my money.
Oh, and by the
that's
way,
the,
it
that's the
shouldn't be
middle
strictly.
ground.
It should not be strictly DC. You want to go now. I'm not going to accuse you of this, but my impression is that you want one or the other. I think there's a middle ground.
Yeah, I think that there's a middle ground, but we were starting our conversation with just the the either or approach. And if there was only
Right.
an either or approach, I'm going with the local every time than the bureaucracy.
Well, this is why I find our conversations valuable because we both start at either end and we kind of wander towards compromise. So meander might be a better word.
But yeah, like I stated, if it was an either or thing, yeah, I'm going with the local. I just think that the local has a better
Well,
feel.
if it's either or, I would actually go local. I don't assume it's going to be either or.
Yeah.
No. You know what? If I had to choose one or the other, yeah, I'd go local too. But I think that there doesn't have to be.
What did you do to Ignat? Did you
I have no
did you
idea.
violate
I
him
have no
mentally
idea.
somehow?
Ignat, hit the link. Let me drop it one more time. I don't know what I did to him. I think he's been pissed off for a few days.
Yeah, it
And
seems like
I have no clue.
Yeah, he didn't went into sexual proclivities and all of that stuff. I'm like, man, you wake up with thinking about uh gay sex and stuff that you that's on your mind at 9-10 o'clock in the morning. Like, wow, what did
Be
you
honest,
do to
I
that
think
man,
that's just
Stanley?
ignorant TV, man. I think that's just his character, man. He ain't supposed to really fit no mold. It's not rational. Whatever you're thinking that he might be angry at, you don't know. I promise you don't, because I know. I'll be sitting up there
See,
listening
that's
to him.
the
I'll be
problem. Ignat when
it's his
Ignat
character. He good, dog. I don't know what it
Ignat
is.
Ignat is sneakily smart.
Yeah, he is, man. He be coming out the whip with it, man. I be tripping out. I be like, God damn it, why you coming this conversation?
Grand
And
Rising,
ain't got nothing to
Grand
benefit,
Rising,
but then all of a sudden, next time you know, you laughing.
Grand Rising to the people, to the blacks from this universe.
Hey, what the fuck did I do to you?
Stanley, you sound like my grandmother when you say that. What did I do to you? I'm over
Well,
here.
motherfucker, I might be your grandmother.
Listen, man. Listen, all I hear is the estrogen pumping heavenly. All right, that's what
You
I'm
know
hearing.
what,
Hey,
dude?
it's my
When
opinion.
you get to be
Respectfully.
my age,
Respectfully though.
when you get to be my age, I saw Tony Tipton. That my estrogen was not flowing when I see that old woman. And
Well, the way you say Tony,
she's
twisted.
66 now. Yeah, you know what? She was 60 in the video I showed. I would have no problems with her.
You ain't lying. That
I'm
motherfucker
sorry.
beautiful.
I'm sorry. Being up on this goddamn swinging dick panel. I'm sorry. What do you expect me to be other than reasonable?
Well, all I heard was Tony and Dick, so it sounds gay. Not like all I heard.
Well, you know what?
Respectfully.
Maybe everything sounds gay to you. Have you visited your psychoanalyst lately? What else sounds gay to you? Are you seeing gay when you go to McDonald's? Are you seeing gay
Stanley,
when
you don't want to
sit in
see
your
you don't want
car
to see
and
his
go to
results.
work? Do you think work is gay?
You don't want to see his results on a Rorschach test.
Oh my God, that was so.
You heard about those women who do like finger paints with their menstrual blood?
These guys talk
Is
like
that
two
your
old
Rorschach
ladies
test?
knitting a fucking dress.
Is your Rorschach test like a menstrual blood finger painting?
Is your
I
anal
bet it
test
is.
gay? Huh?
Well, yeah, I'm asking you. Why do you think everything is gay?
What's the color of your anal beads? Purple?
Motherfucker, does everything look
This
like the
how you
set of
sound to me.
HR Puff and stuff?
I'm just this is
Is
my opinion, and I
everything
say respectfully, so you can't take it
is
wrong.
everything vivid pastels? Do you hear calliope music?
Man, it sounds like a
Is
fucking oil painting.
is the
You're
person
painting a
who tucks
naked
you
guy
into
on a
bed
fucking
at
porch.
night
That's what it sounds like
is
when
Pee
you're
Wee
talking.
Herman the person who tucks you? Is Pee Wee Herman your imaginary friend?
Hey, listen, Grandma.
Is he
Listen,
tucking you into bed at night?
listen, Grandma. I know you had cum in your coffee this morning, but we want to hear some intellectual properties, not some two queers over here flirting with each other. But hey, did you like the portfolio of Warlock and John Cena? Get the fuck out of here. You guys need to go eat a fucking steak sandwich and be fucking men, all right? Go jump off a fucking porch and land on your fucking
Did you
toe.
say jump off a porch?
Yeah, that's what you guys need to do, man. I'm
Oh,
sick of this
Duh.
homosexual banter.
Let me ask you a question. Did
We're
the
not
porch you grew up on have steps? Why would I jump off a porch?
Listen,
Where
you need
the
to
fuck
bump
did
your
you
fucking
grow up?
toe. That's what
Where
you need,
the
all right?
fuck did you? Were you too poor to
Listen.
afford front steps on your porch?
Brother,
I have something to ask
about?
really quickly, Stanley.
You need to bump your
I'm just
fucking
curious.
toe, all right?
I'm really curious about this, Stanley. Just a question.
See, I'm trying to just like I'm trying to be. I'm trying to meet you where you are. SKC is gonna break your dumb ass down, Ignorant.
Well, no, I just have a question, Stanley. You know, it's just a question.
You want to avoid this
color are your
psychoanalysis, sir.
I
Stanley
noticed a lot of his comments in the chat referred to, I would say, homosexual activities.
That's what's going on here. We're listening to two homosexuals flirting.
Okay, and let me just accept your premise. Let's say you're absolutely right.
Uh-oh.
But then you stayed and listened, and then you also came up to the panel.
Uh-oh.
Why?
Oh, fuck.
Because I'm a fucking man and I
because you want it. Because it could be that
You're
that's
a
what
fucking
the
gay
question
man.
involved in.
Can I answer your question?
Do you typically use your time
Brother,
to speak to homosexuals?
Listen to me. I'm a man and I address issues. I don't sit there and I don't type away.
Part of your regular activities? Do you hunt them out on the internet?
Hey, fruitcake, listen. What I'm telling you is we come in here for the intellectual properties, right? We don't want to hear
the intellectual properties. You know what? I'm sorry. We are not going to be able to fulfill.
You guys are over here electronically jerking each other
We
off.
are not going to be able to help you write your women's studies paper.
This is wrong with America.
We're not the queer theory group here.
You came
got
to
two
watch.
guys up here jerking each other off.
No,
you came to be a part of it.
You came.
I came over here to say, get out of here. Go in your room. Stanley, take this guy out on a date. That's why I'm up here. I'm up here to tell you.
Ignorant, are you the matchmaker? Is that
we
what you're
don't need
saying?
to be a part of this freak show, okay?
Ignorant.
We didn't sign up
Ignorant.
for this
Are you the
circus.
matchmaker?
Hey, Granny, we ain't talking to you,
Do
Granny.
you often? Do you?
Hey,
are
I'm
you
talking
the
to you,
gay?
little bitch.
Are you
I'm talking to your
the? Are you
girly.
the fairy godmother?
That's your job, baby. That's
No,
your job.
it sounds. You came
That's
up here. Let me show us your little wings. Show us
Medina.
your fairy
That's you,
wings,
Medea. That's your name. All right.
motherfucker. You are the black Tinkerbell right now. Are you here to wish upon a star? Or
So SKC's your Peter Pan.
I find it very fascinating that all of the fairy talk only just began when Ignat got here.
Well, that's not true. Stanley brought up fairies.
Snake was here.
Stanley brought up fairies.
So
let's be accurate.
Now, let me ask you a question. What kind of wings? What kind of wings do you wear? What kind of wings do you wear?
Because you speak all these words.
Are the wings on your back or between your legs?
And you think
Take
that
your
we're supposed to
fucking
be like
maxi pad.
Stanley and
Take
massage
your
fucking
breathing.
thighs. We don't do that.
Dude, we don't sell the kind of maxi pads you need right now.
Granny, what are you wearing? Pins by now?
What you need to do
the menopause
is you need to take your maxi pad with wings, and you can do one of two things. You can go back down to the chat, or you can I guess I'll just have to repeal the 19th because you are yapping like a
God.
woman.
Spit it out. Be
You're
a
trying.
man.
You're
And you
struggling
need
to
to
make
stop
a
knitting
point.
fucking.
It was a
knit sweaters for
valiant
fucking
try.
cats.
It was a
All right,
valiant
Granny.
try to get attention from
Go
a
drink some
man, to
goddamn
bring you
tea
up on the
and go knit a
panel.
fucking
It was
sweater, Grandma.
very womanish. You got attention now,
What you guys are
bitch.
doing are
You
very
got
homosensuous.
your
That's
attention.
what's going on.
What do
We
you
don't want to
need?
hear
What
that
do you
freak
need?
shit.
Do you need a man's attention? Is that why you came up here?
You
Is
wouldn't know a
that
man if
why
he
you came
pointed
up
his
here?
finger in your
I'm
fucking
sorry,
eye.
dear. You yapping in the chat. I dropped the link and you came up here to
So why are you
basically,
talking?
hey, you came up to express your Me Too attitude. I accepted, dear. Now,
So,
what you
okay,
need
lady,
to
why are
do,
you talking,
what you
lady?
need to do, dear, what you need to do is bake me some motherfucking gingerbread cookies or shut the
Okay,
fuck
you got
up.
the recipe, Queen.
Shut the fuck up. Your ass needs to go back to the kitchen you came from with those lame ass comments.
I'm sorry to hurt your feelings, Queen, but
Motherfucker,
just pat your
you
pussy
know
one
what?
time, you'll get over
You
it.
hurt my
Pat your
feelings.
pussy, lady.
You hurt my feelings with your
hey,
feminine fucking shit in the chat.
Okay, Queen,
Be
let me
more
get 1
manly in the
second, Queen.
chat, and I might recognize your fucking Y chromosome.
Y chromosome.
Because
Oh my God, let's speak about chromosomes.
you are talking like a double X.
Oh, because I'm
Are
simply
you
letting you know
2X
that
or
your
XY, son?
vocabulary is something
Which
very
are you,
Swedish,
son?
and yet not
Charmaine?
Dutch.
Charmaine.
If you
Are
get my
you
drift.
XX or XY? Do you have
Sounding
a Y
Swedish, and you're not
chromosome?
from Dutch.
Daughter?
Okay?
I can
Grandma,
when I
relax.
pop that balloon,
Grandma,
when I pop that balloon, will it be blue or pink confetti?
What
Hey,
are you
that's a good
making
question,
tonight for
Stanley.
dinner?
Why we ain't watching Pop the
What are you
Balloon
making
anymore,
tonight
man?
for
What
dinner,
happened with
Grandma?
that?
Snake,
Man,
hold
I
on.
want to watch some Pop the
Snake, hit the
Balloon.
crack pipe and chill out for a second. Snake, just chill out. Listen, let me serve Grandma
Motherfucker,
her
I'm not going
food
to chill out.
cold.
I'm not going to
Let me
chill out.
serve Grandma her
Damn, you
food
make
cold.
You need
me.
to take
Listen,
your
Grandma.
pink motherfucker. You know what? Is this your quinceanera or what?
Oh
You
my
want to
God,
dance
these
with your
guys with
uncle?
these words.
This is so odd that
Who gives a
certain
fuck?
certain
Motherfucker,
words
Can
you
you
from
need
spell
to lick that
menopause,
pink
you
icing
old
off your
bitch?
so
Menopause, bitch.
so solid. I just have a question because you know Ignorant better than I do. Do the conversations typically turn and focus on gay proclivities when Ignorant joins
Oh
the
my
panel?
God! Here these
Well,
yo,
actually,
you
we don't
guys
even.
really
Well,
I'm
think
gonna
we
tell you
usually
the
gay?
truth. We
wears a
don't
yellow
anchor.
dress.
We don't
poured
anchor
Where's
you
your
in
yellow
conversation
food.
towards
dress?
I
ignorant.
was
Where's your
surprised
Easter?
at
Ignorant is
you,
like
Where's your
fucking
Easter
freaks
picture?
ignorant
like
is
you
like
guys,
just like
who really
you
think because
you
y'all
like
know
a six
some
man on the
words
basketball team.
that
You
your
know,
Hey,
you
fucking
ain't
where
gonna never
opinion
really
even
can you
pass him
comes
the
show us that
does it.
ball,
picture?
but
Hold on one
eventually
sec,
wind up
folks.
in his hand.
Hold that.
So what
Hey,
you want to
can
do is
you
you want to
show
grab the ball
Solid
out of his
Snake?
hand, get the ball from him. My bad.
Solid Snake.
Snake, how much crack
Can
you
you
smoked
show
this
us
morning?
that yellow Easter dress you wear? Ignorant.
Yeah, this guy's a freak. He's over
Yeah,
there beating
motherfucker.
finger in his ass at the
That
same
yellow
time.
kente
He wants to
cloth.
see a man in a
It's a
dress.
kente cloth
Yo,
sundress that you wear with that cute little yellow Easter bonnet.
Hold
Stanley, I
on, that's
know
what
you
I was going to
imagining these
answer
things.
SKC. Hold on, Stanley. I want to answer SKC. No, we don't let Ignorant run the panel like that. Ignorant is like the sixth man on the basketball team. He like the guy.
Oh, okay, that's better. I thought you said that he was like the sissy man on the basketball team. I was
No,
like,
he like
what?
the sixth man. He eventually gonna get the ball, but the main purpose of your job, once he get that ball, is to take it from him and get the topic back on conversation. You know what I'm saying? Get the
Oh,
ball
yeah,
back in play.
because I don't know
You
him
get what
like
I'm
that. It
saying? Yeah.
just
He just
seems
come
as
out of
though
left
whenever
field,
he's
you
on
know.
panels, some sort of gay talk begins. And I'm like, why is that always? You know,
Well, you know what?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. Everybody want to say that, but I know how Stanley is. I accept it. I don't call him gay in it like
Well,
that.
wait,
Like
hold it. What the fuck are
he
y'all
like
talking
he
about?
like what? No, man. It's like y'all intelligent people. Y'all when y'all get to talking, I don't know what it is about black guys. When we do get intelligent, we just sound gay, and that's why I don't do it.
You know
It
what?
sounds
I
good,
think
but
now this is
it
serious
don't work
talk.
with black people.
Somebody
This
We
said
is
it.
can't talk like
serious
white
talk.
people without
This,
sounding like that. That
Solid
don't make no
Snake.
sense.
This is literally a
Look at
sexualized
Barack
version.
Obama.
Okay, motherfucker, you will be quiet, or I will just put you in the
No,
back
I'm not.
so I
I'm
can
not
say what
trying to
I'm
say
going to
it like
say.
that. I'm just saying that's what it sounds like to
Here
the
is
Negro
this
mind,
is
to the nigga
literally
mind. When you sound like you know
okay.
what you're
Why is
talking
this
about, you
motherfucker
got your
still
good
talking?
sentence structures. It don't sound like a man to us. It sounds
That
like
part. That part,
Right,
Snake.
and you
that's what
know
I'm
let
With
me.
saying.
your nuts out of
It's
your
like y'all
vagina.
talk
That's what
when
he's
y'all
saying.
talking. That's how we interpret it.
That's
But
what
that
he's
don't mean
saying.
that.
Okay, enough, guys. I don't know. Do you need to assert your androgens that much that you can't shut the fuck up and let somebody else talk? What I'm saying, Solid Snake and Ignorant, but Solid Snake especially, is you have sexualized you sound white. It used to be you sound white. Now it's you sound gay. Motherfucker, that is not progress in the black community. Both of y'all need to go back and fucking deal with your personal problems. Don't bring them to my panel. You may stop now. I don't even need a motherfucking response. You heal and stop that gay shit, or go back to the chat or go to your psychotherapist, whatever you need to do to fix. This is a you problem, not a Stanley problem, not an SKC problem. The filter is dirty. It is a you problem. Stop it.
You're not in the black community. So
Stanley,
what are you
that's what I'm
talking
Motherfucker,
trying to
about?
tell
you
you.
know
When
what?
you got
I'm
so
the
affluent in
blackest
your way,
community I know, you dumb son of a bitch.
when you listen to me,
Fuck you. No. The time for listening is now over, son. You've had your say. Now I'm going to have mine. Stop that fucking anti-black John Galt level bullshit, and you need to evolve. This is a Solid Snake problem. This is an Ignorant problem. It is not a Stanley problem. Your filters are fucking dirty with pixie dust or whatever the fuck is feminizing intellectualism to you. It is a you problem, sir.
You know what I find intriguing and
I
also
don't care what you find intriguing.
very
Motherfucker, did
interesting.
I ask you if you found something in? See, this little feminized bitch wants to ask me fucking woman questions. That's what women do. Motherfucker, I pronounced in my house and you're gonna fucking natter on? You fucking little nagging bitch. Stop it.
This lady
Know
needs
your
some
man,
place,
coffee.
Stanley,
bitch.
we not.
Know your
When you
place,
give us a
Somebody
bitch.
get
chance
this
to
lady
talk
Rude
to,
some tea.
motherfuckers. These motherfuckers. I'm about to eject both of you. Stop fucking tighten your goddamn apron strings and sweep my goddamn floor and cook my goddamn food, bitches.
man, you be tripping.
Yeah, he just
Yeah,
talking because
because
his
y'all are
lips work.
assholes.
He just talking
No,
because his
it's
lips
not.
work.
Okay, these motherfuckers, dude, I literally told you what your problem is, and you can't realize it. It's not a Stanley problem. It is an ignorant, dirty filter, everything sounds gay problem. Motherfucker, read a book. Silent Snake, do better.
Okay, but what is you getting in your feelings about this conversation gonna?
That
How does
part.
that happen in the situation?
What
That part.
conversation?
How is you getting in
Okay,
your
these
feelings and
dumb
getting
son of a
all that?
bitches, these dumb son of a bitches thought they were having a conversation. What the fuck? Dude, if you come up to my panel and start making all these insinuations, that's not a conversation. Who fucking taught y'all? Who raised y'all? Where did y'all grow up? Motherfucker, go to a John Galt panel where you're more comfortable. That's my only suggestion. Maybe John Galt can be your fucking like mentor. Be like John Galt. But at least John Galt knows when to shut the fuck up.
I need you to stop meeting me where I'm at.
You
Because
don't
you meet
need
me
me.
where I'm at. Your motherfucking
Did
ass
you
is just dirty.
Did that motherfucker just lead in with "I need"? Now, how womanish is that? You need?
It's feminine to
Dude,
not be able
I
to
I
take
am
somebody
done.
giving you
I'm
criticism
done with
as a
y'all
man.
feminized. Y'all are feminized. I don't know why, but I will be me on this panel. If I use a big word, fuck you. Because I know a 4-letter word to check your dumb ass. Enough, gentlemen. This is as polite as I'm going to be.
But why you keep
Now,
putting
let's
back
go
there?
ahead
What's
because
that about?
Deacon Dave has wanted me and SKC for that matter to watch this
Everybody
Jasmine.
hit the like button, man.
Okay, this Jasmine Crockett video. Deacon Dave, he didn't set it up either. So it's 22 minutes.
Is this. When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience.
Oh, that's
and I
just,
walked in and I
hey, Deacon Dave, we did
Would
this
you sleep with
yesterday.
Jasmine Crockett Stanley? Could you see
Yeah,
yourself sleeping with that woman?
sure, why not?
Oh, hell no, man. You fuck anything.
Why wouldn't I?
Go ahead, man. Go
Hey,
ahead.
wait,
Go
hold
ahead, man.
on.
You're a fucking
Hold
potato
on,
salad.
Solid Snake. Is
Man, that
she
woman is not sexy.
okay? I do not know
I
why
got
you
standards.
can't take a pause for a minute. Is
Oh,
she
go ahead.
not? Is she not cute?
Yeah.
Is she not cute? Is she not attractive to people like you?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't know what else to say, but if this is the video where she talks about she went to a public defender's office, SKC and I looked at it yesterday, Deacon Dave. Is it different than that? Let me know. We can watch the rest of it.
Hey, y'all, I just want everybody on the panel. I just want to vote. Would you have sex
The
with
Godfather of
Jasmine Crockett if given the opportunity?
Well, Deacon Dave says, let it play.
Well, I think that hair on her head will bite you if you have sex with her.
I'm just saying you can't grab her by her hair because it's gonna come off.
She's gonna bite your ass.
You know what? It'll come off and it'll come off her head and you'll put it on yours.
See, only guys like him think
my
about
boss,
that.
Charlie.
He
I
want to
said,
try her
listen, you
clothes
should
on
hire
and
me.
shit.
He said,
You think her
See,
dress
Stanley,
will look
that's
better
what
on
I'm
you?
saying, man. We
Yeah,
ain't even
you know
going
what?
there.
You guys give you 2 minutes.
You just go
and
right in there. Boom. You'll take it off. You'll take the wig off and put it. You in the yellow dress. Stanley, stop that, man. Stop putting niggas in female roles.
Motherfucker, on this panel, I don't have to do.
But every panel you on.
Okay, on this panel, Solid Snake, I don't have to do anything. You are self-feminizing. To fucking invent a term. You are self-feminizing. Self-feminizing. Stop it.
I just bring the bitch out, you don't.
You know what?
Yeah, bro.
I treat a bitch. Hey,
stop it,
don't
man.
be
We gonna
mad.
stop this.
I'm treating.
This is not bringing viewers. And then it's school time. Kids probably be at home on their YouTube and they might scroll through. So let's clean this thing up, man. We're not talking like this. This is not 2:00 a.m.
By the way,
hit the like.
Both these,
hit the like, y'all. We're
both
trying to
these
clean this
videos.
thing up. Let's get back to the
There
intelligent
is a
conversation
there
we was
is a
having 30
YouTube
minutes ago.
setting. Hold on. There's a YouTube setting not for children. We've done our due diligence there.
Well, shit, you know
why?
we
I
ratchet,
said,
right?
because I'm black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy.
And there it is. The thesis statement of identity politics
think
laid
Gary
bare,
crazy.
not in a footnote, not in a protest chant, but straight
you,
from the
Jay
mouth
Boogie.
of a sitting congresswoman, a person not only entrusted with legislative power, but celebrated by the political left as some sort of rising star. Let's begin with the obvious. This is not meritocracy. This is not even equity. This is entitlement wrapped in pigmentation.
Okay, let's stop this stupid motherfucking pseudo soul. She is, she went to the same undergraduate, Rhodes College, I think it is, or Rhodes University, that Amy Coney Barrett did. It's a private, can't remember what flavor Protestantism it is, but Rhodes College in Nashville, it's a private liberal arts religious school. So she has the same credentials, plus the law school. Coney Barrett went to Notre Dame. Jasmine Crockett went to University of Houston, which isn't chopped liver as a law school. So the part about entitlement is bullshit, right wing, far right, soul brother bullshit. I think Jasmine Crockett is perfectly, as a lawyer who has practiced law, and it might have been like injury law, whatever. It's still law. Why can't she be a congresswoman? It's a dumb motherfucking argument, and I don't think Thomas Sowell would actually make this type of argument, to be honest.
Ambulance chaser,
I don't
man.
know why the motherfuck you're talking.
No, can you land it though, Stanley? SKC, you
Motherfucker,
next.
I will land this
Let
goddamn
SKC go
plane,
next.
bitch. I will land the plane on my panel when it fucking lands.
Let's
She's
just go on the line.
coming around the mountain when she comes. Shut the fuck up.
SKC, you next.
You know what? SKC is too classy for the way I'm dealing with you, dumb fuck.
Oh, he he called you a classy lady.
Man, he want this drama, man. Stanley just want smoke, man. That's all he
You
wants.
know what, motherfucker? I fight smoke with smoke because there is no fire.
How the fuck
Y'all don't have a flame. You don't have fire.
You're the flame.
Smoke to smoke. Again,
flaming.
This is a Jasmine Crockett. This meritocracy argument these fools want to make just isn't factual.
Okay, well, I just want to
sold
say
as progress and enforced by cultural cowardice.
Videos playing.
The idea
What
that
the
one's race
fuck?
alone qualifies or should qualify you for a position, any position, is not just wrong. It's regressive. It is the rejection of
So you want to be the only
in favor
motherfucker
of
that got something
cosmetic
to say
traits.
about these videos?
It is the antithesis of civilization.
So you want to be the only one to say something?
Okay, Ignat, what you got to say?
Okay, I'm gonna make it short and sweet, like your last boyfriend. Okay, what I'm saying is she is a black queen. All right, and the thing about you Negroes, ninjas, who go to college and get these honkies degrees, and you sit next to honkies when you work, you actually think like them. So I say, F them, and F them, because they're gonna get the results. Them crackers gonna show them one day, hey, you a nigga. And then they're gonna put them in their place, and then they still gonna have the entitlement as a honky, think that they're entitled to something. Now land the plane right there.
Wow. Uh-oh. What you got with that, Stanley? What you gonna do with that, man? Come on, Stanley. What you scared now?
All I have to say is go rent a room from John Galt. That's the level of logic. That's the level of logic. That's a level of logic that will allow me to loan you $13 to fucking pay your daily rent.
Snake, what you think about the video?
Are we ready? Are we ready to proceed with the video, or you got more, Ignat?
I'm done. I have an engagement. I
If
want
you're
him
done,
engaged.
motherfucker, if your plane has landed, let someone else taxi it to the hangar.
That's what I'm telling Snake. It's on you.
This is the ideology Jasmine Crockett represents. And the fact that she proudly, publicly, and unapologetically opened her career with such a declaration is not merely cringeworthy, it is dangerous. Because Crockett's ideology is not a fluke. It is a metastasized version of what identity politics always becomes when left unchecked. A political caste system where skin color is currency, grievance is gold, and the only sin is success outside the narrative. We are told by voices like hers that to question this ideology is racist, that merit is a myth, that expecting competence is privilege. But let's follow that logic to its destination. If race is a qualification, then what happens when two Black applicants compete for a job? Who gets it? The darker one, the more politically active one, the one who cries harder in interviews? Identity politics is not a philosophy. It's a hustle, a scam, a shortcut for the intellectually
You know
underwhelming to
what?
claim space they didn't.
I swear, people like Thomas Sowell
Oh
depend
my
on.
God.
Okay, motherfucker,
You
you better shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
Oh, go ahead then. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I
Go do
haven't
what you
even made my point yet.
Go off, Queen.
Motherfuckers like Thomas Sowell depend on the ignorance and the solid snakes to react just like you reacted when I stopped the video. It was like, give me more, mommy, give me more. Thomas Sowell depends on the ignorant, IGNIT. He depends on the ignorant.
First of all, Stanley, how can you not rationally agree with what that man just said?
Okay, whoa. Just because you agree makes it what? Truth or fact?
It's an agreeable point.
To you.
It don't have to be a fact.
Hey, motherfucker, stop talking. It is an agreeable point to you. I accept that. I don't. Do you think I'm trying to change your mind? I don't give a fuck what you think. Okay, I get it now. Y'all thought that I'm up on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. By the way, hit the like, folks. Please hit the like. Please subscribe to the John Galt channel. If you are new, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. If you're not subscribed, make sure that you support the lovely Portia J, our executive producer and guardian angel. Please support her. And then, towards the weekend, chip in a couple bucks for beer, but I won't even be doing that this weekend because I got to go to Savannah. But chip in a couple bucks for next month's YouTube Premium. Help me out with the newspapers, the premium, YouTube Premium, that sort of stuff. Where I'm going with this is my purpose with Stanley versus the World is literally not so much the race politics outside of what comes up in news, politics, culture, and the occasional just joke. I'm not above making jokes. But if you think my fucking goal is to change Solid Snakes or Ignat's or SKC's minds, you got another thing coming. I don't give a fuck what you think.
Yeah, we happy.
What you think does not pay my bills or take away from my wallet.
It's awareness.
I am up here. Don't know why you're disturbing me.
Awareness.
Soliloquy, Ignat. I'll let you know when I'm done. I'm here to state my case, and people in the chat can decide, or Ignat, or SKC, or whoever can decide. But don't ever for a minute think I'm up here doing a crusade to change your minds. Y'all motherfuckers are adult males for the most part, and adult females. Y'all are adults. You're not my children. I don't get to sway your decisions. I get to make my own.
You said that already.
Motherfucker, I'll say it 8 more times.
What's the title of the show?
What you two are.
Why are you crying like a goddamn woman?
Like the little birdies, I'm here to state my case. I don't give a fuck what you think. You state your point. I make my point. I'm not going to argue to try and change your minds. You are cast in stone, and you'll figure it out, is my attitude, right or wrong. Quick rebuttal, then we go back to the video. Let's start with Solid Snake.
I don't lost the damn topic with all that goddamn crime.
Ignat, what do you have to say, Ignat?
I just want to say, me and Snake is eye to eye today. I'm feel like we have
You're eye to eye, lip to lip, hip to hip. What else is joining?
Yeah, we like teleconnected twins right now. Cause like I'm thinking it, and he's saying
y'all are eye to eye, arm in arm, hip joint.
Somebody else say something. Like, where's the? I don't know where the manly bravado is in a man that was in the army.
Motherfucker, I'm not hearing manly bravado coming from your audio icon. Motherfucker, do you think you're the man on this panel?
Of course.
You're not.
Absolutely right.
Motherfucker, you are the boy on this panel.
No. I'm that nigga.
I am teaching you how to be a man.
The boy, because your mind.
Motherfucker,
your mind
you are up here. You are up here for an elder
Shout out to Agent TV, man. Show my boy some support, man.
You are up here.
Everybody go over to his channel. Subscribe, man. Enjoy the channel. Yeah, man, we're going to support our panelists on this channel, man. Come on, Stanley. Stop being that guy, man.
Fuck you. No. Don't you ever think... You know what? I'll let you know if you teach me something. How about that?
That is some sub-racist,
if you teach me something,
shit you be on, man.
Teach me something, I will freely admit, hey, I just learned something. Otherwise, just assume I know it already.
We're giving you information.
Y'all are not teachers.
You're not receiving it.
You
We're
are
telling
examples.
You sound like a homosexual Liberian.
You guys are specimens.
This is the facts. We're giving you the facts.
Motherfucker, you wouldn't know a fact if it. You know what? The only fact you know is that you might have a Y chromosome. That's probably the only thing you actually know. Do you piss standing up? Do you piss standing up?
Do you have any argument,
motherfucker? Yeah, I have an argument. I have.
To state your position, because it seems like all you do is deflect.
Motherfucker,
and then you start insulting people. It's never argument about nothing. It's never that. It's always
well, you
about
want to know why there's
somebody.
not an argument? Because I can't convince you out of your mindset.
You ain't made an argument. You haven't stated any policy.
There is no argument.
It's like Stanley versus the world, but Stanley ain't got no damn policy.
I
am got no virtues, no values. He just talks about people. And then he talk about everybody. And then he just talk. And then it be don't what did I join this channel for? If we just gonna be up here all day just listening to Stanley all goddamn night talk about
the motherfucker leave.
And then you ain't got no damn policy.
Leave, bitch. You're up here because you want to be, I assume.
Yeah, I want to be something doing
okay,
something.
What are you complaining about?
God damn it, you. Shit.
Okay. Like I said, my goal is not to change your mind.
Yeah, it is. Your goal is to be the best presenter
I can't even fucking finish what I'm saying.
Hey, that's what the hell you need to be doing, presenting.
I will do it my way, Solid Snake. Period.
Well, it ain't working, goddammit.
You know what? It might not be working for you, but am I here to please you, Solid Snake?
Hell yeah.
Oh, well, that might be your first mistake.
Oh shit, no.
I am not here. I am not here.
You know what? One day, Stanley, and I ain't going nowhere, Stanley. I'm gonna let you know that right now. One day you gonna be a holy man too. You gonna be a holy man, Stanley. I see it. I see it now. You can't keep this bullshit up forever.
About, man?
You know what? Solid Snake has no clue what he's talking about. I just kind of let it go.
Snake, just hit the pipe one more time and it gets you back on track. For real, just hit it one more time. It'll get you right back on track, man. You
All right. Well, let's finish up.
No, I'm on that with you right now, man. I ain't fucking nothing up.
This is. Let me reset this. This is literally. Thomas Sowell is not making this video. Whoever is talking in his stead is literally a moron. He thinks he's making an argument, and it is nothing close to. It is a solid snake argument. It's all based on feelings and opinions because you disagree with Jasmine.
No, that's her. That's her.
Jasmine is retarded,
Moral
Stanley.
authority, they don't.
If you listen to what she said, right, that was her stating her feelings.
That girl is straight up retarded.
Okay. Let me help me out here, Ignat. What did she say?
She was just saying that I'm black and I'm this and I'm that.
Motherfucker, then you have no goddamn clue what she said. You are making shit up.
Bro, you can't tell me she ain't saying I'm
I asked you a direct question, motherfucker. Okay,
I'm willing to bet you white
motherfucker, let's put you up on the goddamn big screen because you are a big man.
I'm willing to bet.
What the fuck did Jasmine Crockett say? What did she say?
She said what you say to yourself every morning. I'm a black woman. I'm a black woman.
I thought you
black
had
woman.
I thought you had no clue, and you just motherfucking proved it. Now, what you need to do is let me put you back down on the panel. You need to be quiet, cross your legs, and act more like your mother taught you to be, little girl.
Isn't that your job, Granny? Well, you supposed to be knitting a fucking sweater for a fucking cat.
You heard what the fuck I said, son.
Yo,
Solid
wait.
Snake.
Fix this,
Solid
lady.
Snake? What did Jasmine Crockett say that got you your panties in a twist?
Every goddamn thing. First of all, see, I think it's anti-black for a person
Okay,
like
motherfucker, that wasn't my
in that position.
Okay, once again. See, when I ask these clowns,
you don't let nobody speak. Like what?
When I ask these clowns,
how you just gonna talk over me?
okay, what did Jasmine Crockett say?
Not a goddamn thing, Stanley.
Okay,
Not a goddamn thing.
gotcha. Let me put you back down.
Ain't no woman gonna speak for me.
Okay, motherfucker.
Especially a black one.
Neither one of you knows what she said, so why are y'all complaining?
I just told you what she said. All she said was,
okay,
I'm a black
motherfucker.
woman.
Well, let me put you back up.
I'm
what
a black
Jas-
woman. I got
What
into this
did
big guy.
Jasmine Crockett say?
All right, now listen. It's gonna take some listening, lady. So your
Motherfucker,
feelings,
it better be
your
quick.
feelings are gonna have to just you have to keep.
Okay,
You know.
see,
Okay.
Jasmine Crockett wasn't talking about my feelings.
I'm letting you know you got to control yourself.
Jasmine
for 3
Crockett
seconds.
did not mention Stanley's feelings. What did she
What's wrong
say?
with the black community? We got niggas like him who will not allow his
Yeah.
feelings.
Jasmine Crockett said all that.
What she said was, "I'm a black woman. My family,
Motherfucker,
I'm
she
black."
didn't say that. She
Hold on,
did
yes,
not
she
say
did. I
that.
guarantee
She did not say that.
Bro, every fucking
I
interview
know
she
what
say
she
she a
said,
black woman.
moron.
And I'm like, what that
I
got to do with what we
literally
talking about?
know what she said, moron.
Okay, report it, Queen. Repeat it.
Motherfucker, I asked you, bitch.
Part with
say it in the mirror every
Let me
morning.
put it to you this way. And I'm dead serious about this, Ignat. If I have to tell you what she said, there's no reason for you to be on this panel.
Oh,
Seriously.
yeah, that's serious. Oh, my
Seriously,
God.
motherfucker.
Oh.
Last chance before
Last
you
chance,
get
what?
before you get flushed.
Just take all 3 chances.
Like a
bitch. I'm a
turd
real
logic.
nigga.
Turd logic gets flushed.
Listen, man, she said what,
What
you
did
say
she
every
say?
morning. You're a black
Motherfucker,
woman.
Here, let me set the stage. So, chat room, I asked Mr. Ignat TV because actually SKC and I talked about this yesterday. I asked Ignat TV, what did Jasmine Crockett say on this video? Now, I don't even approve of this video, but it is a portion of what SKC and I saw yesterday. All I want from this person is what she said, even a close facsimile of what she said. That's all I'm asking. The consequences of talking bullshit when I bring him back up and ask him one last time is he needs to leave this panel, and then I'll give Solid Snake a chance. Here is Ignat. Ignat, I hope you're hearing the question. What did Jasmine Crockett say specific to this video and the topic of this discussion about what Jasmine Crockett said? And I'm out of patience.
Well, she said your morning mantra is I'm a queen. Can't nobody tell me nothing. I'm a black queen. Black, blackity, black. That's what she said. Your morning mantra. You know what she said. So I don't know why you're doing all of this
I'm just
dramatic
letting you.
drama class.
I
Shit.
gave you the rope.
I'm a man, boy.
I gave you the rope.
I don't take orders.
No,
That's your
motherfucker.
job.
Okay.
That's your job.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You don't take orders, and neither do I. Correct? Do you expect me?
Yes, you do.
To take order? Do you expect me to
I don't
deal?
boss you around. I don't give
Do
you
you
orders.
expect me to deal with fools gladly?
You're the fool, though. So we got to deal with you gladly, though, right?
We don't have
That's
to
what you
deal with
want,
shit.
queen?
We don't have to deal with shit. I have to deal with it with me. You don't.
What the fuck are you talking about? You just asked a question.
Yeah,
I turned it back
motherfucker.
on you.
You
The
know what? I
man is
get
on you.
that. I
If
get
you can
that
ask
a
me the dumb
lot.
shit, I'm gonna
I
put it right in your
get.
face.
I get the what are you talking about a lot in this John Gall urban landlord space. Y'all need to read a book or two.
No. We don't care what you're
No,
talking about.
no. Don't you no me, motherfucker. You're not equal on this panel. This panel is not a democracy.
Niggas' problem, bro. They get a stick, they think they're a fucking wizard, bro. That's niggas' problem.
Yeah. Well, might be my problem, but you can't fix it,
don't
bitch.
deserve. And what makes it more insidious is that it cloaks itself in the language of justice. But justice is not favoritism. Justice is fairness. And fairness cannot coexist with a worldview that sees individuals only as avatars of their ancestry. This is where Jasmine Crockett's ideology breaks down completely. It assumes that representation is synonymous with qualification, that having black skin makes one inherently more capable of serving black clients. But let's think for a second. If that logic held true,
This is literally what Ignat and Solid Snake. Should I just call him Ignat Snake or Solid Ignat? Probably just as well. Either way works. They show like 3 seconds or so, maybe a little bit longer, of what Jasmine Crockett says. They literally did the same thing that SKC did yesterday. SKC was like, hey, she went for a job interview, and when she was interviewing for a quote law firm, she was asked why should she be hired. Her response is, I'm black. And then it just fucking got taken out of context. So SKC was nice enough and fair enough and erudite enough to send me the whole Fox News clip. Once I watched the whole clip, that I'm black thing, I'm not sure I would have gone that approach, but in context, the answer was fine. You know, she was young, probably, you know, trying to be full of piss and vinegar. The I'm black in context actually worked. She was not trying to interview for a white shoe law firm. The where she was trying to get hired, the answer perfectly appropriate, a little edgelord, but it was not what the far right anti-black blacks are trying to present it as. people like Thomas Sowell and his little soul brothers, they depend on black people being ignorant, much like the white shades. White shades love ignorant blacks. They love blacks named Ignorant. So there we go. And I see Ignorant is gone. Solid Snake is gone. There's actually no reason to even watch this video. I already know what you said. Y'all motherfuckers, educate yourself. She still pulled a black card and tries to. Deacon Dave, maybe you should hit the link and fucking come up here and argue this point. I saw the Fox News clip with SKC. There's nothing wrong with her answer in goddamn context. In watching this Thomas Sowell brother, because Thomas Sowell doesn't give a fuck about Jasmine Crockett. He's old. There's nothing to this video that's worth finishing. Let me drop the link. You can come up and explain why this link is important to you. I saw the Fox News clip. I didn't see the C-SPAN clip, but it makes sense. It's not an approach I would have taken, but it was fine. There's the link. Hit it. It is time to shut this puppy down. It's almost 7 hours. Let's see, what else do we have up here? I think I've gotten to everything. Still recommend Garden and Gun. I still think it's an interesting magazine, and it's from my neck of the woods. So not a bad thing. Kind of a southern magazine, Southern Coastal. Sweet tea brine country ham. God damn, that looks great. Serves 28. With plenty of leftovers for biscuits. Damn, that looks nice. "20 teaspoons of loose black tea." All that just for a ham. Nice. Oh, Dave, what say you about this weird clip you sent me? And why I forgot SKC literally gave me the Fox News clip. It
wasn't about the Fox clip. This is a what if. This is my what if.
So there's more to watch on this video?
Oh, I think that even though it's not soul, it's not even up to soul standard. I think it was still a good breakdown. But you proved a point that I was trying to.
Absolutely not a good breakdown. They show like 10 seconds.
You didn't listen to it, Stanley. You know damn well that anything
No,
that you
I
play,
don't
you
know
let it
damn
play.
well. Dude, I don't.
No. This is the point. You let everything play, except for when you disagree with it.
Okay, let me.
It
put
was having a meltdown up here.
Hold on, before you get too far afield here. SKC made the same point. She said, "Hey, you should hire me because I'm black," and he let it stop there. And then I was like, "Well, you know what? If she was," this was my assumption. I was the ignorant black man here. If she went to like some sort of white shoe law firm and she's fresh out of law school and she said that, well, goddamn, she was wrong. That was a dumb thing. If I were a black lawyer interviewing a black female lawyer who said that, I wouldn't hire her. But I'm assuming I'm at some like regular old corp, like a law firm, like in an exclusive elite law firm. Well, it turns out after SKC was nice enough to actually send me the Fox News clip, it was nothing like that. She was interviewing for a public defender's office, and she was a little cheeky when she said, "You should hire me because I'm black." And then she said, a lot of the people who need public defenders, and I this is a loose like paraphrase. She didn't say this verbatim. A lot of clients that need public defenders look like me, have kind of the same background. It made perfect sense for a public defender's office.
Yeah, that's great, Stanley. That was
I defanged SKC's bullshit, and I don't need to see Thomas
it
Sowell's
wasn't
bullshit.
bullshit
I
yesterday, but this
don't
is what's
need
funny
to
about it.
see. Hold on. I don't need to see Thomas Sowell's interpretation. Thomas Sowell never fucking needed a public defender. I bet
Hey,
if
you're
Thomas
wrong.
Sowell, because he spent time in Philadelphia, had gotten like, if Thomas Sowell had ever had a good time and gone to some speakeasy back in his day, because there would have been speakeasies or something like that. If Thomas Sowell had ever been like, hey, I'm going to a black club, you know, I might do something right on the margin, I might get caught by the cops. Motherfucker, as a college student, he might have needed a fucking public defender. And I think he would have been glad to see, hey, here's Jasmine Crockett. You know, all skin folk ain't kinfolk, but goddamn, she might understand who I am better than some motherfucking Yale graduate who's never even like been to Philadelphia. In
Can I explain?
context, she was perfectly fine with that response. A little bold, a little cheeky, but perfectly funny.
Yeah, can I give you some context?
Motherfucker, make it quick because I don't have time for this far right MAGA black nonsense.
My whole point out of all this is that you get great advice, then you turned around and went against your own advice.
Motherfucker,
and this is actually
goddamn.
let me explain it.
I just explained it to you.
You're talking about one thing. This video is even about
what motherfuckers do all the time. In context, my advice changed. SKC did not provide me all the information.
You're still thinking that this is about Jasmine Crockett's statement. It's not.
I'm sorry, Dave. You need to let me finish.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Once I understood the quote in context, it made sense. That's why the advice changed. Don't fucking come up here and act like it was some spur of the moment whim. The winds changed. This is why
it wasn't about the
motherfuckers. This is why the MAGA blacks and the anti-black blacks and the white shades cannot be trusted when they make their political points. Y'all motherfuckers hate context.
Stanley, can I get a word in?
Don't Stanley me, motherfucker. Don't even try that bullshit. Yes, my opinion changed, and I should have never given an opinion. From now on, when these MAGA blacks come up here, I'm just going to have to reserve judgment and just go show me the clip. Otherwise, I'm just not going to give you a decision or an opinion.
You're having an emperor has no clothes on moment.
Oh, no. That is not the moment I'm having. What I'm having is MAGA blacks, anti-black blacks, and white shades fucking are so uneducated. They think they're making points. They think they're scoring points when they're just ignorant. Why bother with them?
I feel you. All right. I don't normally write
Don't
people
feel
off.
me.
Sometimes,
I need you to do
it's
more than
necessary.
see again. I need you to do more than feel my point. I need you to fucking understand it.
I think Snake and Ignat activated your cook mode. I don't think you cut it
You
off.
know what? They came up here on purpose to do it, and they're not here, and I still am. But see, those dumb motherfuckers won't figure out that, hey, I'm not up here. I'm not up here, Stanley. Motherfucker, you ran. Hey, Juan, what's up?
Morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
What's happening?
Just here, avoiding the rain. Is that noise
Yeah, I'm
on my end
outside.
or on your guys' end? I hear a lot of
No,
voices.
that's Dave. Dave is pissing on his phone because he has no points to make. Pissing
Well,
on his phone.
you consider that next time you say come up here and explain it, and I come up here, you don't even let me explain it. But I'm laughing because if you're in your free time and you watch the link, you realize that it's not about Jasmine Crockett, what she said, what you guys talked about yesterday. It's more of a breakdown of her
I
tactics and
kept
why they're
asking
ineffective.
you, is it worth
No,
playing?
you asked me once. You said make it quick, and then that's the kind of pressure that most
Motherfucker,
people don't work
you
under.
can't make this. Have you ever heard of brevity? Is brevity not taught to black children?
What's the origin of brevity? Did you use it in a sentence?
Motherfucker, it's Latin.
I'm
It
just messing.
means be short, precise, concise, whatever other thing.
Be brief, basically.
Get to your point.
I get it. I get it. He didn't want me
Okay, then
to.
why the motherfucker did you not get it when I told you to make it quick?
The thing that you went back on, the
John,
great advice.
can
I'm
you
gonna use.
mute music or mute your mic?
Yeah, you do got music. All right, Stanley, real quick. The advice that you gave was watch the video and get the full context. You hate when people stop the
Right,
video and
and
just give a
I
review.
watched.
That's
I
what you was
watched.
doing.
No, sir. That's not what we're doing.
That's what you did when the video played.
I watched Jasmine Crockett's video. I got
Yeah,
the
but
context.
it wasn't even about that. That was just a starter. That was like the
Okay,
opening.
then why on wait, hold it. This literally says Thomas Sowell brutally destroys Jasmine Crockett. So
But
what's
not
this
for that
about?
video. But it wasn't for that video.
Okay, stop right here.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Sowell, Jasmine Crockett. First two words, last two words. Is it about Thomas Sowell's take on Jasmine Crockett?
It's a fake Thomas Sowell.
Okay, well, if it's why doesn't it say fake Thomas Sowell?
Because they want to. They're doing it as
What
like
they
the
want to
auto
be is
auto take.
what they want to be is dishonest. It's not.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
No,
The breakdown was still excellent.
Honesty isn't the point.
No, the breakdown was still
says
excellent.
fucking Thomas Sowell. Is it Thomas Sowell or not?
It could just be Thomas Sowell's
Okay,
voice.
I
It's
need
like,
you to answer the question directly.
no, it's
Is
not
it
Thomas
Thomas
Sowell.
Sowell?
No, sir.
Okay, then why on earth?
That's not the point. Before you found out it was Thomas Sowell, you was all down to see what it was about.
Dude, I don't. If it's not Thomas Sowell, I don't need to listen to it. It's just some fool who thinks he understands Thomas Sowell. Stop it, Dave.
Exactly what I thought you would do. You wouldn't listen to it entirely.
No, it's not
We
Thomas.
told you it wasn't
Okay,
Thomas Sowell.
Okay, maybe
You thought it was.
let me walk you through it slowly. I thought because of the title, Thomas Sowell brutally destroys Jasmine Crockett. My question to you, sir, is it Thomas Sowell brutally destroying?
Thomas Sowell's voice is definitely brutally destroying Jasmine Crockett.
Oh man, there is no helping you anti-black blacks.
It's hilarious.
I ask you a yes/no question, and motherfucker, just like a John Galt, you want to tell me a parable.
I gave you an answer.
Motherfucker, you want to be Jesus Christ for a yes/no answer.
Okay.
Jesus told good parables. I'm just asking you to say yes or no.
Hey, take it easy on me. I'm a long time listener, first time caller. I'm new here.
No. If you're a long time listener,
Welcome aboard, sir.
Hey, nice to meet you.
first time caller is not going to be first time caller is not your asbestos, sir.
I'm just having fun with it. Don't mind me.
Somebody clip that.
So what's going on, Juan? I you know what? I wish you were here earlier.
I got stuff to do, man. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand. No, we old retired motherfuckers.
But didn't we go over this yesterday? I thought we went over this yesterday. This sounds eerily familiar. Like I'm going through some sort of deja vu.
That Dave, I thought Dave was in the audience yesterday, but there's another
No,
question.
I was in the audience yesterday. This video also answered a couple arguments that came up after it.
What were the arguments? Do you recall?
Okay, but this is what happened. At first, they used the same clip they talked about yesterday. Then they went in depth into Jasmine's
Who's
tactics,
they?
how the fake Thomas Sowell, the AI voice. Then they go into how her tactics don't work, how it's a dead end, how it's like ineffective, or leading you back to the same problem. It actually does a good breakdown. However,
to be quite
it's
honest,
not. It's like how much
to be honest,
like
I don't mean to
in
interrupt
dog
you.
food. In dog food, when they
I don't mean to interrupt you, Dave, but to be honest, that video was not a good video to use for that because, as I mentioned yesterday, even though she was dry as hell and the joke didn't land, she was basically pulling the. She told the recruiter, "Hire me because I'm black," as a joke, and then she talked about her rapport with the clients in general. And the problem is the joke was so dry that everybody took it seriously. Like, she only wanted to get hired because she's black. No, that's not what she meant. I don't like her, but that was taken way out of context. That was something totally different. Now, they could criticize her on other things. I don't like her, like I said in the chat, but you can't use a video like that. You can't use a video like that and say, well, you see, she's trying to pull the part, this, that, and the third. I don't think that video I don't think that video should have been used. Because as we mentioned yesterday, it's all out of context. It was a joke, a dry joke,
right.
but it was a joke.
Well, you're saying that the video that I shared shouldn't have been used?
No, hell no. It's
Stanley,
even worse.
nobody's asking you. Nobody's asking you. I'm asking Juan.
But I'm gonna offer you an
asking Juan.
Okay.
By some way, what kind of weird osmosis you answer for Juan?
Okay, you know what? You want to use
I'm
that?
just joking. Go ahead,
really?
Stanley. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm joking. Go ahead.
All I have to say is, Juan, when my skin gets as light as yours, maybe Dave will just take my word seriously. I just literally.
Really, Stanley, you don't even leave the house. You don't even leave the house. I had to come back.
I kept saying context. Apparently, when I said, and you know what, I'm going to blame it on age. You just don't trust your elders.
How come when somebody takes explain something else, y'all come back to the same thing? Like you guys get fixed.
Yes,
on one thing.
motherfucker. We come back to context.
Where is the ability to entertain?
Okay, fuck entertainment.
I don't mean entertainment. Entertain
I'm not here to fucking entertain you, boy.
Different thoughts, Stanley.
You are entertaining, Stanley, and you don't realize that you are.
You know what? If you
you're a certain kind of way that's fun to fuck with. Even though I like you as a person, it's still fun to fuck with.
Better.
Say that again.
Like Beethoven. You know what I'm saying? I can listen to it, but I ain't going to enjoy it. That's not. Let me stop playing.
All I have to say is, y'all really, and Juan, you just reminded me, because I meant to do it today and did not get around to it, but I'm gonna do it now. People just don't know how to fucking argue points. And motherfucker, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an English major. Dude, how the fuck were y'all educated? Y'all don't know how to make arguments.
We all know that.
Okay, I don't know why you're interrupting. y'all do not know how to make arguments. I have people telling me that I said something and it's evidence. It's like, ooh, I'm gonna
What
look at this
evidence?
video, look at this person on a video do something, and then they will call that evidence.
What I find funny is when they're in the
I gotta
chats
go to work,
stating
man.
something,
God
stating their
damn it.
opinion, they put facts behind it, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not a
Oh
fact.
my God, Juan, what in and you know, I ignorantly said that, you know what, we need to send all college students or high school students to 1L. Like y'all need to at least, and you made the sane
They wouldn't
suggestion.
last. They wouldn't last. I would suggest, like I said yesterday, that they take
Right. No,
everybody
no, no.
taking into
And
the
I'm
logic.
about to bring it up now. Because we'll watch this goddamn shit. Except I have some oh, where is it? I cannot believe, where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Because I saved so much into these into these oh no.
Oh, you're gonna watch it, so you tell me if this whole video is
No,
about
I'll
her
bring it up
saying
in
that
just
I'm
a
black.
second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and this is hold on one sec. This is Juan's suggestion, not a Stanley suggestion. So you might, if Stanley doesn't suggest it, you'll probably take it seriously. But
Oh, why? Because he's light
no,
skinned or he's lighter in complexion than you?
no.
Oh, I see
I'm
what you're doing. This has been a
I'm gonna
long running
blame it
joke.
on,
You were
no,
saying that she was a white
hold on.
girl. I was on the
I was
listen.
gonna go race, and I thought better. It's age. You don't trust the boomers.
I don't have an issue with Boomer.
The
I
Toolman's
probably
theory of
do.
an argument.
Yep. And you know what? I'm sorry. I should have done it earlier. And I have I'm gonna follow up on this because there are a bunch of videos on this. To my point, y'all don't honestly, Juan, these motherfuckers have no
Oh, there you
clue
go.
how to do arguments. What the fuck?
How you do arguments always put me in the back?
Because you're annoying. You're fucking annoying and you overtalk while not making arguments. It's like if I took a handful of fucking popcorn to the edge of the pond where there were a bunch of geese and I tossed it into the water, all the geese are going to descend on the popcorn. It's a bunch of honking. That's what your arguments or quote arguments are. It's a bunch of geese honking. And they're
Yeah,
not
but yours don't
and
have
they're
the
not
memory.
speaking
But
and
at least
they're
I
not
got meat
speaking
on the bone, Stanley. I
and
got meat on the
they're
bone.
not
You ain't got no meat on the
the
bone.
geese are motherfucking honking and they're not even speaking English.
Yeah, but all your arguments been deflated and defeated. Why are you still talking?
You know what? That's the other thing. Y'all think you defeated an argument because you think it.
Stanley, you have no evidence of success. That's the point.
No, Solid Snake. I'm not
Yeah,
retired.
Stanley.
I'm not retired and get on YouTube at will. I'm not retired and I don't have a son in a decent engineering school. And by the
What does
way,
that mean,
whoa,
Stanley?
motherfucker,
All
before
your shit
we
about to be replaced by AI and robots.
a modicum of evidence
Stanley,
without
you programming AI and robots.
God damn it. I put him in the back. I bring him back and he's still talking. What the fuck is up with that? Just to make sure that people didn't think I was bullshitting, I sent a little bit of my son's student ID. Not with a picture, of course, but no, my son's at Georgia Tech. And you know what? My name, Stanley Cross, is my name. It
Stanley,
is
you're
not.
braver than I am. Not to interrupt you, but I don't do that. I wouldn't do that with my kid. The reason why is because it's
Well,
so
no,
easy to box even without
it'll
that.
be okay. You know what? I am that stupid. Some
So
call it
you're a braver
bold.
man than I am. And, people don't want to
But
believe my kids at Texas A&M right now. I don't give a shit. Pardon my language. They don't have to believe it, but I know because I
well, you know
saw
what?
the freaking $80 charge on my damn credit card just for the transaction
Oh,
of making
you know what? My son doesn't. My son does not have a credit card.
No. For me, I had to. I was paying. I was helping her pay tuition because I don't want her to get in the student loan thing that I'm in. So, just to
Right.
make a payment, they charged $80 as a transaction fee, and I'm like, yeah, you guys suck.
Well, my son doesn't. It's literally a full ride. So
Uh-huh.
there's some mitigation of risk now. But I'm not saying you're wrong. It is dumb. But you know what? I wanted the John Galts of the world to know I'm not bullshitting. And honestly, Juan, it sounds so just stupid, but I want people to know that I'm not a goddamn rocket scientist. I am nothing that special. I've been lucky in my life, but motherfucker, anybody with a little gumption, as my mother used to call it, it's an old fashioned Southern word. Anybody can do what I've done. This isn't like secret science. This isn't Elon Musk. This isn't Donald Trump. This is Stanley Cross, a normal old black man. Any motherfucking body can do it.
You
Do
say
not
more
be,
people are
do
like
not
you
be
all
shy
the
to be
time.
bold. All you need to do is take a chance, be bold. And I don't take the chances that a John Galt does or did because I'm not an entrepreneur. Had I been a lawyer or a doctor, I'd be forced to be. Dude, I'm much more comfortable in a lab or reading a book. I would hire somebody to deal with the business shit. It's just not me. But barring that, I'll take chances that a businessman wouldn't because I'm confident. And I won't go on too long, Juan, or Deacon Dave or Solid Snake, but I'm motherfucking, to put it in the context of a John Galt, I'm motherfucking Stanley Cross. I'm 100% sure that I can solve problems. I'm 100% sure that I am me. Motherfucker, I can make things happen and have. So, all the bullshit, oh, Stanley, you married a white woman, oh, fuck all that. Motherfucker, of course I did, because I'm so black, a white woman isn't going to change my black. That's why I'm confident enough to do it. Motherfucker, Frederick Douglass motherfucking took some risks so I can live where I can afford to live and where I want to live. Hearing a motherfucker like criticize you live in a white motherfucker, if I move into a white neighborhood, if my white neighbor moves away, fuck, I might just buy that house and move some more black people in, and then I'll be a suburban landlord. It's dumb fucking bullshit that gets preached in this John Gall urban landlord, like defeatist bullshit. Y'all need to start at home. Fuck it if I'm nattering Phoenix Fish. I'm right. Stop beating up on other black people because you don't control what other black people do. Fix your fucking selves. What happens in your four walls, you can't control. And if the shit isn't up to the standards you want to preach in a chat room, then you got some work to do. So, sorry, I'm going on, but God damn it, I've been thinking about this for quite some time. And the two people on this panel are accepted for my criticism, of course. All I'm saying is the motherfuckers who want to go on about who you marry and what you do and where you live are fucking failures. maybe not monetarily, but certainly failures of logic. And motherfuckers, y'all need to make better arguments, because anyone with half a brain picks the Nightshade bullshit and the White Shade bullshit apart, and then y'all get mad. So, in Phoenix, you move in another black and your property value is over. Well, see, this is a point, and maybe Phoenix Fish, you weren't around, and it pissed John Galt off so bad, he tossed me off a panel. Fuck property values. I'm one of these non-motherfuckers who I'm not entrepreneurial. If I like the house, I'm going to buy the house. There are trees. There's a lake. Motherfucker, fuck what the neighbors do. Just don't put your car up on blocks or play loud rap music and I'm good. I bought the house not for the property value. Of course that matters, but I bought the house because I like the house. I like the property, might like my neighbors. Fuck it. If another black moves in and I live in a motherfucker, there are blacks in this neighborhood who have a nicer house than me. There are blacks in this neighborhood who have real, like, motherfuckers. There are blacks in this community who have fucking acres and acres and have cows on their land.
There were people on this channel and on other channels, Stanley, that have shown us really, really nice houses in areas that are predominantly black, and those values are going up and going up and going up to this day.
Dude, right across this road that I live on, they just tore down some pine trees, and what I really don't like is they tore down the trees. They're going to build 3 new properties. Now I can't see them from where I live. Don't really care. There's nothing they can, well, take that back. There is property on the right side of my house, acres, but it's across a road. I don't own that land, but yeah, they could build houses there. Hopefully, no one does. 2 things are going to happen. Either I buy that property if it's under threat, or I think ultimately I'm going to wind up moving back to Savannah. You know, I don't necessarily want to, but it's not going to hurt my feelings if I have to. Anyway, I've gotten way far afield. All I'm saying is black men and women, fucking stop listening to what John Galt and CT and all those motherfuckers are saying. And Deacon Dave, you do make a point. You say it's for entertainment. I take it, maybe it's my age, maybe it's actually what I fear America could evolve to. I take the people like John Galt and Be Brave and CT and Knock Nation seriously. And the reason I do is those motherfuckers are bringing in like 300, 400 people a session. That's a lot of people. And it's a lot of young people. And it's a lot of young people who actually believe that Knock Nation is smart. Knock Nation is, and
isn't he the guy that Stanley that wants us to resegregate or whatever the heck?
Well, I went into Knock Nation's chat last night and just spent like a couple hours just trolling the chat. And I said this earlier in the show. The one thing I have to give those guys, his chat, they are happy warriors. You know, we just fucking went back and forth, and I actually enjoyed the chat. Those are good guys. Some of them are, frequenters of the John Galt space. So, the chat was fine. Shit, Knock Nation's successful. I actually just fundamentally think that level of defeatism. So that's what it is. John Galt, the anti-black blacks, it's defeatism. It's like blacks can't do anything right. Really? Motherfucker, I just watched a beautiful black woman who built a career on cookbooks.
We have a beautiful black woman here that's doing her thing as a teacher. You know, Portia. You have HB. You know, successful black truck driver doing this thing. You had Sir wherever the hell he went, but the same thing. You know, he has his own trucking company. So black people are doing. I mean, shit. John Galt owns houses.
Was it last weekend or the weekend before? HB's alive. He's making more money doing truck driving. He's, you know, I don't know a lot about truck driving but from what I understand, that motherfucker is doing well.
Right.
And doesn't
So there isn't
have
a reason to
time
be
for little minions like me.
right. So there's no reason for them to be nihilist. You know, everything is useless. F it all. Let's go ahead and take over this group.
No. Where I'm pointing to is this whole thing about, you know, sitting here for a couple hours watching the worst of the worst because you set your YouTube algorithm or your X filters. I only want to see black people committing crimes. I literally sit here. Ock Nation is famous for this. This motherfucker, I was there for 2 hours trolling in the chat. That motherfucker, there was breaking news of a murder in Atlanta, and this motherfucker lives like in another part of the country, but he knew about a breaking news murder in Atlanta, and that motherfucker lives like 500 miles away.
No, I'm not going to lie, Stanley. There are times where I watch some of those types of videos to laugh, but you have to look at everything well-rounded. A good example of that would be last night before I went to bed. I was paying attention to the New Orleans the jailbreak that happened a week and a half ago.
Right, and two of them made it to Texas.
Yes, but that's exactly where I was getting at, because I actually watched the Texas DPS, the dash cam footage of that specific arrest, and I had to laugh. It wasn't a black-white thing. I thought it was a village idiot thing, because I'm like, wait a minute, you guys escaped New Orleans and you made it all the way to Huntsville, the prison capital of the United States.
Well, the thing is I'm kind of wondering how the hell did they make it that far? Who gave them a ride?
They arrested the aunt that put the money on their Cash App. That's how they made it. But for me, it was you made it. You escaped. You escaped jail and you made it all the way to the prison capital. But the day before, when John, I guess, was talking about getting arrested by the Capitol Police or what have you, when he got into that spat over the difference between juveniles and black kids or something like that, I don't know. The thing that irritated the black officer. What I was doing before that was gathering a recipe for oxtails, and it was a black dude on YouTube that was doing that. The day before that, I was on Chanel's channel writing down a recipe that she was making for pot roast. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can't. I don't think you can put black people into some monolith, just like you can't put the entire MAGA crowd into a monolith. I mean, shoot, I voted for Trump 3 times. I mean that he's free from criticism. I mean, you can't say things.
It's not. It's funny. I don't even think this phenomenon, and y'all think I'm kind of joking when I say anti-black. I truly think it is self-hatred. I think if the inner city has a pathology of violence, and I don't disagree with that, I think there is another pathology in the black community, which is self-hatred.
Well, that I don't know, considering the fact that my black card has been revoked, notwithstanding that my mom is black. So.
Well, that's not my point. I'm not saying everyone has it. I'm saying it is a pathology.
Mm-hmm.
among many pathologies. It's not the overriding, like everybody, has that pathology, but you have to be careful. And a lot of it is how you were raised and all. Um, I just think that if you wake up in the morning and look, it was George Washington or someone who kind of makes the point that you are like the company you keep. It might have been George
Yes.
Washington, it might have been someone else, but you literally are the company you keep. Okay,
Yeah,
you
I didn't.
attract friends. If you're a salesman, you attract customers who are like you. Um, don't you got to understand that if you choose to live in the hood, not everyone wants to live in the hood. My blackness is not defined by the same blackness as everyone else. In the minute you start telling another grown ass man what the code is, because believe it or not, kind of on the more there are people like John Galt who aren't conservative. There are people who are more black radical who make the same points that John Galt does. You're not on code. You're not black because you're motherfucker. I'm black because I do what the fuck I want to do. I am a free black man, and that's what Martin Luther King and even Marcus Garvey. I'm not a Garvey fan, but Marcus Garvey was not fighting for a code. And anyone who's moronic enough to think that all these ancestors over the 400 years were revolting and dying and killing for freedom to be like every other black man or black woman or black person you meet, that is totally retarded. The
Not only
fuck?
that, but they didn't let it hold them down economically. On the very last show that I
I
did,
don't give a fuck
many, many,
about the economics. Not everyone's gonna be as rich or as poor. The economics will happen. I think before economics comes a sense of yourself.
that's
Okay.
exactly where I
You
was getting at.
cannot earn money if you don't think you're worth owning money. That imposter syndrome that Michelle Obama talked about. But I think
Mhm.
actually that is if I had to put a label on it with the anti-black blacks, they think it's an imposter thing. They think, well, dude, you can't be a black man and marry a white woman. You're an imposter.
Well, not only that, but you can't be. They also, some of them. I'm not saying everybody, but there are certain people that have the attitude that you can't be a black man and do great things, and that's where I was getting at, Stanley. You look at Scott
Oh
Joplin.
yeah,
You know who he is, and I know who he
yeah,
is. The first black millionaire, right? And
yep.
the girl that made Mane and Tell hair care products, and then the heirs that made, the Aunt Jemima pancake batter,
Well,
great.
she actually wasn't an heiress, and there's someone before C.J. Walker and all those. There was a
Yes.
guy back in New York in Manhattan, I think it was, and I'll have to go back and research it. It's been a while, but this
Mhm.
motherfucker is like, hey, you know what? I'm selling oysters. Somehow or another, either he was a fisherman, opened a restaurant. And all these rich Wall Street types. Now, this is way, way back in the day. He was, this was New York City during slavery, but he opened an oyster restaurant and got rich off of a restaurant, a process of, you know, serving oysters for dinner.
Mhm.
And um,
Yeah.
it has always been in the community. It was a coping mechanism or whatever. All I'm saying is that if you come to me and say, Stanley, you can't do this, you can't live in a white neighborhood. If you're in a white neighborhood, you're escaping your reality, you're escaping your roots, you're escaping your genetics. That is a huge problem. I don't have that kind of imposter syndrome. I belong, is my point. I don't need to be told I belong. I know I do. Have some confidence, black people, especially the anti-black blacks. So let's see. Juan is left. Everyone's gone and busy. We old men, we old retired men. Take it easy, Juan. Let's see. Because I got one more video, then I guess I'll go. Let's see. I see Orthodox. I see John has started. That's why people are migrating over to John's foolishness. So I will show this video and I will be done with it. Motherfuckers don't know how to make arguments. This is my parting shot. Don't come to my panel if you can't fucking argue a point, and I don't give a fuck about your feelings.
Each of the tools on his tool belt is essential for developing
Start at the beginning.
and crafting arguments developed by the philosopher Stephen Toulmin. To help you see all the benefits of this method, here's the Toulmin Toolman to show you how it works. Each of the tools on his tool belt is essential for developing a strong argument: claim, grounds, warrant, backing, qualifier, and rebuttal. Let's start with the primary tool, the claim. This is the assertion or thesis that the writer proposes, serving as the main expression of the argument. An example of a claim would be, dogs are the greatest pets. While the justification is not yet included, you can clearly see the writer's viewpoint that will direct the argument. To grant this argument some validity, the Toulmin Toolman will use his next tool, the grounds, which serve as the argument's foundation, justifying the main viewpoint of the argument. For example, a great pet is intelligent, obedient, and loving. This statement establishes the qualities that would describe a great pet. However, it is not yet directly connected to the claim concerning dogs. This is where the warrant comes in. This tool serves as the connective tissue between the claim and the grounds, whether stated directly or simply implied. For example, to link back to the claim of dogs as the greatest pets, we can add, dogs are perceptive, easily trained, and one of the most affectionate animals towards humans. Now we have linked our claim about dogs to the grounds on what makes a great pet. Any additional evidence used to support the claim is considered the backing. For example, these traits are why dogs are the most widely used service animals. While this statement may not be enough justification on its own, it serves well in conjunction with the warrant and grounds. Few claims are true in all circumstances. A qualifier allows for special cases and helps establish the author as reasonable and credible. In this argument, the grounds can be edited with a qualifier to allow for cases in which some dogs don't match the criteria of the greatest pet as stated in the claim. Dogs are typically perceptive, easily trained, etc. The qualifier typically adds credibility to the argument as it acknowledges special cases contrary to the argument's claim. Lastly, it serves well to acknowledge another side of the argument to establish the writer as unbiased and open-minded. An acknowledgement in the form of a rebuttal persuades readers who disagree with the claim to follow suit and accept an unbiased perspective. Here, the writer can bolster their claim of dogs as the greatest pets and acknowledge the competition. For example, while some may argue cats can also be affectionate and obedient, they are still more difficult to train than dogs. Now we have acknowledged that dogs are not the only animals that can be good pets without contradicting our earlier claim that dogs are the greatest pets. As you can see, we have now constructed a strong, unbiased, and complete argument that would make even the most adamant cat owners consider the quality of dogs. But, to be fair, who would ever dispute man's best friend? For more information on persuasive writing or other writing techniques, visit our website at writingcenter.tamu.edu.
I haven't been out here
Ooh,
since
this is Tabitha in her garden.
I cleaned up my garden.
Well, we'll save that for another time. But I am done. Let's see. We are at 7:38. I have come to the end of this Stanley versus the World venture. So everyone, last bit of housekeeping. Please make sure, excuse me, you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Definitely please hit the like button. On your way out, we need those likes. They never quite match the views. Please make sure you also subscribe. A little too late, Solid. John is actually fired up over there. I will be back around 3:45, 4, maybe even as late as 5 tomorrow morning. Make sure you subscribe to the at Stanley Cross 6000 channel. I do have a new video that I debuted yesterday. So please look at that. Support your host. There are, some housekeeping things that I do just to bring you news and stuff like that. And support the executive producer, Portia J. She is a darling woman and a brilliant executive producer. So, hey, Solid Snake, John is live. Go over there. I'll be back on in round about 3:45 or so in the morning. I don't think I'll be on sooner than that. I may hop up on John's show if he's doing chats. I may be in the chat itself, but I'm at almost 8 hours. Old men like me can't go on forever. So let's see, where was I? Executive producer Portia. Hit her Cash App, folks, please. She works hard. And me too. I do plan shows, so I do a little bit of work. And I will see you all tomorrow morning. And I have to talk because I think like the sponsor of this show forevermore is gonna be Roller Skater Texas Girl. Oh, what a lovely woman. What a lovely person. Apparently she shares my passion for cookbooks and cooking. And what an awesome person. Oh, you know what? CK, I think Snake will generate his own version of Nightshaid talk. And I don't know, let's see, is Be Brave on? I didn't see a pop up from his show. See John, I see Orthodox guys on. I thought Be Brave was doing a show. Maybe it's just not popping up. But I'm sure the anti-blacks are out in force. The Nightshades, the White Shades, and all their little minions are online right now. And they are definitely more entertaining than I am. I tend to not use the N-word enough. You got to use the N-word like apparently there's some meter or something. If you don't use the N-word like so many times per minute, you start losing monetization or something. So CK, I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Again, Solid Snake, I will be starting up around roughly 4 in the morning, maybe as late as 5, but somewhere in that range. Come in early. You're more than welcome. You know, you're gonna be some form of co-host, maybe rotating, who knows. And I do know you have to work, so I can't. We don't want to impede that schedule, ritual, whatever you want to call it. Juan, thank you for always coming up and hanging out, laughing with Sagat. Why the hell are you such a stranger? Yeah, I know you're working hard there, Mr. Engineer. And SKC, Deacon Dave, of course. You are the people who kind of, present the kind of arguments, and Juan too, who kind of, and CK too, who kind of, because I'll go off, straight arrow in a direction, and there's a whole lot of hold on there, young man. And I do appreciate that. So Phoenix Fish, of course, a day one for sure. Always appreciate Phoenix Fish and that audience. He's gonna be good for like, hey Stanley, you're being an asshole. And ignorant, definitely, Stanley, you're being an asshole. So let's see, bird almost burned the store. What? Okay, no idea what that means. What bird? What store? Thank you, sir. I will just depend on toothpaste and teeth whitener. So, all right, folks. I will see y'all tomorrow morning.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. If she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.